Chapter 51, 45 seconds. It seems that this trial tower is also a space of its own. Long Chen, who has mastered the space power, quickly felt the breath of the familiar space power. The first challenge of the trial tower is about to begin. Note that in the trial tower, everything you see is not an illusion, and the damage you receive is real. The trial tower can only guarantee your life. Please confirm at last whether to start the challenge. The meaning of this sentence is that I can only guarantee that you will not die, but whether you are seriously injured or half dead, I don't care. Sure enough, if you want to become stronger, you have to face considerable danger. If there is no sense of danger, then how to stimulate the real potential? Determine. Long Chen's tone was firm, without half hesitation. The challenge has officially started. Challenge goal: kill all zombies. Clearance reward: if you successfully challenge within 1 minute, you will get 100,000 Union coins. If you challenge successfully within 2 minutes, you will get 50,000 Union coins. If you challenge successfully within 3 minutes, you will get 10,000 Union coins. More than 3 minutes, no reward. As the mechanical sound fell, ripples began to appear on the ground. In the next moment, zombies with hideous faces crawled out of the ground. Feeling the breath of living people, they all walked towards Long Chen. These are not real zombies, but they are no different from real zombies. Long Chen thought in his heart. He could feel that these zombies in front of him were not real zombies, and he couldn't get energy essence by killing them. But they can attack like real zombies. If Long Chen is caught by them, he will be really injured. As for whether he will be infected with the virus, I don't know. Wow! Soon, Long Chen was surrounded by dozens of zombies, and zombies crawled out from time to time on the ground. These are at least Tier 1 advanced zombies, and even some Tier 2 zombies. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. No wonder Xiao Yan said that the trial tower was set according to the challenger's level. If it is a general Tier 2 evolutionary, facing the siege of dozens of Tier 1 and Tier 2 zombies, it is absolutely difficult to survive, let alone kill them all within 3 minutes. Only those who are very powerful in the same level can do it. Unfortunately, in front of me, a group of Tier 1 and Tier 2 zombies are like ants. Long Chen snorted coldly. The first level of challenge was not difficult for him. With a movement of his mind, the earth power was released, and countless ground thorns emerged, piercing the zombies one after another. In just an instant, a dozen Tier 1 zombies were killed by Long Chen. There are still attributes and experience points dropped. Long Chen was stunned suddenly, because he could see that after the zombies died, their bodies disappeared, but some light clusters were left behind, which were attribute points and experience points. No wonder the trial tower said that everything here is not an illusion. Although the zombies are not real zombies, they are definitely real, so they can drop attribute points and experience points. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the power attribute 20 is obtained. Ding. Pickup successfully, get speed attribute 11. Ding. Pickup successfully, get defense attribute 22. Ding. Pickup successfully, get experience points 200. Sure enough, these attribute points and experience points can really be picked up. Hey, so to speak, this trial tower is better for me than others. Long Chen was overjoyed and smiled. In the trial tower, not only can you break through the barriers, but also pick up attributes to improve your strength. Isn't it wonderful? The only pity is that the attributes and experience of these zombies in the trial tower are much less than those of the zombies outside. But all of this can be compensated by quantity. In just half a minute, Long Chen solved all the dozens of zombies that surrounded him, effortlessly. However, zombies still appeared from time to time, and Long Chen frowned. These zombies emerged from the ground too slowly, and I don't know if they can be killed in a minute. Hey! There seems to be ripples where these zombies come out. Long Chen suddenly discovered such a pattern, and he quickly confirmed his guess. If so, it would be easy to handle. Long Chen directly observed the ripples on the ground. As long as there were ripples, it meant that a zombie was about to crawl out. Long Chen didn't give them a chance at all, and directly stabbed them with the tyrant knife. This way, it saves them the time to crawl out. At 45 seconds, there were no more ripples, and the mechanical voice finally rang. Congratulations, you have passed the first floor in 1 minute, and you have received rewards. 100,000 alliance coins, please collect them yourself. With 100,000 Union coins in hand, Long Chen didn't care much about Union coins at first, but after discovering that Union coins could be purchased from the Dragon Temple's online store, he finally began to pay attention. Do you continue to challenge the second layer? The mechanical voice sounded again, and Long Chen said yes without hesitation, and the surrounding scenes began to change. At the same time, outside the trial tower, Everyone was paying attention to the information displayed on a screen on the trial tower. That's Long Chen's information about entering the barrier. When they saw him actually pass the first floor in 45 seconds, those who thought he could barely pass the first floor were shocked. Damn, this newcomer is a ruthless man. He actually made it through the first floor in less than a minute. I just want to shout out now. Old Dian 666. I am now starting to wonder how many floors he can reach. Everyone's eyes focused on the screen on the trial tower. Xiao Yan's eyes widened at this time. It was not difficult to break through the first level, but it would be difficult to pass the level within a minute. When he first challenged, it took 2 minutes for the first level. Even for those members who were at the bottom of the rankings, it took 1 minute, but Long Chen only took 45 seconds. As far as he knows, it seems that only the top 10 members of the top 10 can have such a record. As for the shock of the outside world, Long Chen in the tower knew nothing. He was observing the surrounding environment. At this time, he was already in a plain. On the plain, many mutant beasts gathered. Mutant wolves, mutant wild boar, mutant bison, etc. are all second-order mutant beasts. Although not as many as the first level in quantity, but in terms of quality, the first level is definitely overwhelming. If the members of the Dragon Temple are generally able to pass the first level, then the number of those who can pass the second level is much less. I am afraid that only those members who are on the list or are about to be ranked can break through this second level. Chapter 52, Go through a few levels. The challenge has officially begun. The challenge goal: kill all mutant beasts. Clearance reward: successfully challenged within 1 minute, you can get 1 million union coins. If you challenge successfully within 2 minutes, you can get 500,000 union coins. If you challenge successfully within 3 minutes, you can get 100,000 union coins. More than 3 minutes, no reward. Because Long Chen's level is only between the second tier or intermediate to the high level, the difficulty set for him on the second floor of the trial tower is dozens of second-tier mutant beasts. If the challenger is a tier 3 or even tier 4 evolutionary, then the level of these mutant beasts will increase accordingly. However, even though Long Chen only had a tier 2 level, he also had a combat power comparable to tier 4. Therefore, these dozens of second-order mutant beasts are no different from ants in his eyes. Dominates the world. Long Chen displayed his dominance of the world, a 6-fold increase in strength, and he entered the animal herd with a domineering sword in his hand. The knife came out like a shadow, and every cold light flashed, and it also signaled the death of a mutant beast. Ding. Pick up successfully, and gain strength attribute 30. Ding. Pick up successfully. Get experience points 1000. The mutant beasts of the second layer also drop more attributes than the first layer, but they are only a few. Relatively speaking, the experience value drops more. Puff. As the last mutant wild boar was cut in half by the tyrant knife, there was no more mutant beast on this plane. It only took Long Chen 40 seconds to kill these dozen second-order mutant beasts, even 5 seconds faster than the first level. Because no matter whether it is a tier 1 zombie or tier 2 mutant beast, he can kill with a single blow, and the number of mutant beasts is less than that of zombies, so he spends less time. At this time, everyone who looked at the information displayed on the screen from the appearance of the tower was shocked again. Worry, the second floor has passed, and the time is faster than the first floor. This trial tower will not be a problem, right? Xiao Yan also widened his eyes and looked at the screen, which showed that Long Chen had successfully passed the second level of news within a minute. When he first broke into the second floor, it took a full 2 minutes and 10 seconds. He even felt that Long Chen would definitely be able to pass the third floor. One thing that was not sure was how long it would take him to pass the third floor. Congratulations, you have passed the second tier in 1 minute, and you have received a reward. 1 million union coins. Please collect it yourself. With the sound of the mechanical sound, Long Chen's face was delighted, and another 1 million arrived. Moreover, killing these dozens of mutant beasts also allowed him to pick up more than 1,000 points of attribute value. This trial tower really didn't come wrong. Do you continue to challenge the third layer? The mechanical voice sounded again. Long Chen also replied yes again. The scene changed again. This time mutant beasts still appeared, but they were replaced by more ferocious tigers, leopards, and lions, and their general levels were above the second-order advanced level. And there were even dozens of third-order strange beasts. The challenge has officially begun. The challenge goal: kill all mutant beasts. Clearance reward: if you succeed in the challenge within 1 minute, you can get a bottle of gene potion refined with the reward of tier 3 energy. If you challenge successfully within 2 minutes, you can get the gene refined with the reward of tier 2 energy. A bottle of potion: if you succeed in the challenge within 3 minutes, you will receive a bottle of genetic potion refined from the rewards of Tier 1 Energy Essence. More than 3 minutes, no reward. This time it is no longer rewarding alliance coins, but genetic medicine. The genetic medicine made from the third order energy refinement sounds pretty good. Long Chen also rushed through the third layer within 1 minute, and he did not consume too much energy. But Long Chen also felt some pressure. This was only the third layer, and the third order mutant beast had already appeared. If you reach the fourth, fifth or even later, will there be more powerful mutant beasts or zombies? After all, the difficulty of each layer of the trial tower has increased exponentially. Although there is some pressure, Long Chen will not give up because of this. He continues to choose to challenge the fourth layer. The scene changed again, and the fourth floor became full of ice and snow. The challenge begins. The challenge goal: kill the snowman. The time limit is 1 minute. Clearance reward: kill more than 200 snowmen. Reward: a bottle of Tier 4 gene potion. Kill more than 120 snowmen. Reward: a bottle of Tier 3 gene potion. Kill more than 60 snowmen. Reward: Tier 2 gene a bottle of potion. Less than 60. The challenge failed. The conditions this time are different from before. You need to kill at least 60 snows in 1 minute. If you exceed this time, it will be directly counted as a challenge failure. Killing 60 snowmen in 1 minute is not equivalent to killing 1 in 1 second. And the snowmen here are all powerful existences equivalent to Tier 3 zombies. The difficulty of this fourth level can really make me pay attention. Long Chen narrowed his eyes, and he didn't have any worries. He had only used half of his strength before breaking through the first few floors. Gravity field, suppress me. Long Chen directly used the earth power, and the gravity within a radius of tens of meters suddenly increased, and the snowman that emerged from the snow was directly crushed to the ground by this huge pressure. There were even those with poor strength who were directly crushed into snow piles. Mao Ying Phantom Step. Long Chen once again used the Phantom Step of the Cat Shadow. The speed increased greatly, and it turned into an afterimage to walk through the group of snowmen. The knife light danced among the snowmen with his afterimage. Each snowman turned into snow water, but at the same time, more snowmen emerged from the snow. Soon, 1 minute passed. Congratulations on killing 253 snowmen in 1 minute, and rewarding a bottle of Tier 4 genetic potion. As long as killing 200 snowmen in 1 minute is the best, Long Chen has overcompleted. Call. Long Chen took a breath, and the fourth floor made him a little tired. He actually passed the fourth floor again. My god, it seems that only the ruthless people from the Danban have passed the fourth floor in our dragon temple, right? This is not the point. He actually killed more than 250 snowmen. Is he really new here? He is so strong. Everyone watching outside the tower was shocked again, and they found that every time Long Chen went through one floor, they were greatly shocked. Brother, Long Chen is so strong. Next to Xiao Yan, Xiao Xiaoxun was also very shocked. He knew that Long Chen was very powerful, but he didn't expect to be so powerful. Even her elder brother stopped at the fourth floor, and Long Chen actually passed through, and he had such a good result. It's just a pity that his level is too low. When he reaches the third order evolutionary, I'm afraid he will be on the list. Xiao Yan also nodded and said, the last place on the Earth list is a Tier 4 evolutionary. He is also a Tier 4 evolutionary, and Long Chen is only a Tier 2 now. Although Long Chen's combat power is very strong in the same level, the ground and sky lists do not look at the combat power of the same level, but look at the comprehensive combat power. Long Chen's current level is still too low. Chapter 53, 7th Floor Challenge. The 5th layer. In the trial tower, Long Chen shouted. The next moment, a great ape appeared in front of Long Chen. The giant ape is huge, standing up equivalent to 2 dragons, reaching a height of nearly 4 meters. They are all as high as 1 floor. On this 5th floor, Long Chen had only one opponent, and that was the great ape in front of him. This is a violent ape, with the strength of the 3rd tier peak. Long Chen stared at the giant ape in front of him. The violent ape was a Tier 3 mutant, possessing powerful strength and physique, which was very difficult to deal with. Even the average Tier 4 evolutionary dare not say that they can beat it. On the 5th floor, I encountered a mutant beast comparable to Tier 4, which is difficult to deal with. The challenge has officially begun. The challenge goal: kill the violent apes. Clearance reward: if you succeed in the challenge within 5 minutes, you can get a bottle of rewarded Tier 5 genetic medicine. If you challenge successfully within 10 minutes, you will get a bottle of rewarded Tier 4 genetic medicine. Over 10 minutes, no reward. 5 minutes, it seems I can't keep my hand. Long Chen thought to himself. At the same time, the violent ape had already taken action. Its 2 sandbag big fists slammed towards Long Chen fiercely, and before they hit Long Chen, that punching force already made Long Chen feel its power. Dominates the world. Long Chen once again showed his dominance over the world, with a 6-fold increase. directly increasing his strength to 100,000 kilograms. In terms of strength alone, he has reached the level of Tier 4 with a six-fold increase. Boom! With fists and fists, Long Chen suddenly felt a powerful force surge, and his body involuntarily retreated a dozen steps. The violent ape also took a few steps back, but seeing it look like this, it should not look hurt. Although my strength has reached the level of Tier 4 with the increase in the dominance of the world, I still suffer from other aspects. Long Chen frowned. Judging from this battle, he found several problems with himself. Although the strength is strong enough, other aspects need to be improved. In terms of defense, he can still rely on the Doomsday Warframe, but after all, the Doomsday Warframe is only a foreign object, so you can't rely too much on it. Roar! The violent ape didn't give Long Chen too much time to think, and rushed towards him again. It's been 2 minutes. It looks like a quick decision. A sharp light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. He put away his tyrant sword, and pointed his finger at the violent ape. Thunder Trial. Dark clouds condensed on the violent monkey head, and Long Chen planned to use his most powerful move. The Trial of Thunder. The Thunder skill that he comprehended from Thunder ability. He used this trick to kill a Tier 4 evolutionary. Kill! Long Chen shouted, and a flash of lightning fell in the dark clouds. The violent ape rushed towards Long Chen's body, and lightning struck directly on its head, causing the violent ape's body to burst open suddenly. Ding! Pick up successfully. Gain strength 200. Ding! Pick up successfully. Get defense 250. Ding! Pick up successfully. Get experience points 5000. After picking up the attributes dropped by the violent ape, Long Chen gasped for breath. The Trial of Thunder is still very mental. Do you continue to challenge the 6th layer? That mechanical voice didn't give Long Chen time to rest at all, so he asked directly. Yes. Long Chen nodded again. The 5th floor was not his limit. The scene changed again, and Long Chen felt that the temperature between heaven and earth began to rise suddenly. Above the sky, fireballs began to drop. The challenge has officially begun. The challenge goal: to avoid the fireball from heaven. This time it was not against monsters, but to avoid fireballs. With the falling of the mechanical sound, the fireballs in the sky began to fall. They seemed to be specifically aimed at Long Chen, and the location of the falling was on Long Chen's side. There were only 10 fireballs in the first wave, and Long Chen easily avoided. There were 20 fireballs in the second wave, and Long Chen still easily avoided. The third wave is 30. The fourth wave is 40. The number of fireballs in each wave will greatly increase, and Long Chen can understand that this 6th level of trial is to test the challenger's speed and reaction ability. By the time of the 10th wave, 100 fireballs had been dropped. Long Chen started to dodge using Moying's magic steps. In the 20th wave, 200 fireballs had almost closed all of Long Chen's retreat. Teleport. Long Chen used his spatial ability and instantly appeared where there was no fireball. To be honest, this 6th level test is very easy for Long Chen. He who has spatial abilities can easily dodge these fireballs. So there was such a scene. The fireball descended like raindrops, and Long Chen's figure kept flickering in this space. But these fireballs could not touch him. However, spatial abilities are still very mentally exhausting. Just when Long Chen felt a little unable to hold it, the mechanical voice finally rang. Congratulations on your successful challenge on the 6th floor of the trial tower. Will you continue to challenge the 7th floor? Long Chen took a breath, and a bit of warfare flashed in his eyes. The 7th floor. That's not even the undefeated dragon god can get through. He was also very curious as to where this 7th floor could actually block the first strong man of today. Carry on. Long Chen nodded fiercely, and as his voice fell, the scene began to change again. Chapter 54, Mirror. Oh my god. He passed the 6th floor. Does he continue to enter the 7th floor? That's only the dragon god who has entered. You said, will he break the record of Lord Dragon God? Impossible. I admit that this person is super talented, but it is absolutely impossible to surpass Lord Dragon God. Outside the trial tower, everyone couldn't help but wipe their eyes after seeing the prompt that Long Chen had successfully passed the 6th floor. They even thought that they were dazzled and misunderstood. The 6th floor, so far, only the Dragon God has successfully overcome it. Who is Lord Dragon God? The strongest man in mankind. Could the one in the tower now become the second Dragon God? Brother, you said, can Big Brother Long Chen pass the 7th floor? Xiao Xiaoxun asked Xiao Yan, who was already speechless in shock. Xiao Yan wanted to subconsciously say that it was impossible, because in his opinion, it was impossible for anyone to break the record of Lord Dragon God. But then he swallowed the sentence again. Is it really impossible? He also thought that Long Chen couldn't make it to the 6th floor, but didn't the miracle still happen? Who knows whether this miracle man will continue to create another miracle? I don't know, but I know that even if he can't make it through, his reputation will resonate throughout the Dragon Temple and even the entire world, because he has done what only the Dragon God can do so far. Xiao Yan said with a serious face. Xiao Xiaoxun is not from the Dragon Temple, so maybe he doesn't know what this means. But he knew that the talent of a person who could reach the 7th floor of the Trial Tower was absolutely unparalleled. As long as he is given time, it is not impossible to become the next Dragon God. Long Chen didn't even know the shock of the outside world. He was already startled by the scene in front of him. At this moment, in front of him, a mirror appeared. In the mirror, his appearance was reflected. But what really stunned Long Chen was his expressionless face, and he in the mirror showed a wicked sneer. The challenge on the 7th floor of the Trial Tower has officially begun, with the goal, to defeat the self in the mirror. Clearance reward. You can choose any 6-star exercises, combat skills or other treasures in the treasure house. The rewards of the 7th floor are not graded, which means that from the Dragon God Temple, almost no one can get past the 7th floor. After all, even the Palace Master of the Dragon God Temple, known as the undefeated Dragon God, failed this 7th level test. The self in the mirror? Long Chen squinted his eyes, and the next moment he saw Long Chen in the mirror, and he walked out. And that Long Chen has been looking at Long Chen with his evil expression. Who are you? Long Chen asked suddenly. He didn't know if the other party would answer. He just subconsciously asked casually, I am you. What surprised Long Chen game was that this Long Chen actually responded to him. I have all your abilities. In other words, I am you. You will, I will, you will not, I will not. Your task is to defeat me or kill me. Long Chen took a deep breath. He finally knew why the undefeated Dragon God stopped at the 7th floor. Because this 7th level test is too abnormal. The opponent is himself, who has all his abilities. How to fight this? Can you beat yourself? Long Chen didn't know what a strange thing was to come up with such a test. Can he pass this test himself? I want to ask, has anyone successfully passed the 7th floor so far? Long Chen asked. He asked before the undefeated Dragon God. Have. Mirror Long Chen nodded. Only then did Long Chen relax. Since someone has successfully challenged, it at least shows that this is not a bug. As long as there is a chance to succeed, even if it is only a little bit, Long Chen will never give up. It's not because of the so-called reward, or the honor of breaking records. It is simply that he is not convinced. Since someone can succeed, then he must also succeed. Come on. Long Chen beckoned to the mirror image Long Chen. Mirroring Long Chen's decisive move, Long Chen instantly felt the pressure on his body increased. This is the field of Earth, the force field of gravity. Almost instantly, the mirror image Long Chen rushed towards Long Chen. Rebuke. Long Chen decisively used another ability in the Earth domain, repulsion. Sure enough, the pressure quickly disappeared, and at the same time the mirror image Long Chen's attack had already arrived. Long Chen slammed a punch, the two fists collided, and the two blasted back a few steps at the same time. Sure enough, he has the same strength as mine, and he is no different. Long Chen's punch used the power of dominating the world, but it was still on par with the mirror image of Long Chen. Thunder Trial. Thunder Trial. The two simultaneously used the skills of the Thunder ability, and two Sky Thunders fell from the sky, but they were avoided at the same time. They are too familiar with their own abilities, so it is impossible to hurt each other. If you haven't thought of a way to defeat me, then I advise you to quit. Mirror Long Chen smiled evilly and said, I have an idea. You came out of the mirror. Does that mean that the strength you possess is actually the strength when I first arrived on the 7th floor? Long Chen asked suddenly. This question directly stunned the mirror image of Long Chen. What do you mean? If my current strength surpasses the previous strength, can I defeat you? Long Chen asked again. Well, the method you said is indeed possible, but now you are in the trial tower, it is impossible to increase your strength, and if you go out and come in again, my strength will still be equal to yours. Mirror image Long Chen understood what Long Chen meant, but shook his head and said, if that's the case, it will be easier. Long Chen also smiled evilly, and then said something in his heart. Pick up. While fighting the mirror image Long Chen, he discovered that the mirror image Long Chen can also drop attribute points. And from the words of mirror Long Chen just now, he can also be sure that the strength of mirror Long Chen is only his strength when he just looked in the mirror. Then, as long as he picked up those attributes now, his strength would be stronger than the mirror image Long Chen. Even if it is not strong, that is enough. Ding. Pick up successfully, get power attribute 50. Ding. Pick up successfully, get speed attribute 30. Picking up the attributes dropped by the mirror image of Long Chen felt that his attributes had improved by dozens of points. Although dozens of points are not many, at this moment it is the last straw to overwhelm the camel. It's over. Long Chen sneered and rushed towards the mirror image Long Chen. Chapter 55. Mirror ability boom. Long Chen's fist penetrated the mirror image Long Chen's heart. Then, the mirror image of Long Chen's body began to dissipate, seeing the other one disappearing before his eyes. Long Chen couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart. It's like killing yourself. Ding. It is detected that there are pickup attributes near the host. Do you want to pick it up? Just as Long Chen sighed secretly, the system prompt suddenly appeared. Long Chen immediately discovered that in the place where the mirror image Long Chen disappeared, there was an extra light group. Looking at the appearance of this light group, it seems that it is not an ordinary attribute point. Pick up, Long Chen said in his heart. The next moment the light group was sucked into his body by Long Chen. Ding. Pick up successfully. Get the mirroring ability LV1. Mirror ability. The user can mirror himself, and the mirror image has the same appearance, ability and combat power as the body, and the body and the mirror can change positions at will. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Long Chen couldn't help taking a breath. This ability is awesome. It is equivalent to saying that as long as he uses the mirror image ability, two dragons will appear, and the position between the mirror image and the body can be changed at will. In this way, if Long Chen cooperates with the mirror to confront the enemy, it is definitely not as simple as 1+1. Moreover, when necessary, he can also choose to use mirroring to protect his life. It's just a pity that the mirror has a limited time to exist. Maybe when the level of the mirror's ability increases, his existence time will increase. Long Chen thought to himself, now the mirror image ability has only one level, and the mirror image Long Chen can only appear for 5 seconds. Time is too short. System, upgrade the mirroring ability. Ding. Consume 5,000 experience points, and the mirroring ability is promoted to LV2. Ding. Consume 10,000 experience points, the mirroring ability is promoted to LV3. Ding. Consume 20,000 experience points, and the mirroring ability is promoted to LV4. Although Long Chen didn't pick up many attribute points in the trial tower, he still picked up a lot of experience points, and now it can be used to upgrade the mirroring ability. The mirror image ability at level 4 will be able to summon the mirror image Long Chen for 5 minutes. Don't underestimate these 5 minutes. Sometimes, even just 1 second can change the entire battle. The 7th level challenge is successful. Do you continue to challenge the 8th level? The mechanical sound of the trial tower sounded again. Carry on. Long Chen nodded again. Outside the trial tower, he really passed the 7th floor. I'm not dreaming. He actually broke the record of Lord Dragon God. Oh my god. He actually has to continue to break through the barriers. Does he want to be the first person to reach the top of the trial tower? At this time, there was already a crowd of people outside the trial tower, more than when Long Chen entered. Since Long Chen entered the 7th floor, there have been so many people outside the trial tower. They all wanted to see who it was that was actually qualified to break the record of the unbeatable Dragon God. On the 8th floor of the trial tower, Long Chen stared at the person in front of him solemnly. Yes, it was a person, not a mutant beast or a zombie. Rather, a tier 5 evolutionary. And Long Chen's goal was not to defeat this person, but to last 10 minutes under his hands. If it is said that before obtaining the mirror image ability, Long Chen is not sure to last 10 minutes under the hands of a 5th Order evolutionary. After all, although the 5th Order evolutionary and the 4th Order evolutionary are only a 1st order difference, their strengths are quite different. Long Chen can kill ordinary tier 4 evolutionists, but it is absolutely impossible to beat a tier 5 evolutionary. After all, he was just a 2nd Order evolutionary. However, with the mirroring ability, coupled with the life-saving space ability and other means, not to mention defeating a tier 5 evolutionary, it should not be difficult to survive at least 10 minutes. 5 minutes later, Long Chen's figure began to dissipate, and then appeared outside the trial tower. He still overestimated himself. The 5th Order evolutionary was too strong, and in just 5 minutes, he was judged dead by the trial tower. It seems that my strength needs to be improved. Long Chen thought in his heart. Since the trial tower has the 9th floor, it means that someone must have broken through to the 9th floor. This shows that Long Chen is not the strongest among his peers. Why are there so many people? Long Chen looked outside the tower strangely. He remembered that there were not so many people before he entered the tower. And why are these people staring at themselves? Brother Long Chen. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaoxun greeted them. Xiao Yan's eyes towards Long Chen were full of admiration and curiosity. Brother Long Chen, you are so amazing. You actually made it to the 8th floor. Xiao Yan looked at Long Chen with bright eyes. Do you know that you broke the record of Lord Dragon God? And from today onwards, your reputation will surely resound throughout the Dragon God Temple. Long Chen looked around at the people who looked at him, knowing that Xiao Yan was right. His name will probably be known by many people. But Long Chen didn't care about these false names. He broke into the 8th floor just to test his own strength. Brother Xiao, Where can I get the reward for the trial tower? Long Chen asked. He had already reached the 8th level, and each level was the best, and he could receive many rewards. I'll take you, Xiao Yan said quickly, and then took Long Chen to the place to receive the reward. The people around couldn't help but make way for them. In this apocalypse, the strong are respected, and the Dragon Temple is even more so. Long Chen can show such strength and talent, and naturally can also be respected by everyone. After receiving the reward, Xiao Yan said to Long Chen, "By the way, brother Long Chen, have you been to the training room, cultivation room? What is that place?" Long Chen asked. He was the first to come, and the first to come was the trial tower. The training room is also a treasure of the Dragon Temple, where the time is several times longer than that of the outside world. In other words, if you practice in the practice room for a day, it is equivalent to cultivating for a few days outside. Xiao Yan quickly explained to Long Chen. If he had only made friends with Long Chen because of his sister's face before, then after seeing his talent, Xiao Yan really wanted to make friends with him. Oh, the time is different. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Long Chen's heart moved. This training room can actually change the time, which is too bad. Go, take me to see. Long Chen said hurriedly. He was also a little interested in this training room. Xiao Yan nodded, and then took Long Chen to the training room. Walking on the road, Long Chen suddenly stopped. He saw a familiar figure not far away. It was Zhuge Lianyu who had recruited Long Chen in Jinling City. At this time, Zhuge Lianyu was wearing a white skirt, with a frosty face and a snow-white skirt, just like a fairy who can't eat fireworks. And beside her, there was also a young man. Chapter 56. Broken so many for the first time. It's Zhuge Lianyu, and the one beside him is Murong Yanshan. Xiao Yan, who was walking beside Long Chen, also saw the two walking side by side not far away. Zhuge Lianyu, ranked first in the sky, Murong Yanshan, ranked second in the sky. The two walking together attracted the attention of many people. Zhuge Lianyu shouldn't need to be introduced to you. You should know that Murong Yanshan is a descendant of the Murong family in the ancient city of Yandu. He ranks second in the Dragon Temple ranking list. It is also rumored that his strength is actually not weaker than Zhuge Lianyu. Just because I like her, so I never choose to challenge, Xiao Yan said in Long Chen's ear. Long Chen nodded, and walked towards Zhuge Lianyu. In any case, he was also invited by Zhuge Lianyu. Get acquainted with each other, and say hello when you see it. Miss Zhuge. Long Chen stepped forward and said hello. Zhuge Lianyu turned around and saw Long Chen with a hint of surprise on her face. And Murong Yanshan beside her was dissatisfied, as if it was upset that Long Chen disturbed the world of both him and Zhuge Lianyu. I heard that you challenged the trial tower when you first came to the Dragon God Temple, and you also broke through to the 8th floor, breaking the record of the Dragon God Temple Lord. Zhuge Lianyu looked at Long Chen with a slightly strange expression. The reputation of Long Chen has spread to the Dragon Temple almost immediately, breaking the record of the Lord of the Dragon Temple. This is probably the only case. Ha ha ha, just a fluke, Long Chen said with some embarrassment. He really didn't want to be famous by this. There is no fluke in the practice, it is all your strength, Zhuge Lianyu said sternly, with some approval in her eyes looking at Long Chen. After all, Long Chen was also recruited by her, and if she can achieve something, her face is also bright. Hearing Zhuge Lianyu actually praised Long Chen, the Murong Yanshan beside her squinted. Having known Zhuge Lianyu for so long, it was the first time that he saw Zhuge Lianyu and would praise a peer. By the way, Miss Zhuge, I would like to thank you for reminding me earlier, Long Chen said. He was referring to Zhuge Lianyu's previous reminder that Chen Tanming might retaliate against him. Thank you. Why don't I invite you to dinner? When Long Chen said this, Xiao Yan who stood beside him was shocked. Oh my god, he actually invited Zhuge Lianyu to dinner. Didn't he know that Murong Yanshan was pursuing Zhuge Lianyu? Sure enough, the dissatisfaction on Murong Yanshan's face was even more obvious at this time. Leng Yu is busy practicing, so don't waste her time, Murong Yanshan said with an unhappy expression. In the entire Dragon Temple, who doesn't know that Lao Tzu is pursuing Zhuge Lianyu? You dare to invite him to dinner in front of me? Are you provoking me? I asked Miss Zhuge. Long Chen said calmly. He naturally could see Murong Yanshan's dissatisfaction with him. But so what? He does things only by his own mind. Why care about the thoughts of others? Leng will definitely not agree. You are just asking yourself embarrassment. Seeing that Long Chen dared to have such an attitude towards him, Murong Yanshan was angry. But perhaps because Zhuge Lianyu was by his side, he had to keep the appearance of the humble son, so he endured it. Okay, but I don't have time today. Let's make an appointment tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Liu nodded in agreement after hesitating for a while. Murong Yanshan's face instantly became as ugly as pig liver. I have something else, so I won't talk for now, see you later. With that, Liu nodded to Long Chen, and left. Smelling the faint fragrance in the air, looking at Liu's graceful back, the corner of Long Chen's mouth raised slightly. I have to say that this girl is indeed very attractive, and Long Chen is also a normal man and naturally has some thoughts about her. It's just a pity that it's too cold. Long Chen thought in his heart, I'm afraid this is her only shortcoming. Just as Long Chen was thinking about it, he felt his shoulders sink, and he kept patting on it with unfriendly hands. Long Chen looked up and saw Murong Yanshan looking at him coldly. Any suggestions? Long Chen asked indifferently, without fear, because the other party was the second member of the ranking list. Boy, I've heard about you. I broke the record on the 7th floor of the trial tower on the first day. It's really good, but after all, talent is just a talent. If a genius can't grow up, no matter how good it is, useless. Liu is my woman. You better not have any thoughts about her, otherwise, I have a way to prevent you from hanging in the Dragon Temple. Murong Yanshan stared at Long Chen sternly. The threat in his tone was very obvious. Oh, when did Miss Duga be your woman? I think she doesn't seem to be special to you, but you have been following her sternly. Long Chen sneered, and Liu left without calling Murong Yanshan, which shows that the two people have no special relationship at all. It must be Murong Yanshan's wishful thinking. Murong Yanshan was furious, but there were so many people around him watching. Liu did not go far, and he was not easy to do it. So he could only gritted his teeth and said, well, wait and see for me, and I will let you know what it is to offend me. After that, Murong Yanshan waved his sleeves and walked towards Liu. The passers-by all around looked at Long Chen with surprise. This guy actually dared to provoke Murong Yanshan, who was second in the top ranking. Is it so bold? Brother Long Chen, you dare to provoke Murong Yanshan. This guy's character is a must-have. You may be in trouble. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly next to him. This Long Chen brother could really cause trouble. On the first day he first came to the Dragon Temple, he broke the record of the trial tower and provoked Murong Yanshan, who was second on the top list. It's hard not to be famous. The soldiers came to cover the water and earth, and besides, I don't like that guy's look above the top. Long Chen said casually, and didn't feel fear because of provoke Murong Yanshan. What about the second place in the top ranking? If you don't open your eyes to provoke him, then Long Chen doesn't mind playing in his position. Fuck, brother Long Chen, I really admire you. There are many people in the Dragon Temple who are unhappy with Murong Yanshan, but you are the only one who dares to face him. Xiao Yan gave Long Chen a thumbs up and gave a compliment. His appreciation of Long Chen is also getting stronger and stronger. Not only has such a powerful talent, but also has a heart of fearless brave. As long as he does not fall halfway, it is only a matter of time before he becomes the overlord of one party. And you are the first to successfully invite Liu to dinner. My god. It was the first time that you broke so many on the first day you came to the Dragon Temple. Broke so many for the first time? Brother, you have an ambiguity. Why does it sound weird? Okay, Xiao Yan, let's hurry up. Long Chen gave a wry smile. It seems that there is a wretched heart hidden under this simple appearance of Xiao Yan. Chapter 57, Deliberately Find Fault. There are 10 training rooms in the entire Dragon Temple, but there are hundreds of members. Hundreds competed for 10 training rooms, which made the training room very popular, and it was good luck to get it once. When Long Chen and Xiao Yan came to the training room, there was still an empty room right now. Brother Long Chen, go in first. I'll be waiting outside. If you want to practice in the practice room, you will need to spend union coins, so the people inside will not stay for long. Xiao Yan said, it takes 10,000 union coins to practice for an hour in the practice room, which is quite expensive. This is also to prevent someone from occupying cultivation for their own use. Okay. Long Chen was not polite, nodded, and went to the elder who was in charge of the training room to register. First pay 100,000 alliance coins as a deposit. The elder said without looking up. This is a normal procedure. You must first pay a deposit, then go in for practice, and then you will get more refunds and less supplements according to your time. Long Chen challenged the trial tower and obtained several million union coins. So without hesitation, he took out his gold card and prepared to hand it to the elder. But at this moment, a card appeared on the elder's table before him. I want this training room. At the same time, a voice sounded behind Long Chen. Long Chen frowned and turned to look, only to see a young man in his early 20s standing behind him. Long Chen remembered him. His name was Zhao Sanjuo, and he was ranked 67th in the ranking. Sorry, I came first. You should wait for the next one. Long Chen said to Zhao Sanjuo, as long as the deposit has not been paid, there is no first come first served distinction. I want this training room. Zhao Sanjuo said coldly. There is only one training room now. Tell me when you decide. The elder lowered his head and said, as if he didn't care about it at all. He is only responsible for registration and collection of money. Other matters are not in his control. Zhao Sanjuo, what do you mean? Xiao Yan also had a gloomy expression at this time. This Zhao Sanjuo obviously saw that Long Chen was brought by him, so he dared to the training room with him. Isn't this having trouble with him? What can I mean? The training room is public, and there is no rule that it can only be used by you. Zhao Sanjuo shrugged and said, you. Xiao Yan was furious, but didn't know what to say, because Zhao Sanjuo's words were fine. Forget it, Xiao Yan, big deal. Let's wait until the next training room becomes vacant before going in. Long Chen patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder and said, he doesn't want to cause trouble here. Ha ha ha, you think it's pretty good, but unfortunately, I have several brothers waiting here. Who knows that as soon as Long Chen finished speaking, Zhao Sanjuo sneered again, and a group of people appeared behind him. The expressions of Xiao Yan and Long Chen turned gloomy in an instant. They were not fools. So why couldn't they see it at this time? Zhao Sanjuo had come to find fault on purpose. I shouldn't have any conflicts with you, Long Chen said in a deep voice. He just came to the Dragon Temple. It is impossible to conflict with Zhao Sanjuo. Why is this guy deliberately looking for him? Of course we don't have any contradictions, but it's a pity that you provoke Master Murong. If you dare to provoke Master Murong, you won't be well in the Dragon Temple. Zhao Sanjuo sneered. Long Chen suddenly understood that on the first day he came to the Dragon God Temple, if he had any conflicts with him, that was Murong Yanshan. But I didn't expect this guy to send someone to find his fault so soon. Zhao Sanjuo, thanks to you being a member of the list, are you willing to be a dog of Murong Yanshan? Xiao Yan said coldly. Who can enter the ranking list is not one of a million geniuses, is a group of arrogant people. How can they be willing to be someone else's dog? But Zhao Sanjuo seems to be an exception. Ha ha, Xiao Yan, don't pretend to be so noble. You just want to be the dog of Master Murong. You don't necessarily deserve it. Why do you think I have improved so quickly? Thanks to Master Murong's reward. Soon, my strength will be able to rise to the next level. This Zhao Sanjuo was actually proud of being a dog of Murong Yanshan. Let's talk. What do you want to do? If it only prevents me from entering the training room, then I will come back in a few days. I don't believe you can still wait for me. Long Chen spoke quickly. I don't bully you. In this way, we will fight fairly. As long as you can defeat me, then I will no longer block you from entering the training room, and even all your expenses in the training room will be paid by me. But if you lose, then exit the Dragon Temple and leave the ancient city of Yandu forever. Originally, there were quite a few people in the training room, and people passing by crowded around after hearing the movement. When Zhao Sanjuo said that he wanted to fight Long Chen fairly, the discussion suddenly sounded. This seems to be Zhao Sanjuo, isn't he 67th on the list? Who is that young man? He looks a little strange. He's a newcomer, right? He fights 2 duels, isn't that a bully? No, you don't even know that young man. He is the ruthless man who challenged the Trial Tower and broke the record of Lord Dragon God not long ago. Oh, I remember now. It turns out that he is Long Chen, but although he is very talented, he is only a tier 2 evolutionary now. How could he be Zhao Sanjuo's opponent? Long Chen's reputation has reverberated throughout the Dragon Temple, so someone recognized him soon. Although they all knew that Long Chen had broken the record of the Trial Tower, they didn't think that Long Chen could defeat Zhao Sanjuo. After all, this was the 67th in the rankings, and Long Chen was just a newcomer after all. The level gap is still too big. Zhao Sanjuo, what kind of ability to bully a newcomer? Have a kind of duel with me? Xiao Yan shouted angrily. Although he was very optimistic about Long Chen was only a tier 2 evolutionary after all. He is optimistic about Long Chen's future, and now his level is still too low. Don't worry, I will replace the 66th place on your list sooner or later, but not now. With that, Zhao Sanjuo looked at Long Chen again. Well, if you are a man, don't hold back, otherwise you will be looked down upon. In the Dragon Temple, it is possible to refuse to be challenged, but few people will refuse because once they refuse, they will be looked down upon. Winning or not is one aspect, daring or not is another aspect. If you don't even have the courage to fight, you will only be rejected. Okay, don't use your aggressive method. Since you are in a hurry to die, then I will fulfill you. Long Chen snorted coldly, and he couldn't see how Zhao Sanjuo was using agitation. But he still agreed, because he has absolute confidence. Chapter 58. Beat Zhao Sanjuo. Brother Long Chen, don't be impulsive. Although Zhao Sanjuo's character is poor, his strength should not be underestimated. After all, you are now. Xiao Yan quickly wanted to persuade Long Chen. He has fought against Zhao Sanjuo, knowing that Zhao Sanjuo's strength is not much better than him. Long Chen is indeed a genius, but he is only a tier 2 evolutionary after all, and perhaps he can leapfrog and defeat tier 3 or even tier 4 evolutionaries outside. But in the Dragon Temple, who is not a genius, it is very difficult to leapfrog the challenge here. Don't worry, Xiao Yan, I have a sense of measure. Long Chen smiled slightly and motioned to Xiao Yan to leave it alone. Boy, you do have a kind. Then let's go to the fighting arena to fight. Zhao Sanjuo sneered. He wasn't just trying to defeat Long Chen. Murong Yanshan is very angry now. He has already said that he must be beaten to maim Long Chen so that he will become a useless person. Don't waste that time. Just fight here. It will be a while anyway. Long Chen shook his head and said, you know you will be killed by me with a single move. Well, if you want to lose quickly, then I will fulfill you. A cruel smile was drawn at the corner of Zhao Sanjuo's mouth, and then his body instantly turned into an afterimage, appearing in front of Long Chen. The right arm was pulled into a bow shape, and then the right fist slammed towards Long Chen. Zhao Sanjuo's punch actually used at least 80% of his power. Does he want to blow Long Chen with a punch? The people around could feel the power of Zhao Sanjuo's punch, and they were shocked. Xiao Yan's expression also changed suddenly, and he wanted to stop it. But he knew that once the two sides agreed to a duel, then he could not interfere. Is it over? Almost everyone thought that Long Chen could not escape Zhao Sanjuo's punch. Although Long Chen's talent is indeed very strong, better than everyone in the Dragon Temple, otherwise it would be impossible to pass the 7th floor of the Trial Tower. But talent is not equal to strength. The level gap between him and Zhao Sanjuo is too big. Feeling the power of Zhao Sanjuo's punch, Long Chen also narrowed his eyes slightly. This Zhao Sanjuo wanted to destroy himself. Long Chen really couldn't escape Zhao Sanjuo's punch, because he didn't plan to avoid it at all. Dominates the world. Long Chen ran the dominance of the world, and his power instantly increased 6 times. In the Trial Tower, Long Chen also picked up a lot of attribute values, and now he can hit nearly 20,000 kilograms with one punch without using the dominance of the world. At a 6-fold increase, that would be more than 100,000 kilograms. The General Fort Order early evolutionary person has only 100,000 kilograms of power. Thunder power. A punch of 100,000 kilograms of power was slammed, and the fist was covered with flashing thunder. His fist and Zhao Sanjuo's fist banged together, and the thunder exploded in an instant, and Zhao Sanjuo suddenly retreated a few steps. Long Chen remained motionless. What? The comparison of power, Zhao Sanjuo actually fell short. How is this possible? Isn't Long Chen a second-order evolutionary? How can there be such a powerful force? He seems to have released a thunder and lightning. That is actually an awakened one. The people around have exclaimed, and the awakened are much rarer than the evolved ones. Moreover, the powerful awakened one is no weaker than the evolved one. I really underestimated you. You are still an awakened? But the ending will not change. Let's end it. Zhao Sanjuo's face was gloomy. He really underestimated Long Chen, so he didn't use all his strength just now. As a result, he fell into a disadvantage in the first round, which made his face very sad. Therefore, he was angry. Long Xiangquan. Zhao Sanjuo yelled, ready to go. Behind him, there seemed to be a dragon-like phantom. Of course, the phantom of the dragon elephant is not real, but this momentum, which makes people cannot help thinking of the phantom of the dragon elephant. Wow! Zhao Sanjuo let out a roar, and the sleeves on his right arm burst open, revealing his muscular arm. Long Xiangquan. Long Chen has seen in the online shop of the Dragon Temple. The 3-star combat skill can be used to activate the power of the dragon after being displayed. Zhao Sanjuo actually used Long Xiangquan. Does he want to kill Long Chen on the spot? It seems that Zhao Sanjuo was really irritated, and after using Long Xiang fist, Long Chen might be disabled even if he is not dead. The people around sighed and said, they all knew how powerful Dragon Elephant Fist really is. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, his face full of worry. As someone who had fought with Zhao Sanjuo several times, he knew that this Dragon Elephant boxing was one of Zhao Sanjuo's tricks to press the bottom of the box. Even if it was him, he didn't dare to despise it. Boom! Zhao Sanjuo accumulated his momentum to the peak, and slammed his fist towards Long Chen. This punch, hit in the air, seemed to sound the roar of the Dragon Elephant. However, just when Zhao Sanjuo rushed to Long Chen 1 meter away, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Then, a terrifying gravity swept over, and Zhao Sanjuo was directly pressed to his knees by the huge pressure. How is this possible? Zhao Sanjuo's pupils shrank, and he could feel the pressure, as if 100 tons of boulders were pressed on his body. It's hard for him to even stand up, faintly unable to breathe. This is the field application of supernatural powers. I remember, he is the boy in the video. Suddenly someone in the crowd exclaimed. The reason why Long Chen was invited by the Dragon Temple was because the video of killing Mo Kishin was circulated. What really made him valued by the Dragon Temple was not that he was able to kill tier 3 evolutionists at a young age, but that his supernatural powers were domainized. This kind of ability, even a tier 5 evolutionary, might not be able to comprehend it. And Long Chen is just a second-order evolutionary. After the exclaim of the person just now, more and more people also remembered. They all watched the video, but most of them forgot. At this time, the memories were hooked out, and they also found that Long Chen was indeed the person in the video. Impossible, impossible. Zhao Sanjuo roared, gritting his teeth, squeezing out every strength in his body. Finally, stood up. However, when he raised his head, Long Chen's figure appeared in front of him. In my field, you are just an ant, Long Chen said calmly, and then slowly blasted a punch. This punch seemed weak and weak, but when it hit Zhao Sanjuo's chest, it made his body fly out. Puff. A mouthful of blood was spit out, and the blood mist filled the air. Zhao Sanjuo fell to the ground and rubbed it for several meters before he could stop. Originally, with the killing intent you just had on me, I should have killed you. But you are lucky, because you said that all the expenses I spent in the cultivation room are paid by you, so I will spare you my life, Long Chen said lightly. Zhao Sanjuo glared at Long Chen. After hearing the last words of Long Chen, he became angry and spit out another mouthful of blood, then fainted. Chapter 59, Time Ability. Zhao Sanjuo, lost. The audience was silent for an instant, and even the elder who had been bowing his head couldn't help raising his head and looking at Long Chen. Well, do you want to grab the training room with me? Long Chen looked at Zhao Sanjuo's attendants again and asked coldly. Feeling the icy meaning in Long Jin's tone, the group of attendants scattered and fled. Even Zhao Sanjuo is not Long Jin's opponent. They dare to make a second? Brother Xiaoyan, I have advanced to the training room. Long Chen greeted Xiaoyan, then turned around and handed the gold card to the elder who was in charge of the training room. The elder did not accept the gold card, but looked up at Long Chen, with some appreciation in his muddy eyes. I have heard what Zhao Sanjuo said just now. All your expenses in the practice room will be deducted from his card, so you don't need to pay a deposit, said the elder. Long Chen was taken aback for a moment. He originally thought that the elder wouldn't care about this, but he didn't expect to take the initiative to raise it. Okay, thank you, elder. Long Chen thanked him, received the key, and walked into the training room. The practice room looks no different from an ordinary practice room, except that there are more exercise equipment. Xiaoyan said that the time in the training room was different from the outside world, but Long Chen couldn't feel it either. The ratio of the current flow rate to the outside world is 1 to 5. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the training room. Is the flow rate 5 times? Long Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. That is to say, after 5 days of cultivation in this cultivation room, only 1 day passed by the outside world. This is equivalent to 5 times the speed of cultivation. It's just that Long Chen couldn't feel the difference between the flow of time and the outside world at all. But after thinking about it carefully, this was normal. Time is a mysterious thing, and people don't even know whether time exists or not. Who can perceive such plausible things? Xiaoyan couldn't lie to him about this, so Long Chen didn't think much about it. He began to enter a state of cultivation, and according to the method of vomiting, absorbing the natural energy between heaven and earth to strengthen cells and genes. Although the breathing technique has advanced to become the blood-devouring magic power, this does not mean that Long Chen needs to give up the breathing technique. Blood-devouring demon attack is to increase the power of blood by sucking flesh and blood, while breathing technique is to absorb natural energy to strengthen genes and does not conflict. Ding. The host enters the cultivation state and gains all attributes 1. Ding. The host enters the cultivation state and gains all attributes 1. Ding. The host enters the cultivation state and gains all attributes 1. With the continuous ringing of system prompts, Long Chen's attributes are constantly increasing. In the training room, there is no concept of time. Long Chen has already prepared food in his portable space, so he doesn't need to leave at all. In the training room, apart from eating, you are practicing. In this way, I don't know how long it took. Long Chen's cultivation state was suddenly broken by the system prompt in his mind. Ding. It is detected that there are pickable attributes nearby. Do you want to pick it up? Long Chen's long-closed eyes suddenly opened. Properties nearby? Long Chen hurriedly looked around, and sure enough, found that a light group really appeared not far away. A clock seems to be carved on the light ball. Pick up. Long Chen seemed to have thought of something, so he was very excited and hurriedly called to pick it up. The next moment, The system prompt sounded again. Ding. Pick up successfully. Get the time ability LV1. Time ability LV1. Control the flow rate of time. The current level can only speed up the flow rate of time byte-wise. He actually picked up the time ability in this training room. This luck is simply against the sky. If the abilities can also be ranked, then the ordinary elemental abilities can only be regarded as the lowest, such as the control of the earth and the space abilities are higher. The time ability is of higher order than the space ability, because time is more elusive than space. Therefore, time ability requires more experience points to upgrade. Long Chen looked at it, and it took 50,000 to rise to the second level, which was 5 times more than the spatial ability. Now that I have the time ability, even if I don't stay in the training room, my cultivation speed can be doubled. Although it can only speed up the flow of time twice, it is enough. After all, it is impossible to stay in the training room for a long time. Every extra day is spent in vain. Of course, the current Long Chen doesn't need to consider these, and all the expenses in his training room are borne by Zhao Sanjuo. Don't wait for nothing. Thinking of this, Long Chen entered the cultivation state again. He didn't know how long he had passed before he quit the cultivation state again. This time he was woken up. Your time has run out. The elder who was in charge of the training room appeared beside Long Chen at this time. Isn't all my expenses in the training room counted on Zhao Sanjuo? Long Chen doubted. Yes, but you have been in the training room for 10 days. And the union currency in Zhao Sanjuo's account is gone. The elder shrugged and said, 1 hour is 10,000 union coins, and 10 days is 2.4 million. This Zhao Sanjuo is not too rich. He went bankrupt at only 2.4 million. That kid Zhao Sanjuo is also very clever. When he woke up, he transferred all the union currency in his account. If you didn't knock him out for 10 days, you wouldn't be able to stay here so long. The elder seemed to have seen Long Jin's thoughts and explained. It is estimated that Zhao Sanjuo woke up and found that the union currency in his account was decreasing like water, so he made the next move. Okay. Long Chen sighed and left the training room. Xiao Yan didn't know where he was going, but Long Chen had been in the training room for so long, he couldn't have been waiting outside. System, check my attribute table. Long Chen said secretly in his heart. Power, 54,100,000. Speed, 50,001,100. Agility, 51,469,100. Defense, 52,500,100. Spirit, 50,100,000. Skills, Master Blade Technique 03200, Cat Shadow Phantom Step LV5, Earth Ability LV1 016000, Domination of the World LV5, Mind Ability LV304000, Blood Devouring Demon Attack, Thunder Ability LV503200, Space Ability LV408000, Mirroring Ability LV404000, Time Ability LV105000, Experience Value, 2005. The 10 days outside is equivalent to 50 days in the training room. In these 50 days, Long Jin's physical fitness has reached the 3rd level intermediate stage. It is already very fast to directly upgrade from the 2nd tier intermediate to the 3rd tier intermediate. Chapter 60, Embezzlement. However, Long Jin's biggest gain was that time ability. Although the current level is low, it can only speed up his time flow rate twice. But as long as he gathers the experience points and upgrades the time ability, he believes that there will be unexpected surprises. By the way, I almost forgot, I haven't gone to direct a song for money yet. Long Chen suddenly slapped his head. Before, he gave the blueprint books that he had found in the Overlord Demon King's treasury to Guanxi Song, and asked him to help sell them to Dragon Temple. At that time, Guanxi said that there was too much stuff and it took a little time. Now 10 days have passed, and it should be almost done. Thinking of this, Long Chen walked towards the office where Guanxi was in. When Long Chen found Guanxi, he was drinking tea while looking at the book in his hand. Seeing his wretched expression, there seems to be something wrong with this book. Ahem. Long Chen coughed, and Guanxi Song almost fell to the ground with fright. He hurriedly put away the book, and then looked at Long Chen. When he saw that the person was Long Chen, Guanxi Song's expression changed slightly, but it returned to normal in the next second. Student Long Chen, what can I do? Guanxi took a sip of tea, and then asked, Guanxi, have you sold the ancient blueprints I gave you to the Dragon Temple? Long Chen asked. Guanxi heard that a strange color flashed in his eyes, and then his face was confused. What kind of ancient books? What are you selling to Dragon Temple? Long Chen, did you remember it wrong? Why don't I remember this? Guanxi asked in doubt. Long Chen frowned suddenly. Don't you remember? It is by no means an ordinary person to be able to work in the Dragon Temple. If an evolutionary says that he does not remember this, who will believe it? What's more, only 10 days have passed. Steward Song, I gave you some iron laser cannon refining blueprints and cultivation cheats 10 days ago. Please sell them to the Dragon Temple. At that time, you estimated that you could sell them for hundreds of millions of Union coins. Long Chen explained the whole thing at the time. Enough. I said that if there is no such thing, it means there is no such thing. You go quickly and don't disturb my work. Unexpectedly, Guanxi suddenly changed his face and shouted impatiently. Long Chen's expression turned gloomy in an instant. At this moment, he still didn't understand that Song Guan just wanted to embezzle his money. So, you want to embezzle the money that belongs to me? Long Chen said in a deep voice. He thought that Guanxi Song, as a staff member of the Dragon Temple, should not do such a thing, so he was relieved to hand the things to him. But after all, he was still too simple. In front of absolute interests, no one could be trusted. Hee, what if I want to embezzle your money? What can you do? Guanxi sneered. Now that he had torn his skin, he didn't pretend. Aren't you afraid that I will report to the elders of the Dragon God Temple? Long Chen asked coldly. Ha ha ha, not a fool. The Dragon Temple respects strength. The elders don't care about these small things. If you are strong, you can do anything wrong. If you are not strong, you can only be bullied. Guanxi sneered. It was very cruel in the Dragon God Temple. Only with strength can he have everything. Regarding this kind of thing, the elders of the Dragon God Temple always closed one eye. Oh, in other words, even if I kill you, I won't be punished in any way. The corner of Long Chen's mouth suddenly lifted, revealing a sneer. Yes, but do you think you can kill me? I already know your identity information. Although you have passed the 7th floor of the trial tower, it is only a good talent. After all, it is only a second-order evolution. Can you kill me? I advise you to hurry up. For the sake of the hundreds of millions of Union coins, I don't blame you for disturbing me. Guanxi laughed loudly. However, this guy seems to be not well informed, and he still doesn't know about Long Chen defeating Zhao Sanjuo, otherwise he would not be so arrogant. Can you kill you? You will know immediately. Long Chen shouted, and his body instantly turned into an afterimage, and appeared in front of Guanxi Song the next moment. A punch came out. Caught death. Guanxi was furious, and he got up and threw a punch. The two fists collided, but Guanxi's expression suddenly changed. The sound of cracking bones rang out. Guanxi's arm was bent at an incredible angle, and his body flew out under the powerful impact force. My hand. Manager Song's face was sweaty, and his right arm could be said to be dead. Long Chen's punch just now, but directly used the dominance of the world's force technique. With a 6-fold increase, the power of his punch reached nearly 300,000 kilograms. That was a punch comparable to a Tier 4 advanced evolver. Song Guanxi was only a Tier 4 beginner. How could it be able to withstand it? It's just lucky to have scrapped an arm. Now, do you think I can kill you? Long Chen walked to Guanxi Song's body and looked down at him condescendingly, his eyes full of coldness. Guanxi had no doubt that he would kill himself. No, you can't kill me. I'm a staff member of the Dragon Temple. You can't kill me. Guanxi said repeatedly. Ha ha. Didn't you just say that in the Dragon God Temple, strength is respected, and those who have strength can do anything wrong, and those who do not have strength can only be bullied? Long Chen sneered and returned Guanxi's words to him intact. Guanxi immediately wanted to slap himself a few times. Why is there so much nonsense? It's all right now. Do you eat the fruit? Long Chen, no, Brother Chen, it's my fascination with money. If you bypass me this time, I promise to return all the money to you. Guanxi repeatedly begged for mercy. In front of his life, dignity and everything were shit. Double more. Long Chen stretched out a finger, and Guanxi's face changed suddenly. Doubled? Doesn't this mean to make him pay for it out of pocket? But this time is several hundred million. Brother Chen, I'm just a small steward. I don't have so much money. Your lord has a lot. Let me go. Guanxi kept crying for help. At this time, people passing by outside poked their heads and looked inside. What's going on? Why did Guanxi kneel in front of the boy? What's the matter? You don't know that Director Song Ki is obsessed with his heart and swallowed the boy's money. Who knows that this time he encountered a tough situation and was beaten by the boy. Someone who knew the cause and effect began to explain. HMPH. This Manager Song is not a good person at first, and I have been blackmailed by him several times. It's really cool to see this scene now. Hey, I think that boy is a bit familiar. Isn't he Long Chen? Someone recognized Long Chen. Is that Long Chen who broke the record of the trial tower and defeated Zhao Sanjuo, who was ranked 67th? Chapter 61, by Fate and Money. You choose one. Long Chen ignored Guan Song's plea at all. Just as Guan Song said, strength is everything. If Long Chen doesn't have absolute strength, I'm afraid that the roles of the two sides will have to be exchanged now. Guan Song saw the murderous intent without any emotion in Long Chen's eyes. He had no doubt that if he chose the money and didn't kill him, then Long Chen would end his life without hesitation. I choose my fate. I choose my fate. Guan Shi finally showed hopelessness. He took out a purple gold card, which was more noble than a gold card, and at least hundreds of millions of assets could be owned. Brother Chen, those things of yours sold for a total of 135 million union coins. This is 250 million union coins, which are all my assets. Guan Song handed the Zijin card to Long Chen with a bitter expression. Of course, it is impossible for an ordinary steward to have so many union coins, but he has taken advantage of many people over the years, and only then has accumulated so much. He did not expect that it is now all cheap to Long Chen. Give me the remaining 20 million within a week, otherwise, you know. Long Chen took their Zijin card, said lightly, and then left directly. Guan Shi slumped directly to the ground, crying without tears. Inflict evil. Finally, a scream came out from Guan Shi's mouth. Back to his residence, Long Chen checked on the computer, and sure enough, there were 250 million union coins in this Zijin card. Even though Long Chen, who had no idea about union coins, couldn't help feeling a little excited at this time. I'm a billionaire now, too. Long Chen laughed and said, he was not even a millionaire in his previous life, but he came to this world to become a billionaire. Moreover, this is just the beginning. With the increase in strength, perhaps the union currency is a string of numbers in his eyes. But at least now the alliance currency has a great effect on him. If you have money, you naturally have to spend it. Long Chen turned on the computer and entered the online shopping mall. This online mall is connected to the treasure house of the Dragon Temple, and there are countless treasures in it. Doomsday Armor. Long Chen's gaze was placed directly on the 6-star Doomsday Battle Armor. He had liked this thing for a long time. It's a pity that the price is too expensive. Now that he has money, he will naturally not bear it. Pressing the buy button is considered a success. But what makes Long Chen strange is that there is no news from the account. In other words, the union currency in his account has not been deducted. I almost forgot. The reward for challenging the 7th floor of the trial tower is to randomly select the same 6-star items in the mall. Long Chen thought about it, and no longer doubted. Keep going. Long Chen continued to browse. The Dragon Sword, a 5-star weapon, sells for 4 million. Forget it. I now have a Tyrant Sword. The grade is not lower than it, mainly because it is easy to use. Blood-blowing sword technique, 4-star sword technique. The price is 3.5 million yuan, not as good as my domineering world. The next one, King Kong Overlord Body, 5-star defensive body art, sells for 5.5 million yuan. This is okay. Place an order. Press the buy button. 5.5 million union currency is directly deducted from the account. Long Chen originally had the idea of improving his own defense power, otherwise his strength would be too great and he would not be able to keep up with his defenses, and he would be very disadvantaged if he was tough with others. Although there is a Doomsday Armor, this thing is only a foreign object after all, and cannot be too dependent. Perhaps the Doomsday Armor is still useful below the Grandmaster level, but after it surpasses the Grandmaster level, the top Doomsday Battle Armor can only block the attack of the Master level evolutionary. Continuing to browse, Long Chen's gaze was attracted by another product. This is the King level Mutant Beast, the blood of the purple electric Tyrannosaurus. Long Chen couldn't help swallowing. Essence blood is the part of blood that contains the purest energy in the blood of the whole body, which is very precious. Not to mention, this is the essence and blood of the Beast Master level purple electric Tyrannosaurus, which even contains a trace of dragon blood. This is even higher than the value of the average Beastmaster grade essence and blood. If I swallow it, my bloodline level should be doubled. Long Chen thought in his heart, even though the blood of the purple Tyrannosaurus Rex was worth the sky-high price of 50 million alliance coins, Long Chen bought it without hesitation. Next, Long Chen visited the online shopping mall for a while, but he didn't see anything he wanted to buy. So I turned off the computer and silently waited for the arrival of the goods. 10 minutes later, the door was knocked, and Long Chen opened the door to see that it was actually Song Guan, an old acquaintance. At this time, his right arm was wrapped in a bandage, and he looked at Long Chen with a bright smile. Brother Chen, I brought you the things you bought. Guan Shi said with a smile on his face. After seeing Long Chen's strength, he didn't even dare to have any revenge. Being able to defeat him with a single punch, I'm afraid that only the top 10 members of the Earth list or even the members of the Sky list can have such strength. He is just a small manager, how can he offend such a genius? Especially he heard that Long Chen beat Zhao Sanjuo, who was ranked 67th, before he abused him. At most, he only dared to bully the ordinary members of the Dragon Temple. Members of the list are not something he can afford to offend. Oh, I can't help your old man to send it here. Are your arms good? Long Chen chuckled, making Song Guanshai tremble in fright, and said repeatedly, "Where is Brother Chen? Shouldn't I serve Brother Chen for you?" Guanshai's current stubborn appearance is completely different from his previous arrogant and domineering appearance. "Okay, put things down and you can go." Long Chen waved his hand. He didn't like people like Guanshai Song. "Okay." Guanshai Song handed Long Chen a battle armor, a book and 2 bottles. "Brother Chen, this is the blood of the Doomsday armor, the defensive Hydra body, and the violet Tyrannosaurus Rex that you bought, and this bottle is a genetic potion refined from the 5th order energy essence. I bought the first 3 items, but I didn't buy this genetic medicine." Long Chen wondered, is it because Guanxi bought him to honor him? "Oh, I forgot to say, Brother Chen, you defeated Zhao Sanjuo, so the 67th ranking of the ranking list is yours." According to the rules of the Dragon Temple, members of the ranking list can receive a bottle of tier 5 genes every month. Potion. Guanxi quickly explained that Long Chen just remembered that it was indeed the case. This Dragon Temple is indeed atmospheric. There are a total of 72 members of the list, and each person has a bottle of tier 5 genetic medicine every month. This is not a small expense. No wonder everyone wants to join this superpower. This welfare is not ordinary. Chapter 62. High Bloodline, King Kong Body. By the way, do you still have the right to take over relatives when you become a member of the list? Long Chen asked suddenly as if thinking of something. Yes, this is also the privilege of members of the list. Guanxi nodded repeatedly. Long Chen was suddenly excited, and if he received the Dragon Kwai Temple, he would not need to worry about the safety of the Dragon Kwai. "Brother Chen, if there is nothing wrong, I will leave first." Guanxi looked at Long Chen with a smirk and asked carefully, "Well, go. Remember those 20 million. Yi Qianxing nodded. When Guanxi, who was about to leave, heard the 3 words 20 million, he staggered and fell into a shit. It seems there is still no way to escape this tragedy. After Guanxi left, Long Chen returned to the room. He first took out the blood of the purple electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. As soon as the mouth of the bottle was opened, there was a strong breath. Is this the essence of the purple Tyrannosaurus Rex? There is a faintly powerful pressure. Long Chen sighed. The essence and blood alone can exude coercion. If you really met, how would it feel? Throwing these thoughts aside temporarily, Long Chen drank the essence and blood of the purple power Tyrannosaurus Rex in one gulp. If anyone saw him drank the blood of the purple power Tyrannosaurus Rex in such a sip, he would definitely curse Sabi, because the purple power Tyrannosaurus Rex possesses extremely large energy. Taking it directly, the violent energy travels through the limbs, and it may directly cause his blood vessels to burst. Of course Long Chen knew this too, but he was different from others. Others consuming essence and blood relied on the energy inside to improve their physical fitness, while Long Chen mainly absorbed the power of the blood. The blood-devouring demon attack was operating in the body, and the dragon's breath in the blood of the purple power Tyrannosaurus was directly separated, and under the urging of the blood-devouring demon power, it was directly integrated into his blood. Boom. A few minutes later, an unparalleled terrifying aura erupted from Long Chen's body, directly causing the whole house to tremble. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes, a flash of light appeared, and the air seemed to think of the sound of Long Yin. High bloodline, and there is dragon breath in the bloodline. Long Chen showed excitement, and the bottle of essence blood of the purple electric Tyrannosaurus directly raised his bloodline power to a high level. The most important thing is that the dragon's breath in the blood of the purple Tyrannosaurus was also absorbed by him. He felt that his chi and blood had improved more than one level. Taking advantage of the power of the bloodline, use this bottle of genetic medicine. Tier 5 genetic medicine is made from the energy essence of a Tier 5 zombie or mutant beast, which is of great value. Long Chen drank the genetic medicine in one sip, and the pure energy wandered through his internal organs, limbs and skeletal bodies, and finally entered his billions of cells and genes. The power of the bloodline has increased, and even the speed and efficiency of absorbing genetic medicine has greatly increased. After only a few minutes, Long Chen digested all the energy of the gene medicine. For ordinary people, if you take genetic medicine, you can only absorb and digest less than 50% of the energy, and most of it will be wasted. Long Chen, who had a high-level blood, had no such worries. He absorbed 100% of the energy of the gene medicine, without a trace of waste. This is why the power of blood can determine a person's talent. Think about it, the same bottle of genetic medicine. I can absorb all the energy, and you can only absorb less than half. How can your cultivation speed compare to me? Power, 65,100,000. Speed, 57,001,100. Agility, 58,469,100. Defense, 61,500,100. Spirit, 55,100,000. Skills: Master Blade Technique 03200, Cat Shadow Phantom Step LV5, Earth Ability LV1 016000, Domination of the World LV5, Mind Ability LV3040000, Blood Devouring Demon Attack, Thunder Ability LV503200, Space Ability LV408000, Mirroring Ability LV404000, Time Ability LV105000, Experience Value, 2005. At this time, Long Chen's various attributes have improved a lot, which is the combined effect of the genetic medicine and the blood of the purple Tyrannosaurus Rex. The next step is to study this King Kong, but Long Chen picked up the ancient book again. According to the introduction of this book, the King Kong domination body is a purely defensive method, and the body is stronger than King Kong after practicing. It is rumored that this method was obtained in the remains of an ancient race, and that race is known for its super defensive power. The principle of the Vajra body is to stimulate the genes in the cells to produce a kind of energy similar to the Qi. The Qi wraps the whole body and makes the body reach the point where the copper skin and iron bones are not damaged. This is a bit like the magical power of King Kong and the golden bells in the martial arts novels that Long Chen has read in his previous life. After Long Chen flipped through the book Diamond Conqueror Body, a reminder of attributes that could be picked up appeared in his mind. After picking it up, the operation method of the King Kong Overlord body was branded in Long Chen's soul. The super exercises that others need to practice for several years or even 10 years, here in Long Chen, only need to read it once. Are you irritating? The King Kong Overlord's body is divided into 10 layers, and each layer's defense power increases several times. After learning the King Kong domination body, Long Chen also knew about this method. Now his King Kong domineering body has only one level, that is, the realm of the first layer of copper skin and iron bones, which can only increase defense by 50%. In other words, if he is facing an ordinary Tier 3 evolutionary now, even if he stands still and lets him fight casually, he will not feel anything until the Tier 3 evolutionary is exhausted. Ha ha ha, cool. Long Chen couldn't help laughing. Well, it's almost time to get the Nightshade. Long Chen thought in his heart that he planned to pick up the Dragon Combo himself, otherwise he would be worried. But just when he was about to leave, there was a knock on the door. Long Chen opened the door and saw that it was Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao Yan, do you have anything to do with me? Long Chen asked. I heard that you came out. Let me take a look, you kid. I really can't help but hit Guan Shi as soon as he came out. Xiao Yan said with a wry smile. Oh, I don't want to cause trouble, but things always provoke me. Long Chen shrugged. Who likes to find trouble? Who always makes some people like to ask for hardship? The Dugaleniu thing is always caused by you. You promised Sumion's meal but released the pigeons. Do you know how many people want to invite her to dinner? You can't do it. Xiao Yan looked at Long Chen with a grimace. Dugaleniu can be said to be the goddess in the minds of all men in the Dragon Temple, and Xiao Yan is no exception. He also once invited Dugaleniu to dinner, but the latter did not bird him. That's why he was so shocked to learn that Dugaleniu actually agreed to Long Chen's invitation. But this guy actually puts the goddess pigeons, which is really unbearable. Chapter 63, Dating with Dugaleniu. Long Chen patted his head. Oh, I forgot all about it. After I entered the training room, I focused on my cultivation and I don't remember this. Long Chen said embarrassingly that he had been in the training room for 10 days. That is to say, he had released the pigeons of Dugaleniu for 9 days. If this is to let the many suitors of Dugaleniu know, it is estimated that they will unite to attack him. I hope I can remedy it. Xiao Yan, do you know where there is a better restaurant? Long Chen asked quickly. He was not familiar with it after all. There is a 5-star restaurant in the ancient city of Yandu called the West Lake Revolving Restaurant. It is built on the West Lake. You can enjoy food and the beauty of the West Lake. It is a place that many wealthy and nobles in the ancient city like to go. Xiao Yan said. He actually wanted to say that there are also many romantic dating places for couples. Long Chen remembered this name, and walked towards Dugaleniu's residence. As for picking up the Solanum, let's wait until the meal is over. Anyway, it's not in a hurry for these 2 days. Long Chen's luck was pretty good, and Dugaleniu was practicing in her residence. Miss Dugu, I'm really sorry, I thought it was good to invite you to dinner, but afterwards I forgot to cultivate too much concentration. Long Chen said very sorry. It's okay, I just have time today. Dugaleniyu was still expressionless, making it hard to guess whether she was happy or angry. But she can give Long Chen a chance to make up, which is already very good. The two left the Dragon Temple and came to the ancient city of Yandu. After a little inquiries, they knew the location of the West Lake Revolving Restaurant. He took a taxi and arrived in a while. The taxi master knew that Long Chen was from the Dragon Temple and was unwilling to collect money from life or death. So Long Chen had no choice but to quietly put the money on his seat and got out of the car. The West Lake Revolving Restaurant is the best restaurant in Yandu Ancient City, so the consumption is also very high. Even so, this restaurant is still very popular. It can be seen that there are many rich people in this ancient city of Yandu. The waiter arranged the seats for Long Chen and Dugaleniyu, and then showed them the menu. When seeing the names of the dishes on the menu, Long Chen finally understood why Xiao Yan said this restaurant is the best restaurant in Yandu Ancient City. Braised ice and snow antelope, steamed violent bear paw, BBQ flame giant. The meat here is actually mutant beasts. You know, now is the end times. Ordinary people can't even eat ordinary chicken, duck, fish, and here, what they eat is the meat of mutant beasts. Moreover, there are even tier 3 mutant beasts among them. It can be seen that the owner behind this restaurant is by no means simple. Long Chen ordered a few more expensive mutant animal meats, and then ordered 2 more bottles of red wine, which added up to more than 100,000 union coins. But now Long Chen is also a billionaire, so he doesn't care about the money. After serving the food, the two of them just ate the food and said nothing. Dugaleniyu has a cold personality and it is impossible for her to speak actively. And Long Chen, as an old virgin of the 2 generations, has not even had an appointment with a girl alone, let alone a goddess-level beauty sitting opposite at this time. This should be considered a date in disguise. Long Chen was very nervous at this time. The two of them were so stuffy and eating, the scene was a bit awkward. At this moment, the noise suddenly rang. In this high-end restaurant, consumers are rich people with high quality. So although there are a lot of people, it is absolutely not noisy. The noise seemed very abrupt, and everyone's eyes were looking over there. Long Chen also looked at it curiously, and saw that the 2 parties in the quarrel were the waiter and a young man in his 20s. The voices were mainly made by young people, while the waiter apologized profusely. Tansy number 1 box has always been reserved by Lao Tzu. Don't you know that you dare to let others? Do you know who the little master is? Be careful, I let people throw you into the wilderness to feed the zombies. The young man shouted angrily, but the waiter tremblingly apologized. The waiters here are just ordinary people, and those who can come to consume are either rich or expensive. They simply cannot afford to offend them. So he knew that the youth's words were by no means alarmist. At this time, all the guests in the restaurant looked over there. Some people were upset with the youth's behavior and wanted to get up to persuade them. But then he was stopped by someone at the same table. You are crazy? Do you know who that young man is? The little son of the city lord's mansion. You dare to take care of his nosy? The little son of the city lord's mansion? Upon hearing this, the customer who wanted to get up immediately sat down again. They knew the reputation of this young man from the city lord's mansion. They were a typical dude, relying on his father to be the lord of the ancient city of Yandu, arrogant and domineering. No one paid attention to it, but no one dared to provoke him. After all, the city lord's mansion was the largest power in Yandu ancient city besides the giant dragon temple. Long Chen just took a look, but didn't plan to intervene. He is not a troublesome person. But just when Long Chen was about to lower his head to eat vegetables, Dugaleniyu, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly stood up. Then he walked towards the quarreling side. Chapter 64, Danduan Muhua Sir, I'm really sorry, should I arrange another box for you? The waiter was a 17 or 18-year-old girl, and she was scared by the young man to tears. Other boxes? Haha, are other boxes worthy of Ben Shao? I tell you, today I will go to empty box number 1 Danzi, or I will throw you into the wilderness. The young man didn't care about the red eyes of the waiter. Oh, no. I have a third option here. You look a little bit charming. Go to my house to stay with me tonight, and I can treat this as not happening. The youth suddenly showed a treacherous look and stretched out a hand to hook the waiter's chin. The waiter hurriedly avoided and said hurriedly, Sir, please respect yourself, and I will find a way to let the person in the Tansy number 1 box give it to you. Ben Shao thinks that you are your blessing, so I dared to hide it. I changed my mind. Ben Shao, Tansy number 1 box is no longer needed. You must follow me. The young man suddenly got upset and grabbed the waitress by the arm to take her away. Young people have done a lot of this kind of thing, and because of his status in this ancient city of Yandu, No one dares to manage. The waitress suddenly screamed, but the guests around just watched and didn't mean to go up to help. The waitress had a look of despair in her eyes. Stop. At this moment, a cold drink sounded, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. The movement of the young man's hands also stopped, and he looked at the person who was speaking. When seeing Dugalenayu's almost perfect, peerless face, the youth's face suddenly changed, and a hungry wolf's greedy look at the sheep unabashedly revealed from his eyes. Such an immortal beauty, even if he read countless women, it is definitely the first time he has seen it in his life. The young man grasped the waitress' hand and unconsciously released it. Compared with the fairy in front of him, the waitress was simply ugly. The young man slapped his bangs and assumed a pose that he thought was very handsome but was actually very wretched. This fairy, my name is Duanmuwa, I am the young city lord of Yandu Ancient City, and I would like to ask the young lady's name. The young man said in the tone he considered to be a very gentleman. However, Dugalenayu was just a blank expression, not a young man at all, which embarrassed the young man. Ahem, miss, I heard that there will be a meteor shower across the sky tonight. Why don't we meet to enjoy it together? Duanmuwa continued, but this time his hand was not honest, and he stretched out towards Dugalenayu. A cold light flashed in Dugalenayu's eyes. When Duanmuwa's hand was about to touch her, Dugalenayu came first, grabbed his wrist and twisted hard. What? Duanmuwa directly let out a scream. This sudden scene stunned everyone, including the bodyguards behind Duanmuwa. If you want to do anything to me, I will kill you. Dugalenayu's voice was cold, and there was no doubt that she would really do what she said. But as a dude, how could Duanmuwa be easily threatened? You bitch, dare to break Benshao's wrist. What are you guys doing in a daze? Grab her for Laotsu, I will torture her. Duanmuwa yelled at the bodyguards behind him. Only then did these bodyguards come back to their senses and walk towards Dugalenayu with a fierce face. When Dugalenayu didn't change her face and was about to start her hands, a figure suddenly blocked her. Miss Dugu, to deal with these dregs dirty your hands, let me come. The person who came was naturally Long Chen. He proposed to come here to eat, so if something went wrong, he would naturally settle it. A strange color flashed in Dugalenayu's eyes, looked at Long Chen, nodded after a moment, and walked back. Oh, there are helpers. Give them all to me. The women will be captured alive, and the men will be abandoned. Duanmuwa shouted at his bodyguards, and the bodyguards immediately rushed towards Long Chen. As Duanmuwa's full-time bodyguard, they have done a lot of this kind of thing, and they have long been used to it. Hey, these two little dolls are going to be over. They dare to provoke Duanmuwa, who doesn't know that he is a little devil in the ancient city of Yandu. Who said no? It's a pity that such a female doll, who looks so beautiful, will be ruined by Duanmuwa. The whispers of those customers sounded around. As the upper-class people in Yandu Ancient City, they know Duanmuwa well. None of the people who offended him will end well. Boy, if you know you, kneel down and admit a mistake with Master Duanmu. Maybe Master Duanmu can spare your life. One of the bodyguards said coldly. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and finish. I haven't finished my food yet. Long Chen said impatiently. I don't know what it is, come on. A group of bodyguards rushed towards Long Chen directly together. Being able to be the personal bodyguard of Duanmuwa, the young city lord, is naturally not bad in strength. All of them are Tier 3 evolutionists. Tier 3 evolutionists are top powerhouses in small cities like Jinling City, but they can only act as thugs and bodyguards in Yandu Ancient City. This gap is really not that big. It's a pity that Long Chen is no longer the same as before. In front of him, the third-order evolutionists are like the semi-order evolutionists. All of them are ants. Boom boom. Several fists hit Long Chen's body, and the surrounding customers couldn't bear to watch. However, they imagined that the scene where Long Chen was beaten and screamed again and again did not happen. These fists hit him, but his expression was not the slightest strange. Are you tickling me? Long Chen sneered. These bodyguards suddenly showed shock. Although they didn't use their full strength, they absolutely didn't release the water. 5 or 6 fists hit this kid, and there was no feeling at all. Roll. Long Chen yelled violently, and a powerful momentum burst out directly. The 6 bodyguards were directly knocked out by a powerful repulsive force and knocked over several tables. He didn't even move, so he solved 6 Tier 3 evolutionists. This boy is so strong, able to easily defeat 6 third-order evolutionaries. Is he a 4th-order evolutionary? No matter how strong it is Duanmuwa who offends him. With Duanmu City Lord's love for him, he will definitely avenge him. The surrounding customers were amazed, and Duan Muir was also stunned at this time. How about it? Do you want to destroy me? Long Chen sneered and looked at Duan Muir with a playful look on his face. Don't be arrogant. Do you think I will be afraid of you if you are a little bit strong? Lao Tzu is the young city lord of Yandu Ancient City. As long as you are still in this Yandu Ancient City, I won't let you feel better. Chapter 65, Solanum is dangerous. Facing Duan Muir's threat, Long Chen just chuckled. Haha, okay, I'm waiting for your revenge. My name is Long Chen and I live in room number 2, East number 5. Longshendian. You can come to me for revenge anytime. Dragon Temple! Exclamation mark. When these 3 words were uttered from Long Chen's mouth, the customers present were directly shocked. The Dragon Temple is a sacred existence in the hearts of the people in Yandu Ancient City. Therefore, they also have strong respect and worship for the members of the Dragon Temple. Those who can enter the Dragon God Temple are all the proud of the heavens. As long as they don't fall halfway, they will definitely become a giant in the future. Oh my god, they are actually from the Dragon Temple, so I have to be afraid of Duan Muir. Indeed, you can have tier 4 strength at a young age, and being able to enter the Dragon Temple is also normal. In the end, Duan Muir is just the son of the City Lord's mansion. Although the City Lord's mansion appears to be the Earth Emperor of the ancient city of Yandu, everyone knows that the Dragon Temple is the true patron saint of the ancient city of Yandu. At this time, those people who thought that Long Chen had offended Duan Muir were dead, instantly changed their minds. The members of the Dragon Temple, even if they are just ordinary members, are not inferior to this Duan Muir in terms of status. You belong to the Dragon Temple. Duan Muir's expression also changed suddenly, so it would be difficult to handle it. He can run wild in Yandu Ancient City, but if he is facing people from the Dragon God Temple, his status is nothing. Why? Afraid? Long Chen sneered. There was a reason why he said his identity naturally, just to deter this Duan Muir. Otherwise, based on his understanding of these dudes, he would definitely not give up without revenge. Although Long Chen is not afraid, he definitely doesn't like trouble. If he could deter them with the name of Dragon Temple, it would be much more convenient. And the fact is indeed the case. Duan Muir did have some fear of Long Chen at this time. Let's go. Duan Muir snorted coldly, and left the restaurant without saying a word. His bodyguards also hurriedly got up and followed, afraid to look at Long Chen. However, shortly after leaving the restaurant, the bodyguard walked up to Duan Muir's side. Master, shall we just forget it? The bodyguard said indignantly, having been with Duan Muir for so long, when he was so bullied. Forget it? Impossible. Even if he is from the Dragon Temple, my cousin Muirong Yanshin is second on the Dragon Temple ranking list. I will let him help and drive that kid out of the Dragon Temple. As long as there is no protective shell of the Dragon Temple, he is not at our disposal. Duan Muir sneered, and the bodyguard began to yell at the scene where Long Chen was retaliated by them. Several people laughed wretchedly. In the restaurant at this time, Long Chen didn't know that he was still thinking about it. Dugaleniyu walked to the waitress and said, "This kind of place is not suitable for you. You should find another job. You can meet us this time, but not necessarily next time." Although Dugaleniyu still looked cold when she spoke, Long Chen could hear some emotions in her tone. It seems that the iceberg goddess among the population is not the real iceberg. Otherwise she would not have come to help the waitress in person. Perhaps it was just because something happened to her that made her like to hide her heart with her cold appearance. Back to their seats, the two continued to lower their heads to eat their food. "Thank you." Dugaleniyu's voice suddenly sounded, and Long Chen was slightly taken aback. "You are welcome. Even without me, you can completely drive them away." Long Chen smiled slightly. Dugaleniyu was the #1 ruthless person in the sky, and even Long Chen was not sure that she could beat her. Just when Long Chen thought that the conversation between the two of them could be opened, Dugaleniyu lowered her head to eat again, without any intention to speak. Long Chen gave a wry smile. What kind of date this is? Halfway through the meal, Dugaleniyu raised her head and opened her mouth slightly to talk, but Long Chen's face suddenly changed. He felt that the spatial imprint left on the Dragon Quai was touched. Before coming to the Dragon Temple, he left a space mark on a pendant, and instructed Solanum, if there is any danger, let her break the pendant. At this time, what Long Chen sensed was that the pendant was broken. "Miss Dugu, I'm sorry, I have a very important thing. I have to go first," Long Chen said to Dugaleniyu, and then he didn't care about the number of people here, and directly began to portray the space teleportation array. Through the space teleportation array, he can instantly reach the place where the space mark is. It's just that this method consumes much energy. So Long Chen told the Nightshade to break the pendant when it was in danger. Dragon Quai is a sensible girl. If it weren't for life-threatening danger, she would definitely not trouble Long Chen. The space teleportation array was completed in a few seconds, and the dazzling golden light appeared, piercing the eyes of many customers in the restaurant. Zhuge Lianyu was very rarely shocked. Because this space teleportation array is very familiar to her, she is the awakener of the space system, and she will also portray the space teleportation array. What shocked her was that Long Chen was also a space element awakener, but she clearly remembered that Long Chen was an awakener of earth and thunder. The dual-line awakened is already very rare. Is he still a three-line awakened? Don't allow Zhuge Lianyu to think too much. Long Chen's figure has disappeared in front of her eyes, leaving no trace of breath, as if there was no existence at all. Time goes back to 2 minutes ago, Jinling City, Dongfengzgong. At this time, the Oriental Academy was in chaos, with students running wildly and some strange creatures everywhere. These creatures stand and walk like humans, but they are not humans. In other words, they're like animals that can walk upright, or you can use 2 words to describe them: orcs. These ferocious orcs kill people when they see them, eat flesh and drink blood. So they are not cruel, and their strength is very tyrannical. Although the Oriental Academy is a gathering place for geniuses, geniuses are not strong after all, and the true evolutionary is less than half. Under the chase of the brutal orcs, many students have died in the mouth of the orcs. At this time, Solanum, Baixion, and a boy were running in one direction, and a dozen orcs were chasing them behind. What to do? Our speed can't be better than these orcs, Baixion said as he ran. The orcs were getting closer and closer to them. I might have a way to escape. The boy who ran away with them suddenly said, Nobita-senpai, what can you do? Baixion asked with excitement. The boy called Nobita-senpai did not speak, but showed a sneer. He suddenly grabbed the nightshade, and then threw it in the direction of the orc. Chapter 66. Long Chen arrived. Zudakshin. What are you doing? Seeing Nobita-senpai actually throwing the nightshade at the group of orcs, Baixion turned pale with fright. She subconsciously wanted to rush to rescue the Dragon Quai, but Zudakshin grabbed her arm. You are crazy, let her be the target of those orcs, we can escape. Zudakshin said. You are the only one who is crazy. If it wasn't for Solanum to save you with her ability, you would have died under the claws of an orc, and now you are avenging revenge. You are still not human. Baixion glared at Zudakshin. When the orcs came, the 2 of them had already hid under the cover of the Dean of the Oriental Academy, but Zudakshin had escaped to their hiding place. Baixion is now a Tier 1 evolutionary, and Dragon Quai has also awakened the mind power ability. The 2 cooperated to kill several orcs and rescued Zudakshin. But it was precisely because of this that a dozen orcs were chased and killed. Unexpectedly, the 2 people's kind deeds came down, but a whitey-eyed wolf. Facing Baixion's questioning, Zudakshin didn't show the slightest guilt. In the face of life and death, morality is considered a fart. HMPH, just don't leave. You want to die. I don't want to. Zudakshin snorted coldly, then stopped paying attention to Baixion and prepared to escape. Baixion looked at the orcs getting closer and closer to the nightshade. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and rushed towards the nightshade. Ha ha ha, there is delicious food. Eat them. The evolutionary and the awakened are definitely better than ordinary people. A dozen orcs showed greed on their faces when they saw the nightshade that fell to the ground. They have seen the powers of nightshades. They have always eaten ordinary people before, and the power awakeners have not tasted it. Seeing the orcs approaching, the nightshade tried to get up and run away, but found that his feet were broken. The previous battle consumed too much mental power, so she can't use her mind power ability to fight now. QQ, I block them. You run. Just when Solanum was desperate, a sweet voice rang out. Solanum's eyes were red in an instant, and she saw Baixion actually blocking her, trying to stop the dozen orcs. GGG. There is another food. It seems to be an evolutionary. Seeing Baixion coming to die, the orcs were even happier. Seeing Baixion was about to die among the crowd of beasts, the nightshade's tears could not help streaming down. Suddenly, she saw the pendant on her neck. Brother. The nightshade seemed to have caught a life-saving straw suddenly. Rejoicing, she pulled the pendant down and fell to the ground fiercely. The pendant broke. A pentagram gleaming with golden light began to condense on the ground. Are you going to die? Baixion didn't notice this. Seeing the orc approaching, Baixion looked desperate. She is just a first-order evolutionary, and she has no combat experience. It is impossible to be the opponent of these dozen orcs. But she couldn't catch it all, at least to give the Dragon Quai fight more time. Drink. Baixion yelled and kicked, but was easily grabbed by the ankle by a bearman. It's so fragrant. It's still a young man's flesh that smells better. Outlet water flowed from the corner of the bear man's mouth, and his hand gently pulled, and Baekseoan fell directly to the ground. Baekseoan's face suddenly changed as he watched the huge bear's mouth open towards him. Are you going to die? I don't know why. Before he died, a figure appeared in Baekseoan's mind. This figure is not her parents, but a boy about the same age as her, with a back figure of 1.8 meters, but in her heart it is like the figure of a giant standing upright. The next moment, that figure appeared in front of her, and the figure in her mind overlapped with the figure in front of her. Is it an illusion? Senior Long Chen, goodbye. 2 lines of tears flowed from the corner of Baekseoan's eyes, and she thought the figure in front of her was just her own illusion. Senior Long Chen, now he is in the Dragon God Temple, how could he appear here? Baekseoan closed his eyes and waited for death to come. However, 1 second passed, 10 seconds passed, half a minute passed. Baekseoan never felt pain, but instead heard the screams of the orcs. Baekseoan quickly opened his eyes and looked. Suddenly, she was stunned. A 15 or 16-year-old boy appeared in the crowd of animals. Every punch, every palm, and every knife can take away the life of an orc. This reminded her of the same figure when she was in the Dead City, killing Lius and saving herself. Senior Long Chen. This is not an illusion. Baekseoan cried with joy, and at this time the Dragon Sunflower ran to Baekseoan's side. Sister Xeon, are you okay? My brother has already come. We are saved. Solanum hurriedly helped Baekseoan, who was crying. Boom. Long Chen punched the wolf head of the last werewolf, and suddenly there was a crackling sound. A headless wolf corpse fell to the ground. On the ground, there were more than a dozen headless corpses. Ding. Pick up successfully, and gain strength attribute 30. Ding. Pick up successfully, get speed attribute 60. Ding. Pick up successfully, get defensive attribute 50. Ding. Pick up successfully, get experience points 2500. The strengths of these dozen orcs are equivalent to tier 1 zombies and mutant beasts. After being killed by Long Chen, the attributes and experience they picked up are not much different from those of the zombie mutant. Brother Dragon Kwai pounced on Long Chen, and the siblings hugged tightly. Long Chen had lingering fears, but fortunately he arrived in time, otherwise his sister would be in danger. Baekseoan stared blankly at the charging siblings, with a look of envy. She also had an older brother, but Xeon, thank you. Long Chen noticed the sad Baekseoan on the side, walked to her side, and said softly. When he just came out of the space teleportation formation, he saw Baekseoan standing in front of the Dragon Choir and fighting the orcs, although he hadn't seen it in the process. He also guessed it. In addition, Solanum also told him this, so Long Chen was very grateful to Baekseoan. If Baekseoan hadn't won these few seconds for the Dragon Kwai, he might not have made it. Sometimes, 1 second is eternal. Senior Long Chen, I promised you that I will take good care of Kwai Kwai. Even if I die, Kwai Kwai will never be in danger. Baekseoan said quickly. No, none of you can do anything. Long Chen shook his head. Baekseoan suddenly showed excitement. Senior Long Chen, do you care about yourself? By the way, you quickly tell me what happened in Jinling City. And these human-like creatures, what are they? Chapter 67, give him hope first, then make him despair. Under the words of Long Hui and Baekseoan, Long Chen finally figured out the situation. It turned out that just not long ago, this group of orcs suddenly appeared outside Jinling City. Instead of launching a strong attack, the orcs were very powerful. In less than an hour, the walls of Jinling City were breached, and a large number of orcs broke in. Orcs kill people when they see them in the city. They are extremely cruel. They are in the Oriental Academy, and there are many powerful men, which is not bad. But as more and more orcs broke into the Oriental Academy, it was not safe here anymore. The dean remembered that he had promised Long Chen back then, so he has been protecting the Nightshade, so the Nightshade is not dangerous. But soon after a powerful orc came, the dean of the Oriental Academy was not his opponent, so he could barely stop it and let Solanum and Baekseoan run quickly. Suddenly appeared outside the city, without warning. Long Chen frowned, and it was impossible for such a large number to suddenly appear without warning. Unless they also have space abilities, this is unlikely. After all, space abilities are very rare abilities. With the spatial ability, Dugaleniu directly became the number 1 in the Dragon Temple's ranking list, which shows that this ability is against the sky and powerful. We don't know this. Solanum shook his head. After all, they were just 2 students, and they couldn't reach too much. Brother, where should we go next? Since I am back, I naturally have to solve this disaster for Jinling City. Long Chen said, Jinling City is his hometown anyway. He also didn't want to see the lives of Jinling City smashed. Follow me. let's solve the orcs in the Oriental Academy first. Do you remember where the dean is now? Long Chen asked. Dragonquire and Baixio and both nodded, and the group walked towards the direction of the dean's battle. On the way, all the orcs encountered were beheaded by Long Chen, and none of them were let go. Help. It didn't take long to go. Suddenly a cry for help sounded. Long Chen looked towards the voice and saw a young man about 20 years old being chased by a group of orcs. I have to say that this young man's ability to escape is really good, and he just relied on his snakeskin to walk away from the orcs' attack. It is estimated that they have stimulated their potential between life and death. It's Daxingsu. Baixio exclaimed. You know? Long Chen asked. If he knew him, then he wouldn't mind bringing this young man with him. HMPH. This guy is a whitey-eyed wolf. I saved him, but he pushed me towards the orc in order to escape. If it wasn't for Sister Xion. Dragonquire snorted coldly, and Long Chen's expression also sank instantly. It turned out that it was this guy, and Baixio's sister and Baixio almost died among the beast population. Long Chen rushed towards Zudakshin. Zudakshin was very excited when seeing someone coming, and ran towards Long Chen. Classmate, save me. Zudakshin shouted. He didn't see Baixio and Solanum, otherwise he might not dare to come. A sneer was outlined at the corner of Long Chen's mouth. Okay, I will save you. Long Chen sprinted behind Zudakshin, and with a few punches, he killed several orcs who were chasing him. Zudakshin's eyes suddenly flashed with a different color. This is a strong man. Classmate, you are so amazing. Can you take me? Zudakshin asked quickly. No problem. Not only can I take you along, but I can also send you to a place that is absolutely safe. Long Chen said with a wicked smile, but Zudakshin did not notice the weirdness in his tone, and nodded repeatedly. Okay, classmate, take me quickly. Long Chen nodded, and then grabbed Zudakshin's neck with a thunderous force. Classmate ... What are you doing? Zudakshin immediately showed an incredible gaze and asked quickly. Send you to a safe place, Western Paradise. Safe enough. Long Chen sneered. Why are you killing me? We are all human beings. Why are we killing each other? Zudakshin asked with a blue face, his breathing getting harder and harder. Oh, you are a human being. Why don't I know? I only know that you are a whitey-eyed wolf. Long Chen was taken aback, and then revealed Baixio and Dragonquire behind him. The moment he saw the two, Zudakshin understood something. Are you the strong brother of Nightshade? Long Chen's voice has spread throughout the entire Oriental Academy, but people have only heard of it, and few have seen it. Zudakshin was very unlucky. He had never seen Long Chen's appearance. Now, you can be a ghost. Long Chen sneered, and without waiting for Zudakshin to speak, he directly squeezed Zudakshin's neck with a strong hand. Zudakshin's eyes showed an unwilling look. He was unwilling. In order to escape, he not only sold Solanum and Baixio, but also killed many classmates. But it escaped the orcs, but died in the hands of the same kind, and the ending cannot be changed. Senior Long Chen. He is going to be killed by the orcs anyway. Why did you save him and kill him again? Isn't this unnecessary? Baixio asked doubtfully. Let him die happily is cheaper. Only let him feel the hope of life, and then let him die. This is the biggest torment to him. Long Chen sneered. Baixio felt a chill in her heart. She actually felt that Senior Long Chen was a bit scary. However, Long Chen's next sentence instantly turned the chill in her heart into warmth. Dare to bully you and Qiu. This is the price he should pay. It turns out that Senior Long Chen did this for himself and Qiu. Baixio thought so, feeling warm. Long Chen and his party did not waste time and continued to walk in the direction of the Dean of Dongfengzgong. No less than 50 orcs were killed on the road, and Long Chen also accumulated a lot of experience points, but he didn't have time to count them now. 10 minutes later, Long Chen finally saw Qin Mo, the head of the Oriental Academy, who was fighting fiercely. Qin Mo's opponent was a leopard-head man. After taking the dragon blood pill given by Long Chen, he had successfully promoted from Tier 3 Elementary to Tier 3 Intermediate. But even so, he was still at a disadvantage under the attack of the leopard head. And even if it were not for the leopard head to fight with a playful mentality, I'm afraid that Qin Mo would have been defeated long ago. The strength of this leopard head is at least equivalent to a third-order advanced mutant beast. GGG. Old fellow, I won't play with you anymore. Go to hell. The leopard head seemed boring, so he didn't plan to play anymore, and his two sharp claws slapped Qin Mo fiercely. Qin Mo's weapon was an alloy spear. He raised the spear to resist, and the beast claws slammed on the barrel of the gun. Qin Mo suddenly felt a huge force coming. The tiger's mouth split open, and the spear in his hand could not help but detach. Without the spear, he is even less likely to be the opponent of the panther head. The other paw of the leopard head struck Qin Mo's neck directly. Chapter 68, Hell, my life is over. Qin Mo exclaimed, desperate. The leopard's claws slowly enlarged in his eyes, and he was about to cut his neck. However, at this moment, Qin Mo suddenly felt an irresistible force controlling his body. He made his body fly out directly, but it also happened to avoid the leopard head man's killing blow. Who is it, dare to ruin my good deeds? Seeing this, the leopard head was furious and shouted sharply. But Qin Mo subconsciously looked behind him, and when he saw the familiar face of Long Chen, hope suddenly rose in his heart. Thank you, my lord, for your help. Qin Mo bowed towards Long Chen. He naturally guessed that the irresistible force just now came from Long Chen. Long Chen nodded towards Qin Mo, then looked at the leopard head man. You are not zombies, you are not mutant beasts, and you are not even humans, but you can speak human words again. I wonder, what kind of creatures are you? Long Chen asked towards the leopard head man. Want to know? I will tell you naturally when I beat you down. The leopard head smiled harshly, and the two big leopard eyes shone with scarlet blood. It could also see that the human kid in front of him had saved the old man. Dare to food under the leopard's mouth, it is simply looking for death. Don't tell me, I will let you say. Long Chen just said lightly about this. As soon as his voice fell, his body disappeared in place. Huh? What about people? The leopard head was stunned for a moment, but then he heard a familiar voice behind him. Are you looking for me? The leopard head's face suddenly changed. He turned around hurriedly, before he could see clearly. He felt a heavy blow to his stomach. The whole body of the leopard head suddenly resembled a cannonball out of the chamber, flew out, knocked over several walls, and then barely stopped. By the time it got up from the ruins, it was already covered with scars. What a powerful force. The leopard head has long lost the arrogance it had before. After receiving that blow, it felt that its internal organs had been displaced. If the body wasn't strong enough, maybe that kick would directly kill it. Master Long Chen, he has become stronger again. Qin Mo watched this scene in shock, and the leopard head man who could play him between his palms, in front of Long Chen, did not even have a chance to react. This made Qin Mo couldn't help thinking of when Long Chen hadn't left Jinling City less than a month ago. Although he was already very strong at that time, he was never as strong as he is now. Mo Kishan was only a tier 3 intermediate. Although Long Chen defeated him, it was not a spike. But now, the strength of the leopard head man is several times stronger than the original Mo Kishan. And Long Chen, you don't need to waste any effort to defeat it. Now, can you say it? Long Chen flashed once again and appeared beside the leopard head man. When it was about to get up, stepped on its chest with one foot. HMPH. There is nothing to say. You kill me. The orcs are not afraid of death and will never give in. The panther head roared at Long Chen. Orc? It seems that you still know your own identity. Long Chen chuckled. He only called them orcs when they looked like half beasts and half humans. He didn't expect them to be called orcs by themselves. Don't be too arrogant. The leader will avenge me, and our orcs will rule the entire world, and you humans will become food for our orcs. The leopard head laughed wildly, seemingly not afraid of death at all. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Long Chen snorted coldly, and stepped the foot of the leopard head man's chest. The leopard head suddenly let out a muffled hum, and then cut off his vitality. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the power attribute 50 is obtained. Ding. Pickup successfully, get experience points 3000. The leopard head had a very hard mouth. Although Long Chen could torture a confession, let it tell them about the orcs. But the key is that there is no time. One more second wasted, it may represent the death of a resident of Jinling City. President Qin, explain the current situation to me in the simplest language. Long Chen asked Qin Mo, as the Dean of the Oriental Academy, he must know more than the Dragon Quai and the others. Yes, my lord, I don't know the origin of this group of orcs, but it should come from Uxia Mountain outside the city. The number is probably a few hundred, among which there are no less than 10 of tier 3 strength, and there are even several tier 4 ranks. The leader that the leopard head has said is the strongest among them, possessing at least tier 4 intermediate strength. Now that group of orcs have breached Jinling City, I contacted the city lord and Jiang Kaibing, but I couldn't contact them, and I don't know what their situation is now. Qin Mo told Long Chen all he knew. There are hundreds of orcs equivalent to advanced zombies and mutant beasts, and there are more than 10 more than tier 3. With such strength in a small place like Jinling City, it is simply natural disaster level. There may be many evolutionists in the entire Jinling City, but it is estimated that there are no more than 100 people who exceed the second level. There are only 3 third-order evolutionists. How can it withstand the attack of the orcs? Catch the thieves first. If you want to save Jinling City, you can only remove the high-end combat power of this group of orcs. Long Chen said in a deep voice. Qin Mo, you first eliminate the remaining orcs in the Oriental Academy. If you can't win, don't fall in love with it. Yes, my lord. Ginmo solemnly nodded to Long Chen. Long Chen took Solanim and Baixioan and walked outside the Oriental Academy. He can't worry about letting others take care of Solanim and Baixioan. They are the safest to stay with him. After leaving the Oriental Academy, Long Chen discovered that the situation in the city was worse than in the academy. There were constant calls for help, wailing and orcs gnawing flesh and blood in all directions, and a strong breath came out, making the entire Jinling city seem like hell. What? There was an exclamation not far away, and Long Chen hurriedly led Baixioan and Long Qi towards the direction of the sound. Since we met, we must never die. Soon, Long Chen discovered that the exclamation came from a blacksmith shop. At this time, a dozen people gathered in the blacksmith's shop, including men, women and children, and in front of them were two orcs with fierce eyes. This group of people are ordinary people. Watching the orcs slowly walk towards them with greedy saliva, they can only keep retreating until there is no way to retreat. They can only wait for death. Heartbreaking cries of children and sobbing of women and old people continued to be heard in the house. The faces of 5 or 6 young and middle-aged men were extremely pale. Chapter 69, Mission, Protection. GGG. I haven't eaten fresh human flesh for a long time. I am already hungry and thirsty. A werewolf laughed frantically, his scarlet tongue licking his lips. Before that, they were trapped in the never-ending ground, and the only things that allowed them to survive were the occasional small animals such as rats that broke in. Even if there is no meat for a few days, they will kill each other just to survive. This is why there are only a few hundred of them now. The survival of the fittest and the weak orcs have all been eaten by them. Old wolf, don't waste time, I can't help it. Atoran couldn't help it any longer, and rushed towards the group of civilians. Seeing this, the werewolf also rushed hurriedly, for fear that the food would be robbed by his companions. What? The people in the room suddenly screamed in horror, and the two orcs were getting closer and closer to the food, and their eyes were full of excitement. However, just when they were less than 1 meter away from the food, two chills appeared. In the next moment, they lost consciousness. Long Chen's figure appeared in the house, with a domineering knife in his pocket, and he looked at the group of refugees shrinking in the corner. At this time, Long Chen felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He looked around. This was a blacksmith's shop. The most important thing was weapons. War swords, and spears have everything they need. The elderly, women, and children don't have any power. But there were 5 or 6 young and strong men present, but none of them dared to take up arms to resist, and could only curl up in a corner like a young woman waiting for death. These two orcs are only the lowest level orcs. If these 5 or 6 men dare to take up arms and resist, even if they will die in the end, they will definitely be able to buy some time for the elderly, children and women behind them. This is better than waiting to die. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Thank you, sir. The group of civilians who were undetermined in exclamation were suddenly overjoyed when they saw that they were saved. I can save you once, but it doesn't mean that I can save you a second and a third time. If you all give up resisting yourself, then no one can save you. Long Chen said coldly, and was about to leave. My lord, won't you take us with you? Seeing that Long Chen actually planned to leave like this, a middle-aged man asked quickly. Long Chen looked at him. This middle-aged man was very strong and had tattoos on his arms. If he guessed right, this person must have been a gangster before this. Before that, he specifically bullied ordinary people, but now when facing the orcs, he doesn't even have the courage to take up a weapon. I said that the only one who can save you is yourself, and I am not your father. It is impossible to protect you all the time. Long Chen said coldly. No, you will be my father from today. I am your son. You can take me away. The brawny man with tattoos climbed directly to Long Chen's feet, holding his leg and showing flattery. He knew that the only thing that could keep him alive now was the young man in front of him who had to hug his thigh. Long Chen looked at the brawny man with tattoos coldly, his expression disgusting. I don't have a son like you, get out. Long Chen applied a light force, and the brawny man with tattoos flew out, and then Long Chen no longer hesitated and left the blacksmith's shop. It is love to save once, but he is not only protecting these few people, what he has to do is to save the entire Jinling city. Puff. Ding. Pick up successfully, get speed attribute 50. Ding. Pick up successfully, get experience points 1000. Long Chen once again killed an orc, which was already the 20th he killed after he left the blacksmith shop. It has only been 10 minutes since he arrived in Jinling City. He has killed no less than 50 orcs, accumulated more than 50,000 experience points, and improved various physical attributes. At this time, he had already arrived outside the registration hall. The hall was crowded with survivors. Outside the hall, there were nearly 100 members of the Evolutionary Alliance, and Jiang Kaibing was among them. Opposite Jiang Kaibing, there were nearly 100 orcs. They seemed to want to break into the registration hall, but they were stopped by Jiang Kaibing and others. Jiang Kaibing's face was pale at this time, and he seemed to have suffered a lot of injuries. I'm here to talk to you about the conditions. I allow you, 100 devolvers, to leave, and you only need to release the ordinary humans inside. Among the crowd of beasts, standing at the forefront was a tiger head man, who seemed to be the leader of this group of orcs. HMPH, our evolutionary mission is to protect civilians. As long as we are still alive, we will definitely stop you. Jiang Kaibing snorted coldly, and the many evolutionaries behind him also showed firmness. In the hall behind them, with their relatives, friends, lovers, and everyone they care about, how could they easily let go? Hey, isn't it good to be alive? I have to look for death. The tiger head sighed. We are people with feelings. Do you think you are the same as cold-blooded animals? Jiang Kaibing sneered. The weak only talk about feelings. In the strong world, strength is everything. Since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you. Warriors of the orc race, give it to me. Enjoy your food. With a big wave of the tiger head, nearly 100 orcs behind him screamed and rushed towards the registration hall. Guard to the death. Jiang Kaibing yelled. None of the nearly 100 evolutionaries behind him hesitated halfway to meet the rushing orc. Perhaps their strength is generally inferior to these powerful orcs, but they have a guardian heart. When a person is guarding with care, he is often able to exert a stronger strength than usual. What? Although Jiang Kaibing was injured, he still roared at the moment, took his saber, and rushed towards the crowd of beasts. After taking the dragon blood pill given by Long Chen, his strength has also reached the 3rd tier intermediate. At this time, he rushed without fear of death, exploding out of strength even stronger than the ordinary 3rd tier intermediate. In a short while, several tier 2 orcs were beheaded by Jiang Kaibing, and the dead could no longer die. Bat King, the human evolver is handed over to you. The tiger head said to a Batman with 2 black wings beside him. A cruel smile was outlined at the corner of the Batman's mouth, his eyes bursting with blood. Evolution among humans. The taste is much better than ordinary people. Then thank the Tiger King leader for the gift. The Batman nodded towards the Tiger King, then spread his wings and turned into a black shadow to rush towards Jiang Kaibing, who was slaying the orcs bravely. In an instant, it had come to the top of Jiang Kaibing, and the 2 sharp claws were grabbing towards Jiang Kaibing's head. If it is caught, I'm afraid that the consequence will be to explode. Chapter 70. I want to hit all at once. Take me a knife. Jiang Kaibing roared wildly. His arm muscles bulged and veins burst out. With this knife, he exploded with the strongest strength. The battle knife slashed on the Bat King's claws, rubbing a burst of sparks. But it didn't hurt the Bat King at all. When the Bat King closed his claws, he directly crushed the alloy war knife. How is this possible? Jiang Kaibing's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was able to crush all the alloy swords. How strong is this kind of power? GGG. Let me your brain. The Bat King screamed and grabbed Jiang Kaibing's head again. Jiang Kaibing wanted to dodge, but found that he had been locked by the Bat King, and a powerful pressure came. He realized that he couldn't move, and his body trembled involuntarily. The Bat King let out a sharp laugh, and his eyes were full of greed, as if what was in front of his eyes was a delicious meal. However, just as the Bat King's claws were about to touch Jiang Kaibing, a whistling sound rang out. At the same time, the Tiger King's exclamation sounded. King Bat, be careful. The Bat King almost subconsciously fluttered his wings and fluttered away, and a jet black war knife flew directly by him. Almost heads him directly. Who is it? Dare to attack my uncle? The Bat King was frightened and angry, turned his head and looked, just in time to see Long Chen looking at him with a sneer on his face. The Bat King just wanted to say something, but when he saw Long Chen's sneer, he felt that something bad was about to happen. King Bat, be careful behind you. At this time, Tiger King's voice sounded again, but this time the Bat King had no time to dodge. He turned around subconsciously, and saw that the jet black saber returned at some point. At the moment he turned his head, the sword passed directly through his eyebrows, broke a big blood hole, and then returned to Long Chen's hands. This is the flight trajectory of Long Chen manipulating the tyrant saber through his thought power ability. Bat King looked incredible and unwilling, but it was useless to be unwilling. Death had arrived. The Bat King fell to the ground, and he couldn't die anymore. Ding. Pick up successfully, get speed attribute 500. Ding. Successfully picked up, and gained strength attribute 480. Ding. Pick up successfully, get experience points 10,000. This Bat King is equivalent to a tier 4 primary mutant beast, and the attribute points and experience points provided to Long Chen are not low. The Bat King, The Tiger King looked at the Bat King who had disappeared. With Scarlet A's among their group of orcs, there are only 3 or 4 who can be kings. The death of the Bat King is definitely a great loss for them. Human kid, I'm going to kill you. The Tiger King let out a tiger roar, and all the orcs present at the same time condensed their eyes on Long Chen. Just about to move. All the members of the Evolutionary Alliance, help Master Long Chen. Jiang Kaibing shouted. Although Long Chen's arrival surprised him, he knew that this was not the time to ask more. Just when Jiang Kaibing's voice just fell, Long Chen waved his hand. All back, these orcs will be given to me, Master Long Chen. What do you mean? Jiang Kaibing was a little confused, but Long Chen said lightly, I said, I want to hit them all. Hiss. The evolutionaries of the Evolutionary Alliance present one after another took a breath. This adult is really crazy enough. There are more than 100 orcs here, and the strength of each orc exceeds the first order mutant beast. Even if you are a tier 4 evolutionary powerhouse, you dare not be so crazy, right? Ha ha ha, it's really arrogant. Then I want to see how you beat all of them one by one. The Tiger King laughed back in anger, and with a wave of his big hand, all the orcs moved. Give me all. All the orcs rushed towards Long Chen at the same time. If there are too many ants, they can kill an elephant, not to mention that these are powerful orcs. Those evolving people wanted to help, but they were stopped by Jiang Kaibing. Since Master Long Chen said he wants to hit all, then we can't intervene. Jiang Kaibing had absolute confidence in Long Chen, and he was shocked by Long Chen's strong killing of Mo Kishan, and this time he quickly killed a Bat King comparable to a tier 4 mutant beast as soon as he appeared. He has done so many things that are impossible for others to do, so can he do the same this time? All kinds of orcs killed Long Chen from all directions, but there was no panic on Long Chen's face. Instead, there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Are you all here to give me experience? Then, just leave it all. The earth is in control. The force field of gravity. A strange force followed Long Chen's feet into the earth, and all of the earth within a dozen meters of nearby was sunken. And the orcs rushing towards Long Chen on this earth were directly overwhelmed by the sudden gravity. Except for occasionally a few tier 3 advanced orcs who could barely stand up, the other orcs were directly crushed on the ground, unable to move. Next, it's harvest time. Long Chen directly urged Mao Ying to move forward, and the gravity field had no effect on him at all. So his body turned into countless afterimages in this area, and every orc that the afterimage touched was directly chopped off, and the dead could not die again. This human being is able to manipulate the gravity of this area. Oh, Wolf King, let me do it. The Tiger King yelled badly, and called another werewolf beside him and rushed towards Long Chen. That Wolf King, like the Bat King, has a tier 4 elementary combat power, and the Tiger King, regarded as the strongest among the orcs, has a tier 4 intermediate combat power. Intermediate tier 4, in this Jinling city can indeed run rampant. But in front of Long Chen, it was nothing at all. Are you 2 more people seeking death? To fulfill you. Long Chen snorted coldly, speeding up and solving all the remaining orcs. At this time, the Tiger King and Wolf King had also entered Long Chen's Earth domain. The gravity here also has a big impact on us. The Wolf King frowned. Quick battle, kill this human. The Tiger King shouted loudly, bear the brunt, and killed Long Chen. Thunder trial. Long Chen did not evade, nor defend, but made a handprint. The next moment, the sky was densely covered with dark clouds, and a stout lightning fell. It slammed on the Tiger King who was running, and the Tiger King halted his body. His hair became scorched, and a puff of black smoke came out of his mouth. Then, he fell straight down. Ding. Pick up successfully, get experience points 20,000. Even the tier 4 intermediate Tiger King still can't escape the fate of being killed by a spike. Chapter 71, Orcs and Titans. You are the only one left. Let's talk. Do you want me to do it, or do you judge yourself? Long Chen came to the front of the Wolf King and asked with a jealous expression. At this time, the Wolf King was so scared that his legs trembled. Even the Tiger King was killed by the thunder summoned by the human in front of him, and he was even less likely to be an opponent. I don't want to die. Please don't kill me. The Wolf King actually knelt down and kowtowed towards Long Chen for mercy. You don't want to die. Do the human beings who have been tortured by your orcs want to die? Long Chen said in a cold voice, and the body of the Wolf King suddenly trembled more severely. Since you don't want to be arrogant, let me send you on the road. After all, Long Chen had to raise his tyrant sword. At this moment, the Wolf King suddenly raised his head. I know there is a treasure with many treasures in it. As long as you don't kill me, I will take you to find it. Long Chen's movements suddenly stopped. Treasure? These 2 words made him temporarily give up the idea of beheading the Wolf King. What treasure? It's the treasure handed down by our orcs. and it's in Yuxia Mountain outside the city. Seeing that Long Chen became interested in the treasure, the werewolf suddenly felt help and said quickly, "As long as you promise not to kill me, I will take you to find it. You are not qualified to bargain with me." Long Chen's voice became colder again. The werewolf's body trembled violently, but he still said boldly, "If you are taken to death, and if you don't take it, you are also dead. Then why should I make such a move?" Long Chen narrowed his eyes, and then smiled slightly. "If you don't take it, then you must die, and if you are willing to take me, at least you have a 50% chance of living." The werewolf was silent immediately, but Long Chen would not give him a chance to think. "I only give you 3 seconds to consider, 3 or 2." When the count reached 2, the werewolf spoke immediately. "Okay, I'll take you there." The corner of Long Chen's mouth raised. He was not afraid that the werewolf would disagree, because the werewolf was already scared. As long as he is afraid, then the initiative is in Long Chen's hands. "Leader Jiang, you have cleaned up the orc remnants in the city, and the safety of my sister and Xiao Han are also handed over to you." Long Chen said to Jiang Kaibing that he was not sure whether this werewolf had a conspiracy, so he couldn't take the Solanum and the others just in case. He has the means to save their lives, but he cannot guarantee their safety. When Jiang Kaibing heard this, his head was cruel. "Don't worry, leave it to me." The strong men of the orcs were all killed by Long Chen, and the rest were some remnants of weak strength, so Long Chen was not worried. He pinched the back neck of the werewolf, and disappeared in front of Jiang Kaibing and the others in a few flashes. A minute later, they appeared in Yuxia Mountain. "Lead the way," Long Chen said indifferently. The Wolf King nodded, and then led him into Yuxia Mountain. Before, Long Chen had to pay attention to the mutant beasts around Yuxia Mountain, but now it is different. Unexpectedly, the mutant beast dared to provoke him without opening his eyes, and directly punched him. Soon, the Wolf King took Long Chen to the palace of the Overlord Sword Demon King. "The treasure you are talking about is not the treasure left by the Overlord Demon King, right?" Long Chen asked in a deep voice. "If this is the case, then this trip will be in vain." "You know the Overlord Demon King?" The Wolf King was a little surprised when he heard the words, but he quickly returned to the subject when he saw Long Chen's impatient expression. "I don't know what the treasure house of the Overlord Demon King you said is, but it's not the one I said. The treasure I said is the treasure left by the ancestors of our orcs, the Titans." "The ancestors of the orcs? The Titans?" Long Chen started to be a little curious about this so-called orc tribe and Titan tribe. "Before the treasure hunt, I want to understand what your orcs are, and the Titans in your mouth," Long Chen said, and the life of the Wolf King was in Long Chen's hands at this time, and he did not dare to refuse. He could only tell all he knew. The origin of the orcs is the Titans, and the Titans are the original races on this planet. It can even be said that they existed in the ancient times before humans existed. Only later, for some reason, the blood of the Titans began to wither until it disappeared. As for the reason, the Wolf King said he didn't know, because it took too long and most of the history has been lost. The orcs were the species created by the Titans in order to preserve their bloodlines. Unfortunately, the Titan bloodlines were too violent and powerful, and the orcs simply couldn't bear it. So, in fact, the orcs can only be regarded as failures invented by the Titans. But anyway, the orcs were also created by the Titans, so they can be considered descendants of the Titans. The treasure I'm talking about is a relic of the Titans. There is the inheritance of the Titans. Our orc race is to protect this inheritance, said the Wolf King. Long Chen was a little surprised that the remains of the Titans, as well as their heritage, were actually here. If what the Wolf King said is true, then the Titans are definitely a race of prehistoric civilization, capable of creating strange species like orcs. It seems that the Titans were also a powerful race at the time. There are many ancient relics on this planet, and the emergence of each ancient relic will attract the coveting of many people. Because an ancient ruin is likely to create a powerful force, the world-class superpowers today rely on finding the ruins to make their fortunes. Where are the ruins of the Titans you are talking about? Long Chen asked. Just below this palace. As the Wolf King said, he took Long Chen into the palace. As soon as he entered the palace, he saw the square and the mutant monitor lizard on the square. Of course, this mutant monitor lizard had long been killed by Long Chen with iron bombardment, and now it was just a smelly corpse. And beside the mutant monitor lizard, there was a hole in the ground. The ruins of the Titans are below. The Wolf King pointed to the big mouth and said, "Why are the Titan ruins under this palace? What are your connections with the Overlord Demon King?" Long Chen asked. If it was a coincidence, Long Chen would not believe that he was killed. Accurately speaking, it is not the Titan ruins under the palace, because the Titan ruins have always been here, and this palace was built to suppress us. In the ancient times, with the end of the Titans and the rise of human civilization, our orcs faced a very embarrassing situation. Therefore, the orcs looked for deep mountains and old forests to retreat to escape the slaughter of the humans. Our ancestors took with the inheritance of the Titans. I live in seclusion in this Uxia mountain. And with the advent of the end times, your human race has also begun to suffer a catastrophe. We only thought about leaving Uxia mountain and going out to see the world. But as soon as we came out, we were discovered by the Overlord Sword Demon. He gave us a lot of strength. All of them were killed, but we had no choice but to return to the ruins. But the Overlord Demon King still chased us. Chapter 72, Ruins. Sarcophagus. According to the Wolf King, when their parents saw the end of the world, humans were too busy to take care of themselves, so they decided to go out of the mountain. Unexpectedly, they were met by the Overlord Sword Demon. They fought a battle with the Overlord Sword Demon. In the end, all the strong orcs were beheaded by the Overlord Sword Demon, and the rest fled back to the Titan ruins in Uxia mountain. The Overlord Sword Demon didn't plan to let them go easily, and pursued them. Fortunately, the enchantment seal of the ruins blocked the Overlord Sword Demon, and eventually Overlord Sword Demon built a palace here to suppress the orcs, and grabbed a mutant beast to guard this place instead. This mutant beast is the mutant monitor lizard. Not long ago we discovered that this mutant monitor lizard was dead, so we left the ruins, said the Wolf King. The mutant giant lizard was actually used by the Overlord Sword Demon to guard this orc race. In other words, the culprit responsible for the orc invasion of Jinling City was actually Long Chen. If it hadn't been for Long Chen to kill the mutant giant lizard with iron bombardment, the orcs would not dare to come out, and there would be no disaster. Long Chen suddenly felt some guilt, but he didn't show it. Now that things have happened, no amount of guilt is useless. Besides, he didn't mean it. Go down, Long Chen said in a deep voice, letting the Wolf King jump out of this hole first, and then jumped down himself. This hole can be considered a bit deep, almost 10 meters long. If it is not an evolutionary but an ordinary person, it would be possible to fall to death if he jumped down. Under the cave is a long passage, and there are many murals painted on the walls on both sides of the passage, which should be used to record the history of the orcs. Long Chen didn't stay longer, and followed the Wolf King towards the end of the passage. Soon, a stone gate appeared in front of them. The Wolf King opened the stone door, behind which was a large stone room. Many stone statues were placed in the stone room, and the walls were also full of murals. Long Chen's gaze fell on the most central sarcophagus. This sarcophagus was much larger than the one Long Chen had heard of. It was at least 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. The sarcophagus was bound with iron chains. It was as if there was something dangerous that could not be released. The inheritance lies in this sarcophagus, but the chain tied to the sarcophagus is indestructible, and I can't open it, the Wolf King said towards Long Chen. Long Chen glanced at the Wolf King, and believed nothing in his eyes. He took out the domineering sword and directly used it to dominate the world. With a 6-fold increase in strength, his slash directly exploded more than 300,000 kilograms of terrifying power. Pong! With the sound of a metal collision, the tyrant slashed the iron chain. The invincible Overlord sword was matched with Long Chen's over 300,000 kilograms of power, and the iron chain broke. When the Wolf King watched this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank. But it wasn't that he was shocked by Long Chen's power, but the black sword in his hand. This knife is so familiar. Long Chen didn't know that the Wolf King recognized his sword. After cutting the iron chain, Long Chen said to the Wolf King, "Open the sarcophagus." Long Chen didn't completely believe in this Wolf King. The Wolf King was stunned for a moment, but after feeling the murderous intent from Long Chen, he reluctantly opened the sarcophagus. After waiting for a few seconds, seeing that nothing happened to the Wolf King, Long Chen walked to the side of the sarcophagus and looked inside. At this look, Long Chen suddenly tightened his pupils. Chapter 73, Titan Python. At this time, in the sarcophagus, there was an extremely strong python. The giant python occupies the entire sarcophagus even if it is curled up. It can be seen that its true length must be at least 20 meters. The giant python was covered with black scale armor, exuding an ancient and terrifying aura. It's just that it's motionless in the sarcophagus now, thinking it should be dead. This is the heritage you are talking about? Long Chen frowned, wondering what medicine was hidden in the Wolf King gourd. Yes, according to the words handed down by our ancestors, this giant python is called the Titan giant python, because the blood concentration in its body is closest to the Titan, so it is considered to be the inheritor of the Titan clan and is also respected as a holy beast by our Orcs clan. But the Titan Python has a tyrannical character. In order for it to quietly accept the Titan inheritance, our ancestors can only seal it in a sarcophagus and feed it with the flesh and blood of alien animals or humans. What do you want to say in the end? Long Chen frowned more tightly, wondering what the Wolf King wanted to say. What I want to say is that when you are swallowed by the Titans and become a part of it, you can accept the inheritance of the Titans. The Wolf King suddenly yelled, slapped a paw on the sarcophagus, and a loud voice sounded. Almost at the same time, the Wolf King ran out abruptly. Long Chen's face changed suddenly, and just about to move, the eyes of the Titan giant python in the coffin were suddenly opened, releasing a cold light. Roar! Exclamation mark. The Titan python roared, and its huge body rushed out of the sarcophagus. A pair of lantern-like eyes stared at Long Chen greedily, as if a wolf who had been hungry for more than 10 days saw a little white rabbit. It has not known how long it has not eaten. The Titan giant python suddenly opened its blood basin and rushed towards Long Chen. Before it approached, a smell of stench entered Long Chen's nose. A feeling of nausea struck. Retreat! Long Chen shouted and directly used the space ability to teleport and retreat. The Wolf King, who was at the stone gate, coldly looked at Long Chen, who was about to be swallowed by the Titan Python, and let out a crazy laugh. It had known for a long time that the Titan Python was sealed in the sarcophagus, and it also knew that if it wanted to save its life, it had to kill Long Chen. It doesn't have this strength, but the Titan Python has it, so it designed this round to attract Long Chen. Moreover, it succeeded. Ha ha ha, when you die, I will return to Jinling City and eat all those humans. The Wolf King laughed. However, in the next moment, a voice rang from its side, which instantly solidified the smile on its face. It found that Long Chen's figure had disappeared out of thin air, and the next moment, his voice sounded beside him. The Wolf King quickly wanted to escape, but how could Long Chen let it wish, and grabbed the Wolf King by the neck. Is the design yin? You make me very angry. Long Chen's face was cold. He was actually overcast by an orc, which made him feel that his IQ was rubbed on the ground. No, don't kill me. The Wolf King quickly begged for mercy. But this time Long Chen couldn't give it another chance. Just when Long Chen was about to strangle the Wolf King, the Titan Python rushed over with a big mouth and a blood basin. Long Chen quickly threw the Wolf King in his hand towards the Titan Python. Do not. The Wolf King let out a scream, and the next moment he was swallowed by the Titan Python. It is also an honor for the Wolf King to die in the belly of the holy beast of their clan. Swallowing a wolf is obviously not enough for the Titan Python. It continues to rush towards Long Chen. Dead. Long Chen shouted angrily, no longer avoiding, but directly urged Xan to dominate the world and cut it away. Chapter 74, King Kong Bar body is at full level. The tyrant knife slashed on the head of the Titan Python, but was blocked by the thick black scale armor. Long Chen also retreated several meters with that force. The defense and power of this Titan Python is not comparable to Tier 4 mutant beasts. I'm afraid it has reached the level of Tier 5. Long Chen thought in his heart. If it is Tier 4, it cannot be so powerful. But it is also impossible to exceed Tier 5, otherwise Long Chen will not be so easy. Then there is only one possibility. The strength of this Titan Python is between the 5th grade elementary to the intermediate level. In this case, it is not that there is no power to fight. System, upgrade my skills. King Kong Bar body. Long Chen shouted in his heart, and then a system prompt sounded. Ding. Consumes 500 experience points, and the King Kong Overlord body advances to LV2. Ding. Consumes experience points 1000. The King Kong Domineering body is promoted to LV3. Ding. Consumes experience points 16,000. The King Kong Bar body is promoted to LV7. Ding. Consume experience points 128,000. And the King Kong Domination body advances to LV10. Ding. King Kong Bar's body is full. Before slaying hundreds of orcs in Jinling City, Long Chen brought hundreds of thousands of experience points. Even if Long Chen raised the King Kong Overlord body to full level, he still had nearly 100,000 points left. Long Chen, who possesses a full-level King Kong Overlord body, has reached the true King Kong Indestructible body. Drink. Long Chen yelled violently, and the clothes on his upper body burst directly, revealing his skin that was cast like a diamond. The Titan Python rushed towards Long Chen again, but this time it was no longer opening his mouth to bite, but a huge tail. The tail hit Long Chen like an iron whip, but Long Chen did not evade. When the Titan Giant Python's tail hit Long Chen, he hugged it. But it was a shame that he now had the incorruptible body of King Kong, otherwise this whip would definitely kill him. Die me. Long Chen exploded with great power, clinging to the tail of the Titan Python. and then he gave it a strong mention. The 20-meter-long body of the Titan Python flew directly in the air, and then was thrown away severely by Long Chen, shattered the stone walls. Long Chen knew that the Titan Python couldn't just belch like this, so at the moment it flew out, Long Chen also teleported directly above the Titan Python, finding its 7 inches. Using the greatest strength to insert the tyrant sword fiercely. Roar! The Titan Python suddenly uttered a cry of sorrow. Qi-kun is the life gate of any snake, and the Titan Python is no exception. The tyrannical sword smoothly inserted into the 7 inches of the Titan Giant Python. The Titan Giant Python let out a painful cry, and his body began to violently flip, trying to throw Long Chen away. Unfortunately, it failed. Long Chen sat steadily on its body, and thrust the tyrant sword into the 7 inches. After another 10 minutes of tumbling, the Titan Python gradually stopped, and finally trembled and stopped moving. Ding! The pickup is successful, and the power attribute is 1000. Ding! Pick up successfully, get defense attribute 1200. Ding! Pick up successfully, get experience points 80,000. Long Chen couldn't confirm that it was dead until several light groups fell out of it, and he breathed a sigh of relief. This Titan Python is the most difficult opponent he has ever encountered. Have you come here for nothing? There is only one Python in a ruin. Long Chen sighed. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Wait, the Wolf King just said that this Titan Python has the blood and heritage of Titan. If I absorb it. Chapter 75. King Blood. Mark of Titan. A smile of joy suddenly flashed across Long Chen's face. The Titans are a powerful race in ancient times, and the power of blood is definitely a strong group. If you change to someone else, maybe there is no way at the moment. But Long Chen is different. He possesses the devil power of blood devouring, which can absorb the blood of the Titan inside the giant python. Thinking of this, Long Chen no longer hesitated, and directly activated the blood-devouring magic power, placing one hand on the head of the Titan Python. The huge blood chi emitted from the body of the Titan Python, and all entered Long Chen's body. This Titan has a strong bloodline. Only by refining and absorbing half of the Titan Python's flesh and blood, Long Chen felt a sense of fullness sweeping his body. No wonder the Wolf King said that the bloodline of the Titans was too violent and powerful, and neither of the orcs could bear it. If Long Chen had not swallowed the blood of the purple electric Tyrannosaurus before, and had already raised the power level of his own bloodline to a high level, I'm afraid it would not be able to support this Titan bloodline. Even now, he could feel his blood beginning to boil. Boom! Suddenly, a huge breath erupted from Long Chen's body, shaking the stone room. The Titan giant python in front of him was only bones, and there was no trace of flesh and blood. Long Chen looked no different on the surface at this time, but the aura he exuded was countless times stronger than before. If there is a tier 4 or tier 5 mutant beast in front of him at this time, I'm afraid that he will be frightened and tremble with his blood. This is the absolute suppression of the power of blood. I don't know how many times the power of my bloodline is stronger than before, but it is certain that it has definitely exceeded the upper limit of the advanced bloodline. Long Chen thought in his heart. People did not systematically divide the bloodline levels, so Long Chen didn't know what level his bloodline was. But he could give his own bloodline a name. Then call you a king-level bloodline. With my current bloodline power, I'm afraid that few people can surpass it. Long Chen thought, and then he placed his gaze on his palm. Here, there is an extra mark, which looks like a beast mark. After absorbing the flesh and blood of the Titan Python, this mark appeared. Moreover, this mark is not only visible to the naked eye, but also felt. Long Chen closed his eyes, feeling the shining light of that mark. Could it be? This is the legacy left by the Titans? Suddenly, Long Chen's consciousness seemed to have touched the mark, and the mark suddenly burst into light. In the next moment, a huge and violent force swept across Long Chen's body. When he opened his eyes, he found that his arms had become a pair of thick, hairy arms, and his height had skyrocketed. This secret room originally had a height of nearly 20 meters, and Long Chen's head at this time had actually touched the roof. In other words, his height soared to 20 meters. Long Chen took out a mirror, and then he saw the whole picture of himself. At this moment, his body was covered with red hair, and he could still be seen vaguely. On the whole, he is now like a giant King Kong. I'm going. What's the matter? Long Chen was surprised, although he can also feel that his current strength is several times that of before. If he can only keep this way in the future, he might as well die. Fortunately, with a move of his mind, after triggering the Titan mark in his palm, his body returned to its original shape. It's just that the clothes on her body, including Xiao Nen, are broken. Fortunately, he prepared a lot of clothes in his portable space, otherwise he would have to run naked. Is this the inheritance of the Titans? You can temporarily transform into Titan great apes, so that both power and defense can skyrocket. After the shock, Long Chen calmed down and soon figured out. Although it was ugly after the transformation, he had to admit that after the transformation, he even had the confidence to be able to fight a tier 4 or tier 5 mutant beast without relying on any abilities. This ability can be called animalization, it can be used as a killer, and it is not used as a last resort. Long Chen quickly made a decision. After searching the stone room for a while, nothing good was found, so Long Chen left. Back in Jinling City, the remaining orcs were also annihilated by the evolutionaries headed by Jiang Kaibing and Qin Mo. The disaster in Jinling City caused tens of thousands of deaths, hundreds of thousands were affected, and their families were destroyed. Long Chen didn't tell the facts, he just told Jiang Kaibing his contact information, and promised that if there is anything else Jinling City needs his help in the future, it is indispensable. This can be regarded as the only thing Long Chen can use to make up. When he arrived at the airport, Long Chen was no longer alone this time, and Long Kui and Bai Xiao followed him. Originally, Long Chen's plan was to take Solanum to the Dragon Temple alone. After all, he still didn't know if he could take people outside of his family, but later learned that Bai Xiao's parents had died in this orc invasion. She had no relatives, and only Solanum was left as her friend. Under Long Kui's persuasion, coupled with Long Chen's own guilt, he had to take Bai Xiao with him. This time there was still no accident. They returned safely to the ancient city of Yandu and successfully entered the Dragon Temple. Long Chen took the two back to his residence. Fortunately, the residence given to him by the Dragon God Temple was a courtyard with many rooms besides the master bedroom. After arranging Long Kui and Bai Xiao, Long Chen was just about to start practicing, and Xiao Yan came again. Brother Xiao Yan, is there anything wrong? Looking at the very gloomy expression on Xiao Yan's face, Long Chen asked suspiciously. Brother Long Chen, don't you know? Xiao Yan asked in surprise. No what? I just returned to the Dragon Temple. Long Chen gave a wry smile, but seeing Xiao Yan like this, something big should happen. No wonder, I said why you are so calm. Just yesterday, Murong Yanshin issued a challenge to you. Having said that, Xiao Yan glanced at Long Chen, as if he wanted to see his panic expression. However, Xiao Yan failed, and Long Chen remained calm. Oh, what then? Brother Long Chen, are you really calm or pretending to be calm? Murong Yanshin is the second in the rankings, a 5th order evolutionary. Long Chen's face was indifferent, but Xiao Yan started to worry. So what? If he says challenge, just challenge. I can't do it if I don't accept it. Long Chen shrugged and said casually. But Murong Yanshin has said in public that if you don't accept the challenge, then he will do everything possible to embarrass you, and in our Dragon Temple, if you refuse a challenge from one person, you will be ridiculed. Xiao Yan said bitterly. Chapter 76. Murong Yanshin's challenge. If Murong Yanshin had to target Long Chen, he could indeed do it with his power in the Dragon Temple. What's more, in the process of cultivating, what you pay attention to is a heart to move forward. If he refuses to accept the challenge because of fear, he will be ridiculed by everyone and affect his brave heart. At this time, Long Chen was finally a little moved, but he was not afraid, but angry. Why does Murong Yanshin challenge me? Long Chen asked. If it was just because of his relationship with Dugaleniyu, then why didn't he make a move in the first place, but instead let Zhao Sanjuo provoke him? Isn't this unnecessary? The reason he gave to the public is that you bullied his cousin Duan Muwa. But I guess the real reason is your relationship with Dugaleniyu. Murong Yanshin has always regarded Dugaleniyu as his own woman. How could he tolerate you and her like that? Get close. Before you didn't make a move, there was no reason to make a move. Now that you beat his cousin, he has a reason to challenge you. Xiao Yan said. Duan Muwa? Long Chen has some memories. Isn't it the small town lord of Yandu ancient city who was beaten up by him in the Westlake revolving restaurant? He turned out to be Murong Yanshin's little cousin. Brother Long Chen, I'm afraid Brother Xiao Yan can't help you in this matter. Xiao Yan said with a guilty expression that he was only a member of the ranking list after all, and he just didn't move Murong Yanshin. It's okay, Xiao Yan, since this Murong Yanshin has been sitting at the second position in the top ranking for a long time, then I will let him come down and rest. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. I don't know why, Xiao Yan, who originally thought that Long Chen was talking big, had a feeling of believing that he could do it. After feeling his powerful fighting spirit, Brother Xiao Yan, do me a favor and reply to Murong Yanshin, saying that I have accepted his challenge. It will be noon tomorrow. Noon. Long Chen said. Xiao Yan nodded. He can still help with this small favor. After Xiao Yan left, Long Chen went to the training room. He didn't hold on to the Buddha's feet temporarily because of tomorrow's battle, but simply wanted to practice. The elder in charge of the training room was the same one before, and seeing Long Chen coming, a gleam of light flashed in his cloudy eyes. "Young man, I heard that you will fight Murong Yunshan tomorrow?" the elder asked suddenly. Long Chen was stunned for a moment. The things that were decided not long ago were not expected to spread now. Even the elders who had never heard of things outside the window knew them. But Long Chen didn't hide it, just smiled and nodded. Courageous courage, good, good. The elder didn't talk too much nonsense, and after a few praises, he registered a training room for Long Chen. He had better luck this time, and he happened to be out when he came. After paying the deposit, Long Chen entered the training room, and the time flow was still 1 to 5. Before entering the training room, he told the elders and asked him to wake him up before noon tomorrow. The elders also agreed, so Long Chen directly let his happy spirit go and entered the cultivation state. In the cultivation state, the perception of time is almost zero, so no matter it is 1 day or 5 days, it is the same fleeting under Long Chen's feeling. Soon the elder woke him up. But the 5 days in the training room did not improve his level much, and he was still a third-tier intermediate. Of course, if anyone only regards him as a third-order evolutionary, then he will definitely regret it. After leaving the training room, Long Chen walked directly towards the fighting arena, where the duel he and Murong Yunshan had agreed to was held. On the way to the battlefield, Long Chen found that many people were walking there. It seemed that everyone in the Dragon Temple knew about his duel with Murong Yunshan. The battle between a member of the ground list and the second place of the sky list is quite attractive. When he came to the battlefield, Long Chen saw Xiao Yan, as well as Xiao Xiok's son, Long Hui and Bei Ixio, and beside Xiao Yan. "Why are you two here too?" Long Chen was taken aback for a moment, and Xiao Yan explained with a smile. "Everyone knows about your duel with Murong Yunshan, and they naturally know, so you have to follow. Brother Long Chen, I haven't disclosed the matter about your duel with Murong Yunshan, and Xiuna certainly won't, so only Murong Yunshan has this possibility. He let everyone know, and came to watch the battle. He must want to defeat you in front of everyone, even humiliating you, in order to achieve the purpose of driving you out of the Dragon Temple. He has done this kind of thing more than once." Xiao Yan's expression suddenly became serious. "HMPH, don't care what he has in mind, but if you dare to put it on me, I will definitely let him know what it means to ask for hardship." Long Chen's face was cold. Since Murong Yunshan wanted to embarrass him in public, he didn't mind letting Murong Yunshan taste the evil fruits he planted. "Brother, Senior Long Chen." Long Hui and Bei Ixio and looked at Long Chen with some worry, and Long Chen touched their heads and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, believe in my strength, you can just watch a good show here." Having said that, Long Chen stepped onto the martial arts arena. In the eyes of everyone's emotions, some of these people sympathized with Long Chen, some were indifferent, and some were psychopathic, like watching Long Chen being abused. But without exception, no one believed that Long Chen could defeat Murong Yunshan. On the ring, Murong Yunshan stood quietly in white clothes, his eyes closed slightly, just like an outsider. When Long Chen came on stage, he slowly opened his eyes. "Yes, if you dare to agree to my challenge, you still have some courage," Murong Yunshan said calmly. It's just this tone that really made Long Chen very upset, like a strong man talking to an ant. "Okay, stop talking nonsense, fight if you want, don't waste time," Long Chen said impatiently. Murong Yunshan's eyes suddenly flashed with a murderous intent. In the entire Dragon Temple, no one dared to talk to him like this. "Well, since you are anxious to lose, then I will fulfill you," Murong Yunshan shouted angrily, rushed towards Long Chen, and slapped him with a palm. This palm used nearly 70% of his strength, and it seemed that he was planning to end the battle with one move. "Good job." Long Chen snorted coldly, directly urging the hero to dominate the world, and 6 times the power poured into his body. He didn't evade, and slammed a punch at the attacking Murong Yunshan. He wants to be tough with Murong Yunshan. Is he crazy? Murong Yunshan is a tier 5 evolutionary. This palm contains at least 70% of his strength. If he insists, he will probably be directly shattered. The people watching the battle began to discuss it. In their opinion, if you dare to face Murong Yunshan head, this is simply looking for death. At this time, it was not just these people in the fighting arena who watched the battle. On an attic not far from the battlefield, there were 2 figures. One of them was wearing a black suit with a dragon head mask on his face. As for the other figure, it was a 16 or 17-year-old girl. The graceful posture, looks like a fairy. The only downside is that the expression on his face is like an iceberg without emotion. It is Dugalanayu. Chapter 77. I think you two are quite suitable, master. He is the Long Chen you asked me to invite to the Dragon Temple. Dugalanayu said to the masked dragon head beside her. Her tone of voice was very respectful. Master, Why do you care about this person so much? Not only did you ask me to bring him to the Dragon Temple, but also to keep an eye on him? Dugalenyu asked with some doubts. As the number one in the Dragon God Temple, and the only disciple of the Lord of the Dragon God Temple, Dugalenyu has a high status in the Dragon God Temple. There is no need for Dugalenyu to recruit people, but the Lord of the Dragon God Palace just asked her to do it. Moreover, the Dragon God Palace Master, who had never been interested in matters in the temple, had come here to watch Longchen's duel. Such strange behavior makes Dugalenyu feel very strange. She is not a gossip person, but she still wants to ask clearly about the master. At this time, the man with the dragon head mask next to him spoke, but he did not answer Dugalanyu's question. What do you think of him? The voices of the people in the dragon head masks have obviously been specially processed, so that even the voices of men and women cannot be heard. And Dugalenyu was obviously already used to his voice, so there was no surprise or surprise. He is very talented. He broke your highest record in the Trial Tower when he first came to the Dragon Temple, and easily defeated Zhao Sanjuo and Song Guanshai, but the current level is still too low. If you give him time, maybe he has a chance to become the next top ranking. Dugalenyu replied that she knew what happened to Long Chen in the Dragon God Temple, and she was very optimistic about Long Chen's strength. In particular, she also discovered that Long Chen had awakened multiple abilities, even including her space abilities. Is it because the master values him so much because of his talent? I'm not asking you about his talent and strength, I just want to ask, what do you think of him? The dragon head mask man asked again. Ah, master. What do you mean? Dugalenyu was a little confused. I mean, do you think he can be your other half? I think you two are quite suitable. The processed voice of the masked dragon head also contained some jokes. Dugalenyu was taken aback for a moment, then his face blushed. Especially at this moment, she couldn't help but remember the scene where Long Chen stood in front of her in the revolving restaurant in the West Lake, and her face became even more blushing. Master, what are you talking about? I just want to practice hard and strive to become a strong person like you as soon as possible. I don't have any ideas in this regard. Dugalenyu said weakly. Well, there doesn't seem to be a conflict between cultivation and love. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Leng, you say, who can win the duel between these two little guys? Dugalenyu finally recovered her face, looked at the arena not far away, and said slowly, although Long Chen is very talented, he is still young and low in rank. As the second highest in the ranking, Murong Yanshan must have many means. I think he should win this battle. Speaking of this, Dugalanyu's face showed a trace of worry. Master, Murong Yanshan has a harsh personality. Even if he loses, he will be severely humiliated by him, and will be devastated. Are you not going to help him? Ha ha ha, looking at how worried you are, you haven't said that you have any thoughts on this. The dragon head mask man joked, but then he said again, but don't worry, Long Chen will not lose. You only know that Murong Yanshan has many methods, but how can Long Chen be so easy to deal with? The dragon head mask man seemed confident about Long Chen, and Dugalenyu stopped talking. Now that the master has said so, then perhaps it is really because of his own eyes. Turning the camera to the arena of the martial arts arena, Long Chen didn't know that he was being discussed. At this time, his six-fold increase in strength hits Murong Yanshan's palm. Suddenly, a powerful wave of air erupted from this palm and punches the center, and the aftermath even caused several weak evolvers to step back. The ground under the feet of the two of them cracked and sunken. Long Chen and Murong Yanshan stepped back at the same time, but they were not injured. He actually blocked Murong Yanshan's attack. How is this possible? Isn't he a second order? How can he be able to withstand the attack of the fifth order evolutionary Murong Yanshan? Everyone's cognition of Long Chen's level still stayed when he ran the trial tower. After all, it hadn't been long before. How could they think that Long Chen's strength would have such a big leap? Murong Yanshan also expressed shock. Although his palm didn't use his full strength, it was definitely not something that a member of the rankings could stop. Even a general Tier 5 evolutionary might not be able to bear it. The difference in level is still a bit big. Even if I use Xun to dominate the world, I can't beat him in strength. Long Chen thought secretly. Perhaps let him activate the mark of the Titan and become a beast, and he can overpower Murong Yanshan in strength. But this ability is not a last resort. Long Chen does not intend to show it in front of everyone. Not to mention anything else, it is said that the clothes and trousers will be broken after transformation, and Long Chen cannot use this trick in the public. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing to run naked in front of everyone? Boy, I look down on you a bit. If you can block my hand, you are qualified to make me take it seriously. Murong Yanshan showed a ferocious smile. and he was very angry at this time. The reason for notifying everyone to come and watch the battle is to crush Long Chen with absolute strength in front of everyone. But this first round broke his plan, which made him very unhappy. Long Xiangquan, Murong Yanshan yelled, and a dragon-like phantom faintly emerged from behind him. Zhao Sanjuo had used this trick before, but it was clear that Murong Yanshan's aura was several times stronger than Zhao Sanjuo. Murong Yanshan's understanding of Long Xiangquan was much better than Zhao San. Dead. Murong Yanshan gathered momentum to complete, and blasted out with a punch, as if the roar of a dragon's roar sounded. Long Jin's face changed slightly, but he still fisted back. Boom! Exclamation mark. This time it was a more intense vibration. Long Chen exploded a few steps back, but Murong Yanshan did not move. Very strong. Long Chen took a sigh of relief. If it weren't for his King Kong domineering body was already at full level, his body was comparable to King Kong. I'm afraid I have to get injured under this punch. He wasn't hurt. Everyone was shocked when they saw that Long Chen's expression had not changed, and that he was quite normal. It's my turn. Long Chen snorted coldly, urging his mental power to manipulate the thunder ability and release the trial of thunder. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the sound of thunder sounded. This is the thunder ability, and his ability can affect the weather. Someone exclaimed, and Murong Yanshan, who was locked by the thunder in the sky, also changed his face at this time. As the person involved, he could even feel how powerful the thunder condensed above the sky. Chapter 78, To Long Chen. Murong Yanshan admits defeat. Drop. Boom! Exclamation mark. With Long Chen's order, finally, the long-standing thunder from the sky suddenly descended. A dragon-shaped lightning with the thickness of 2 arms slashed fiercely, and the target was Murong Yanshan. Murong Yanshan frowned. He knew that he had been locked by this thunder and lightning. He couldn't hide him. He could only resolve it. Don't think that only you have awakened the power, the ice crystal barrier. Murong Yanshan yelled, and a shield made of ice crystal appeared above him. As if not feeling enough, he released several ice crystal barriers. At this time, the thunder and lightning finally came down, blasting above the ice crystal barrier. As the bang cracking sounded, the first few ice crystal barriers did not hold on for even a second, and they broke apart. Murong Yanshan quickly added several layers of ice crystal barriers, reducing them while increasing them, finally consuming the lightning. Call. Murong Yanshan breathed a long sigh of relief. He had to admit that he had indeed underestimated Long Chen. This thunder ability is so strong that it almost made him fall here. It can't be delayed any longer, it will change after the delay. Thinking of this, Murong Yanshan drew a sword from his waist and stabbed it at Long Chen. Before the sword arrives, the sword spirit comes first. Murong Yanshan even learned the Hunyuan sword technique and developed the Hunyuan sword chi. There was a savvy exclaim. Hunyuan sword technique is also a sword technique in the Dragon Temple treasury, and it is also a 6-star sword technique, which can condense Hunyuan sword energy and is extremely powerful. 6-star swordsmanship, in terms of quality, is no longer inferior to that of the world. Long Chen quickly took out the domineering sword, unleashing the dominance of the world, and slashed towards those sword chi. After the sword energy was broken up by Long Chen, Murong Yanshan's sword was already close, and Long Chen had no time to resist with the tyrant's sword. So he squeezed his sword with his hand. Humphrey, don't you want your hand anymore, do you? Murong Yanshan snorted coldly and twisted his sword. However, he imagined that the scene where Long Jin's palm was severed did not appear, and even a drop of blood did not flow out. Long Jin's hand turned golden at some point, and he could not even withdraw the sword. How is this possible? Murong Yanshan exclaimed. Long Chen sneered. If his full-level King Kong bar's body can be easily broken open, how would it be worthy of a 5-star defense skill? Get out! Long Chen shouted angrily, kicked out, and kicked directly on Murong Yanshan's lower abdomen. Murong Yanshan did not react, so there was no defense at all, and his body flew out directly. The earth is in control, sleepy. Long Chen took advantage of the victory and pursued, and immediately urged the earth power. The ground under his feet began to crack, and the stones flew away one by one, hitting Murong Yanshan. In a short while, these stones sealed his whole person. Bang! However, the next moment, the stones burst open, revealing Murong Yanshan in embarrassment. Long Chen, Murong Yanshan was about to speak cruelly, but before he finished speaking, he discovered that Long Chen had appeared in front of him at some point, and was cutting at him with a knife. Ice crystal barrier. In desperation, Murong Yanshan directly used the cold ice ability, and an ice crystal shield appeared in front of him, blocking Long Chen's knife. However, he saw a sneer from Long Chen's face. "You lose." A word slowly came out of Long Chen's mouth. Murong Yanshan turned around subconsciously and saw a person who looked exactly like Long Chen appeared behind him. Before Murong Yanshan could react, the Long Chen behind him kicked his face, and the huge power directly caused his teeth to fly out. His body also flew out and fell to the ground severely. Two Long Chen, one on the left and the other put the knife on his neck. "You lock cheating? After you ask for help, helper," Murong Yanshan roared, just because a few of his front teeth were missing. His speech was leaking. "No knowledge. I didn't find a helper. This is just my ability." With that, Long Chen waved his hand, and the other Long Chen disappeared out of thin air. "Well, do you admit defeat by yourself or let me cut your head off?" Long Chen sneered. Murong Yanshan gritted his teeth fiercely. But at this time, the knife was on his neck, and he would die with just one stroke. In the end, in the face of life and death and dignity, Murong Yanshan chose the former. "I surrender." After saying these words, Murong Yanshan seemed to have exhausted all his strength and fell down like a lifeless love. Long Chen put away his tyrant sword and walked directly off the ring. The people watching the battle in the audience gave way to him one after another, and they looked at Long Chen with different eyes, full of awe. He actually defeated Murong Yanshan, who ranked second on the top ranking list. What does this mean? It means that he will replace Murong Yanshan and take the second place on the Dragon God Temple's ranking. There is no doubt that a hot news will spread throughout the Dragon Temple and even the whole world. The title is, Murong Yanshan, the second on the original list of Dragon Temple, lost to a newcomer who had just joined the Dragon Temple not long ago. Master, he actually won. Above the attic, Duge Leniu was also very surprised. Although the master had already said that Long Chen would win, she still held a bit of skepticism. After all, Murong Yanshan was second in the rankings, second only to her existence. Doesn't this mean that Long Chen might even be stronger than himself? Duge Leniu noticed that no one responded to her, and turned her head to see that the man with the mask of the dragon head had disappeared for some time. Long Chen moved his gaze to the direction of the attic. He always felt that someone there was paying attention to him. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see Duge Leniu above the attic, and he was taken aback. This iceberg-like goddess would actually pay attention to her battle with Murong Yanshan? Duge Leniu also found that Long Chen had seen her, and disappeared out of thin air in the next moment. "Brother Long Chen, you actually defeated Murong Yanshan. I really admire you." At this time, Xiao Yan's voice came, interrupting Long Chen's thoughts. "Brother, I was so shocked to see your fight just now, I almost thought you were going to lose." Solanum said with a worried look. "You still don't believe in your brother's strength. Don't worry, even just now, I didn't use my full strength, otherwise, it would not take so long to defeat him." Long Chen touched the head of the Dragon Quai and smiled. He is not bragging. If he activates the Titan Mark, or uses all his abilities, this Murong Yanshan simply couldn't hold on for so long. "Brother Long Chen, if you defeated Murong Yanshan, you will also get the second place on his top ranking list. From now on, your welfare will be much more than mine." "No, I have to beat the landlord severely. You must treat yourself to dinner," Xiao Yan said quickly. Okay, let's go to the best restaurant for dinner. I'll treat you." Long Chen was also very happy at this time, so he directly agreed. Chapter 79. Promoted to Tier 4, summoned by the Lord of the Dragon Temple. Since Murong Yanshan was knocked out of 2 teeth by Long Chen, he has not troubled him again. Long Chen was also happy and leisurely, so he went to the training room to practice when he was fine. Anyway, he now has enough money, 10,000 yuan an hour, only 240,000 a day, and only 6 or 7 million a month. For Long Chen, who had billions of dollars in assets, it was really nothing. That's it. Apart from eating and accompanying Dragon Quai and Bei Ixion, Long Chen spent almost all of his time in the training room. And the effect is also very significant. A month later, he officially entered the ranks of the 4th Horde Revolutionary. Power, 120,100,000. Speed, 105,001,100. Agility, 106,469,100. Defense, 118,500,100. Spirit, 101,100,000. Skills, Master Blade Technique 03200, Cat Shadow Phantom Step LV5, Earth Ability LV1 016000, Domination of the World LV5, Mind Ability LV304000, Blood Devouring Demon Attack, Thunder Ability LV503200, Space Ability LV408000, Mirror Ability LV404000, Time ability LV105000. King Kong body LV10. Experience value 230,000. Each attribute value reaches 100,000, and it is considered a newcomer to the Fourth Order evolution. And among the Fourth Order evolutionists, if you want to improve a small stage, you need a huge attribute value of 100,000 points. If you are a newcomer to the Fifth Order evolution, that is a full attribute of 500,000. Therefore, as the level gets higher and higher, the gap in strength will become larger and larger. The reason why Long Chen was able to defeat the 5th tier Murong Yunshin was due to his unexpected underestimation with Murong Yunshin. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to defeat Murong Yunshin if he was not in a state of being a beast. As soon as Long Chen came out of the training room, he returned to his residence, planning to play with the Solanum and the others for a few days. After all, during this period of time, he always practiced in the training room. Even he himself felt like he was going crazy. No matter what you are practicing or doing, you still have to pay attention to the combination of work and rest. However, as soon as he returned to his residence, Long Chen found that besides Dragon Kui and Bei Xion, there was another person. This person is not Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiok's son, but someone who makes Long Chen somewhat unexpected. Dugalanayu. Since the last time she watched the duel between Long Chen and Murong Yunshin in the attic and was discovered by Long Chen, the two have not seen each other again. Miss Dugu, do you have anything to do with me? Long Chen asked with a slight smile. The Lord asked me to come to you. Dugalanayu still had an icy appearance, and she spoke very concisely. Hall Master, undefeated Dragon God. Long Chen was taken aback at first, but a little surprised. Although he has been in the Dragon Temple for a while, he has never seen the undefeated Dragon God who is said to be the #1 human being. If you are not curious, it is fake. Come with me, don't let the Palace Master wait for a long time. With that, Dugalanayu walked directly outside the door, and Long Chen cleaned up and quickly followed. On the way, Long Chen asked the Lord Dugalanayu why he was looking for him. He thought he would not answer according to Dugalanayu's personality, but Dugalanayu hesitated for a while and still said it. The Lord didn't specifically look for you. He was the member who called the top 10 of the top 10 list. You defeated Murong Yunshin, and naturally took over his second place on the top list. Long Chen nodded. Whether it is the sky or the earth, as long as you defeat the one that is ahead of you, you can replace him in the ranking. Then what did he summon the top 10 members of our list? Long Chen asked again. Don't you know? This incident should have spread throughout the Dragon Temple. Dugalanayu didn't answer, but instead asked with some surprise. What's the matter? I've been in the training room recently, and I haven't paid attention to things outside. Long Chen explained that Dugalanayu gave Long Chen a weird look. Even her high gold temperament would occasionally pay attention to it. But Long Chen actually didn't pay attention at all. Although it felt strange, Dugalanayu explained to Long Chen. According to the Dragon Temple. No, to be precise, every world-class superpower should follow this rule. Every year, they have to send their disciples to the east and west borders to participate in the military experience, and the rules of our Dragon Temple are the top 10 in the list of the members went to the border to join the army. On the east-west border, Long Chen only learned about it after coming to the Dragon Temple. In fact, the area where they are located is the Eastern Continent, and the opposite of the Eastern Continent is the Western Continent. Rumor has it that the origin of the end times is from the Western Continent. A few hundred years ago, a ruin in the Western Continent was discovered and opened. Immediately, the virus began to spread, and the Western Continent entered the apocalyptic state in just a few days. In the beginning, this was just a disaster in the Western Continent, but because the East and the West were open to each other, soon some Westerners spread the virus to the Eastern Continent. Fortunately, the people in the Eastern Continent have been prepared for a long time and have created base cities to protect survivors. Through the cultivation methods obtained from the ruins, the evolvers began to appear in the world, and the first evolvers began to form forces. This is the original model of today's world-class superpowers. After the Eastern Continent stabilized, the major evolutionary forces dropped legions at the junction of the Eastern and Western continents to prevent the invasion of zombies and mutant beasts in the Western Continent. That junction is the east-west border, and most of the zombies and mutant beasts that currently exist in the Eastern Continent actually broke in from the Western Continent. After all, it is impossible for the border to stop all zombies and mutant beasts, so their real purpose is to stop those powerful zombies and mutant beasts. While they were talking, the two came to the outside of a palace. This palace is called Huangjai Hall, and before the end of the world, it was the place where the Emperor Longting Empire handled political affairs. Now, it has naturally become the place where the Dragon Temple handles affairs. As soon as he entered the palace of Emperor Long Chen saw that many people were already standing inside, and on the uppermost throne sat a mysterious person wearing a black robe and a dragon head mask. Being able to sit in this place, Long Chen could guess without asking. This person is the Lord of the Dragon Temple, the rumored man's #1 powerhouse, the undefeated Dragon God. Long Chen stared at the undefeated Dragon God, and couldn't feel any breath from him, just like an ordinary person. But Long Chen knew that he was not an ordinary person, but his strength was strong to a certain level, reaching the realm of simplicity and simplicity. Of course, it could also be because Long Chen was too weak, so he couldn't feel his breath at all. As soon as Long Chen entered the hall, the people standing around stared at him directly, and from time to time some people whispered, "Is he just Long Chen who defeated Murong Yunshan? He looks only about 16 years old, right? It should be him." I heard that he also broke the highest record of the Palace Master in the Trial Tower. Almost everyone looked at Long Chen with curiosity, but one person looked at Long Chen with vicious eyes. Chapter 80. Go to the border Murong Yunshan. Long Chen looked at Murong Yunshan standing in the crowd, a little surprised. Didn't Dubileniyu mean that the Lord only summoned the top 10 members of the list? Why is he also present? As if seeing Long Chen's doubts, Dubileniyu explained in a low voice. Not long after you defeated Murong Yunshan, he challenged and won the 3rd place in the top 10 ranking list, so he is now also ranked in the top 10 of the top 10 ranking list. Long Chen suddenly realized, and then greeted Murong Yunshan's vicious eyes without shy away, showing a sneer. After all, it was Murong Yunshan who did his own death. He didn't have any interest in this ranking. Who made this guy come to challenge him somehow? It's all here. At this time, the Lord of the Dragon God Temple sitting on the throne spoke. His voice seemed to have undergone special treatment, making it impossible to tell whether it was a male or a female, nor could he hear his emotions. Master, the top 10 members of the top 10 list are all here, Dubileniyu said with a fist to the Lord of the Dragon God Temple, and then motioned to Long Chen to find his position and stand. The position is naturally based on ranking, so Long Chen is standing behind Dubileniyu and in front of Murong Yunshan. He could still vaguely feel the chill coming from behind him. Obviously, Murong Yunshan must be gritting his teeth and glaring at the back of his head. Presumably you know the reason why I called you here, so I won't say much. According to the rules of previous years, among the top 10 on the list, the top 5 must go to the east and west borders, and the next 5 are all voluntary. The Lord of the Dragon God Hall said again. The top 5 must participate, which means that Long Chen must also go to the east and west borders to join the army. However, Long Chen didn't dislike this, and he was even very eager to try. Since there are many powerful zombies and mutant beasts on the east-west border, he will definitely get a lot of benefits when he goes there. After all, his system is destined that he cannot be at ease for long. The Lord of the Dragon God Temple asked the last 5 to choose whether to go to the east and west borders to join the army, and they soon made a decision. There are 2 choices to go, 3 choices not to go. That is to say, this time the Dragon Temple went to the east-west border. There are a total of 7 people. Very well. The time for you to go to the east-west border is 7 days later. Assemble on time when the time comes. Leave it. The Lord of the Dragon God Hall waved his hand, and Long Chen and the others withdrew from the Emperor Hall. Long Chen was still a bit pity. He had thought that he would finally meet the Dragon God Temple Master once. Maybe he could pick up some attributes. This kind of powerhouse will definitely lose tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of attributes. If it can be picked up, Long Chen's strength can leap forward instantly. It is a pity that the Lord of the Dragon God Temple hides his aura very well. Unless he is in a fighting state, it is almost impossible to drop attribute points. After leaving, Long Chen returned to his residence and told Dragon Quai and Bei Ixio and that he was about to leave the Dragon Temple and go to the east and west borders to experience. The 2 women are naturally reluctant, but there is no way. This is the rule of the Dragon Temple. Therefore, Long Chen intends to spend these 7 days with them. Happy time is always short, and in a blink of an eye, 7 days have passed. Before leaving, Long Chen gave the 6-star Doomsday Warframe to Dragon Quai. This Doomsday Warframe can even withstand a blow from the Grandmaster level evolutionary, and should be able to guarantee her safety. He also specifically asked Xiao Yan to help take care of them. Long Chen also had an enmity with Murong Yunshan in the Dragon Temple, and now Murong Yunshan is going to the east-west border together, and there is no way to threaten the Dragon Quai and the others. With the protection of Doomsday armor and Xiao Yan's care, Long Chen can also feel at ease. After bidding farewell to them, Long Chen went to the assembly place, which was on a square. There was a military fighter jet parked there, which was specially used to send them to the east-west border. On the square, Duge Liu and others had gathered, and Long Chen was the last to arrive. So when he arrives, he can set off. Chapter 81, Danger and Opportunity coexist among the few people who went to the border this time, apart from Long Chen, Duge Liu and Muerong Yanshan. The other four. Long Chen did not know him. But this did not prevent him from hearing about these people. Among these four people, 3 men and 1 woman are the 4th, 5th, 8th and 10th in the ranking. The 4th on the top list is a young man wearing a blue windbreaker with a cold face and a silver spear on his back. This person's name is Zhao Yun, a tier 5 elementary evolutionary, and he is famous for his marksmanship, and his pistol technique is extraordinary. He didn't awaken any abilities, but he was able to rank 4th in the sky list by virtue of his master-level marksmanship, which shows his strength. The 5th in the ranking is the only woman among the 4. She is extremely glamorous. Although she is not as good as Duge Liu in terms of appearance, she exudes a charm that is very attractive to men. Her name is Concubine Liu, and she is also a tier 5 evolutionary. She has a hot body, especially those fox eyes that make it easy for men to be overwhelmed. Long Chen heard that her ability is similar to charm, but it is different from the charm in his imagination. This charm ability even has an effect on mutant beasts. However, it seems that it doesn't work for unconscious zombies and the same sex. This is also a weakness. However, you can't underestimate her because of this. Being able to step on the many arrogances of the Dragon Temple and sit on the 5th position in the top rankings. Her strength is definitely not that simple. The 8th on the top list is Chen Mu. Long Chen has not heard too much about him, nor does he know what he is capable of. But since he can sit at the 8th place on the top ranking list, he should definitely not be underestimated. The last one is the 10th in the list, a boy who looks about the same age as Long Chen, and has a shy personality. His name is Zhao and he is a mechanic. His own combat power is not strong, just a tier 3 evolutionary. But there is definitely a reason why he can become the 10th in the ranking list. The reason is that he is a mechanic, or it can be called a mechanic. Someone once found the remains of a super high-tech civilization, and fighter armor was unearthed inside. The mecha division was born from this. It is not easy to operate a fighter armor. The higher the level of mecha, the more difficult it is to operate, and it is difficult for many people to learn in their lifetime. And Zhu Hao, only 16 years old, is a 5-star mecha division. A 5-star mecha division can operate a 5-star fighter, and its combat power is comparable to a tier 5 evolutionary. And because of the strong defensive power of the mecha and some special weapons, even some tier 5 intermediate or even advanced evolutionaries are difficult to defeat. The 7 people got on the fighter plane and flew in the sky for 5 full hours before finally reaching the border. On the plane, Long Chen and the others looked down, just to see the magnificent city wall standing on the ground. The city wall is as high as several hundred feet, looking like endless mountains from the sky, dividing the entire east-west border. It was this city wall that blocked how many zombies and mutant beasts, so that the eastern continent would not become a paradise for zombies and mutant beasts. Is this the east-west border? I heard that many powerful men of the major superpowers were born from the border. It can be said that this east-west border is a place where both danger and opportunity coexist. At this time, Zhao's emotional voice sounded. Oh, why do you say that danger and opportunity coexist? Is there any opportunity for this border? Long Chen asked with some surprise. He originally thought that the major superpowers sent their disciples to defend the eastern continent to make contributions. Hearing Zhao's words, there seems to be some other reasons. Just as Zhao was about to speak, Muerong Yanshan glared at him, and then said yin and yang strangely. You don't know if you want to come to the east and west borders to find out in advance. People like you are destined to live soon in the borders. Muerong Yanshan said with a sneer, but Long Chen didn't like him at all. This made Muerong Yanshan suddenly feel powerless with his fists hitting the cotton. Zhao was obviously threatened by Muerong Yanshan, so he didn't dare to explain to Long Chen. However, at this time Duge Liu's voice rang in her ears. Chapter 82, Combat Band. In fact, the major superpowers sending their disciples to the east-west border are not just to guard the eastern continent. After all, if you just want to guard a border, you can let other disciples go there. There is no need to put Tan Jiao in danger. Their real intentions are twofold. One is to experience. Only in the battle between life and death can they truly stimulate their potential. And the other reason is the ancient ruins. Duge Liu said suddenly. The ancient ruins? What does this have to do with the ancient ruins? Long Chen is a little confused. Does he have to go to the border if he wants to find ancient ruins? Of course it does matter. The ancient relics in the eastern continent have been almost emptied in the past few hundred years. It is difficult to find another one. The border is different. Because of the danger, few people are willing to set foot, so the remaining ancient relics relatively many. The Dragon Temple allows us to come to the border to experience, and it also wants us to find the relics to enhance our own strength. After listening to Dugaleniu's explanation, Long Chen suddenly realized, no wonder Zihao said just now that danger and opportunity coexist in the east-west border. Isn't the ancient ruins a chance? Almost all of these superpowers today made their fortunes because of ancient ruins. Long Chen also found the remains of an orc clan not long ago. It was not an official ruin, and he gained the inheritance of the Titans. If you are looking for a real relic, your strength will definitely rise. While talking, the plane has landed. After getting off the plane, a middle-aged man in black armor greeted him. Welcome everyone to the east-west border. The middle-aged man laughed and looked extremely cheerful. Brother Li. Seeing the middle-aged man, Dugaleniu, Muerong Yanshan, Zihao and others all greeted him. Only Long Chen was a little confused. These few seemed to know each other. It seems that only oneself is an outsider. Well, I guessed it would be you little guys who participated in this experience. When I was in that session, you were quite famous. The middle-aged man nodded to them, and then suddenly turned his eyes on Long Chen, somewhat surprised. Hey, this little brother has a good eye. Is it also from our Dragon Temple? Brother Li. His name is Long Chen. It hasn't been long since he joined the Dragon Temple. He is the second highest in this session. Dugaleniu introduced. She is the only one who is familiar with Long Chen, so she can only do the introduction. Oh, not long after I joined the Dragon Temple, I can become the second in the ranking list. Not bad, not bad. Brother Li smiled and nodded, then said to Long Chen. Brother Long Chen, hello, my name is Li Ji. I will be a centurion in our Yanlong Legion, and you will be temporarily assigned to me. The Yanlong Legion is the legion established by the Dragon Temple on the east-west border. Each superpower has established legions on the border. In the face of enemy invasion, these legions are united on the front, but they usually guard their respective territories. Brother Li, please take care of it. Long Chen followed them and called Li Ji the big brother Li. It's easy to talk. It's okay. Let's do business first. Promise. I'll give you these. With that, Li Ji threw a few black bracelets to everyone present. These bracelets are called combat merit bracelets. As the name suggests, they can be used to record your combat merits. The method of obtaining combat merit is also very simple. As long as you kill a zombie or mutant beast on the battlefield, the combat merit bracelets will automatically be cut according to you. The level of killing zombies or mutant beasts is used to calculate the merit points. The battle points can be exchanged for treasures in the Legion treasury. This is also a means to motivate you to fight the enemy bravely. Chapter 83. The Tide of Corpses strikes. Long Chen took the martial arts bracelet, and the screen lit up with only one number, 0. It seems that the zombies and mutant beasts killed before are not counted, and only those killed on this battlefield can be counted in the battle achievement bracelet. This is quite in line with Long Chen's mind. Killing zombies and mutant beasts was originally his goal. After all, he could pick up attribute points and experience points. Now you can rely on this to gain military exploits and exchange treasures in the Legion treasury. Does it kill two birds with one stone? Is there any difference between the treasure house of the Legion and the treasure house of the Dragon Temple? Long Chen asked. The treasures in the Dragon Temple treasury can be purchased with Union coins, but here they can only be exchanged for battle exploits. Of course there is a difference. The treasure house of the Dragon Temple only has the treasures of the Dragon Temple, and the Legion treasure house on the border covers the treasures in each Legion, which is equivalent to you can use the battle merit to exchange the treasures of all the superpower treasure houses in the eastern continent. Li Ji said. Although the Dragon Temple is the strongest superpower, it does not mean that it has more treasures than other powers. In other words, this Legion's treasure house is even better than the treasure house of the Dragon Temple. It's too late now. I'll take you to rest first. I will take you to familiarize yourself with the border tomorrow. Li Ji said. Everyone has no opinion. Soon they came to the barracks area and looked at them. Except for the camp on the other side. There was also a fishy smell coming out. The life at the border is still relatively bitter, and I should get used to it after a while, Li Ji said. Long Chen could clearly see that Muerong Yanshan and the others were a little ugly. They are all gods, and they are used to living a good life. It is really hard to get used to this kind of place. Long Chen is relatively easy to accept. He was born in the Dead City, and this guy had a hard life before crossing, not much better than in this barracks. The next day, when he was woken up early in the morning, Li Ji led everyone to the city wall. Standing on the city wall, the sights thousands of miles away came into view clearly. and everyone looked into the distance. Suddenly, a sound of inhaling air conditioning sounded, including Long Chen. They all looked at the battlefield outside the city with a bit of shock. He has broken through the dead city, killed many zombies and mutant beasts, and has also seen dead people and even killed people with his own hands. But looking at the battlefield like at this time, Long Chen felt his heartbeat start to accelerate. They were all corpses. There were human corpses and mutant beast corpses, and these corpses were still in shattered condition. These corpses are superimposed on each other, like a hill. No one can count how many people died. The battlefield is cruel. Every second, hundreds of lives are likely to die. We only experienced a corpse siege here not long ago. These are the corpses that have not had time to clean up. Li Ji looked at the faces of several people and sighed. He wasn't sighing the psychological quality of the people. After all, it was the same when he first came. He just sighed the passing of life. Boom. At this moment, the earth trembled suddenly, and the sound came from a distance. Long Chen seemed to be able to see the small black spots in the distance. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Muerong Yanshin exclaimed, but Li Ji's expression suddenly changed. Damn it! The frequency of corpse-tide attacks is getting faster and faster recently. It's only a few days now. Why is it here again? Not long after Li Ji finished this sentence, a sirens rang. The sound of the sirens means that the enemy is attacking. Chapter 84. On the battlefield, standing on the high city wall and looking into the distance, Long Chen and others could vaguely see countless black spots in the distance condensed into a cloud-like black mass approaching here. Those are all zombies and mutant beasts. They were very fast, and it didn't take long for them to enter the field of vision of Long Chen and others. Long Chen and others were able to see their appearance clearly. Most of them were zombies, and there were many mutant beasts mixed in them. Long Chen didn't know whether to call them a tide of beasts or a tide of corpses. Not only on the land, there are also many mutant beasts flying in the air. They are even faster than the zombies and mutant beasts on the land, and approach the city wall first. Roars, roars, and weird screams spread into everyone's ears from a distance like thunder, and the world seemed to shake. Doo-da-doo. At this moment, the roar of maneuvers sounded, and dozens of combat aircraft flew out of the city. Boom bang bang, boom. The fighter jets continuously fired out laser cannons, targeting the mutant birds in the air. The mutant birds died under the shells and fell to the ground. But more mutant birds in the rear continued to rush forward recklessly. They want to win by quantity. Long Chen, Dugaleniyu and other Danjiao from the Dragon Temple had never seen this kind of super-scale war. At this time, they couldn't help but froze in place. A lot of attribute light groups, but unfortunately they are far away. Standing on the city wall, Long Chen couldn't help smacking his lips as he watched the attribute values falling from the mutant beasts that were killed. The system can only pick up attribute points and experience points within 10 meters of nearby areas, and the mutant birds that are killed are still a bit far away. By the way, try the mind power ability. Long Chen suddenly thought that maybe he could use his mind power ability to bring those attribute points and experience points. But this still needs to be upgraded first. Ding. Consume 4000 experience points. The mind power ability is promoted to LV4. Ding. Consume 8000 experience points, and the mind power ability is promoted to LV5. Ding. Consume 16,000 experience points, and the mind power ability is promoted to LV6. Ding. Consume 32,000 experience points, and the mind power ability is promoted to LV7. Raising the mind power ability to level 7. The range he can manipulate almost covers the entire battlefield. Under the control of his mind, each attribute light group flew towards him, until the system could pick it up. Long Chen shouted to pick it up. Ding. Pick up successfully, and gain strength attribute 10. Ding. Pick up successfully, get speed attribute 20. Ding. Pick up successfully, get experience points 100. The corner of Long Chen's mouth couldn't help but evoke an arc. This feeling of being able to improve his strength without hands is really cool. In just a few minutes, he felt that he had gained more attribute points than 1 hour of normal cultivation. What are you laughing at? At this time, Dugalenaiu's icy voice sounded in Long Chen's ears. Only then did Long Chen realize that he actually laughed inadvertently, and quickly reduced his smile. It's nothing. Long Chen shook his head. And Dugalenaiu is not the kind of character that breaks the casserole and asks the end, just glanced at him strangely, and then retracted his gaze. Kill. At the same time, the horn sounded, and soldiers from various legions on the east-west border poured into the battlefield. Each of them may not be very strong, and there are even many first-year elementary evolvers, but the fighting will and beliefs they release are much stronger than those of Long Chen and others. This is condensed from the battlefield. Everyone, your first war on the border is about to begin. I should have spent a few days talking to you about the things that need to be paid attention to on the battlefield, but now it seems it is too late. I just remind you. Don't look at those zombies and mutant beasts that are not strong, but if they are surrounded by groups, even tier 5 evolutionaries will not be able to escape safely, so you must be very careful. Li Ji said to everyone with a serious face. Understand. Long Chen and others shouted at the same time. Long Chen also knew that he could no longer stay on the city wall to pick up attributes at this time, but fortunately, it just happens that he has some itchy hands recently, so he can move his muscles and bones. Remember, saving your lives is the most important thing. If you encounter danger, don't fall in love with it, and ask for support as soon as possible. Li Ji gave a last exhortation before jumping off the city wall and rushing towards the zombies and mutant beasts. Long Chen and the others followed closely, and also jumped directly off the city wall. Although the city wall is tens of meters high, it is useless to these powerful evolvers. In fact, this city wall was only built to stop those low-level zombies and mutant beasts. Sometimes, low-level zombies and mutant beasts are more threatening than high-level zombies and mutant beasts. As soon as he entered the battlefield, Long Chen was surrounded by 5 or 6 zombies. But these are some tier 1 and tier 2 zombies. Not to be afraid. Go and die. Long Chen sneered, and the domineering sword in his hand suddenly appeared. After a few cold rays, the dozen or so zombies surrounding him separated directly. Ding. Pick up successfully. Gain strength attribute 320. Ding. Pick up successfully. Get defensive attribute 460. Ding. Pick up successfully. Get experience points 20,000. Ding. Pick up successfully. Get first order energy essence 10. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the second order energy essence 3 is obtained. Long Chen took the time to look at the martial arts bracelet in his hand and found that the number on it had changed from 0 to 250. The first order zombie is equal to 10 points of merit, and the second order equals to 50 points. Long Chen murmured. At this moment, a mutant wolf demon with black hair appeared behind Long Chen. 2 gleaming wolf paws patted the back of his head. The bloodthirsty madness appeared in the eyes of the mutant wolf demon, and it was very confident in its sneak attack ability. It seemed to have seen the scene where the human head was smashed by itself. It liked this moment very much. However, just when the mutant wolf demon's claws were less than 1 centimeter away from the back of Long Chen's head, an inky black sword penetrated its neck. A look of unwillingness appeared in the eyes of the mutant wolf demon, but the moment the sword was pulled out, it still lost consciousness. Long Chen didn't even turn his head. A second-order advanced mutant beast was not qualified to make him turn around. Easily slashed the mutant wolf demon, and several mutant beasts nearby looked at Long Chen with some fear. Mutant beasts are not like zombies. They have consciousness and fear. The mutant wolf demon level is much higher than them, and they are all easily killed by Long Chen, and they even dare not approach. Chapter 85. Go deep into the corpse tide with a dragon elephant fist. Murong Yanshin instantly blasted a tier 3 zombie in front of him to pieces. Ui even shocked some tier 1 zombies and mutant beasts around him. He looked towards Long Chen and saw that Long Chen also responded very easily, his face suddenly sinking. Suddenly, he set his gaze on a red-haired giant ape not far away, which was a 5th order advanced Quace Lord level mutant beast. 6th order mutant beasts and zombies can be called Lord level, and this red-haired great ape is only 1 step away from becoming Lord level. Long Chen, I see how you die. Murong Yanshin showed a sneer, and then rushed towards the red-haired giant ape. Long Chen once again swung his tyrant sword to kill several mutant beasts and zombies, but his brows wrinkled. This is too slow. I have ranged attacks, but besides zombies and mutant beasts, there are many human fighters here. Long Chen muttered to himself. He was afraid of hurting human soldiers by accident. At this time, he suddenly looked behind the tide of beast corpses. If you go deep into the corpse tide, maybe, a bold idea suddenly appeared in Long Chen's mind. If he let others know his idea, it would definitely be a madman. But Long Chen no longer hesitated at this time, and rushed directly toward the depths of the tide of beast corpses. Do it as soon as he thinks. It's not Long Chen's style to be afraid of hands and feet. Besides, there is a life-saving means of space supernatural power, and he doesn't need to worry about his safety. Long Chen silently smashed a road, and soon appeared inside the tide of beast corpses. There was no human warrior within our radius of nearly 100 meters, all were zombies and mutant beasts. Oh my god, Who is that? Is he crazy? He actually ran into the corpse tide. Does this kid want to die? Entering the corpse tide, even a tier 5 evolutionary, is extremely difficult to get out. Which legion is he from? Looks like he wears from the Flame Dragon Legion, right? Then it doesn't matter to us. The people of the Flame Dragon Legion will naturally have them rescued by the Flame Dragon Legion. Long Chen's actions attracted the attention of many human soldiers on the battlefield. When they discovered that Long Chen was running towards the inside of the corpse tide, they were suddenly shocked. This is simply the rhythm of hunting for death. If surrounded by thousands of zombies and mutant beasts, it would be very difficult to break through. Not to mention that there are many powerful mutant beasts and zombies in this wave of corpse beasts. Damn it. Li Ji, who had just killed a tier 4 mutant beast, also looked towards Long Chen. His face suddenly changed. The color of worry floated above. Long Chen and the others were all sent by the Dragon God Temple to experience them. Does this kid take my words as the wind? Even if I am surrounded by a group of zombies and mutant beasts, it may not be possible to get out. No, I have to save him. Li Ji gritted his teeth and ran in the direction of Long Chen. Dugalanayu, Murong Yanshan and others also noticed Long Chen's actions, and a sneer flashed across Murong Yanshan's face. As for Zhou Yun and the other 4, they didn't know Long Chen, so they just used it as a fun. Dugalanayu frowned. She didn't care about it because of her character, but it was different for Guan Longjun. Thinking of the Longshan Temple Master's attention to Long Chen, she still ran towards Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen had already stopped. This position is almost the same. Seeing zombies and mutant beasts in all directions, a sneer flashed across Long Chen's face. Then the killing will begin. The earth field is controlled by gravity. As Long Chen's voice fell, a strange energy entered the earth from his feet. Suddenly, the ground within a few hundred meters of the circle began to tremble. This area has become Long Chen's personal domain. Give me, suppress. Long Chen shouted, and a powerful force of gravity suddenly emerged. Those zombies and mutant beasts who smelled the smell of living people and wanted to approach Long Chen were directly pressed down by this huge gravity. Even some low-level zombies and mutant beasts of tier 1 and tier 2 were directly crushed into meatloaf under this strong gravity. Is this a scoped power attack? Is it a rumored field? Definitely. It is no wonder that he dared to enter the corpse tide. It turned out that he has mastered the domain ability and possessed the domain ability. The number will be useless before him. The general evolutionary is only physically stronger than ordinary people, and it is extremely dangerous if it is surrounded by thousands of zombies or mutant beasts at the same time. Just like that sentence, more ants can kill an elephant, and more low-level zombies can also kill a powerful evolutionary. But the awakened who possess domain power are different. The power of the domain is a range attack, and the advantages of this ability in a single combat may be limited. But in the group battle, that is simply an open existence. No matter how many you are, as long as you are in my domain, you have to get down. Long Chen looked around. Low-level zombies and mutant beasts turned directly into meatloaf under the strong gravity, while higher-level ones could insist on being saved. But persistence for a long time does not make much sense. Chikikachi. Long Chen directly urged Mao Ying to make a phantom step, and his figure instantly turned into after images, walking through the domain. To the back, people can only see the cold light passing by. Every place where the cold light passes, there must be a zombie or mutant beast death. Ding. Pick up successfully, get power attribute 50. Ding. Pick up successfully, get speed attribute 80. Ding. Pick up successfully, get defensive attribute 20. Ding. Pick up successfully, get experience points 1000. Ding. Pick up successfully, get the first order energy essence 1. With the continuous ringing of system prompts, Long Chen's physical fitness continued to grow stronger. At the same time, Long Chen could also see that the numbers on the combat merit bracelet were also rising. This battlefield is simply tailor-made for him, providing not only attribute points and experience points, but also military merits. Don't be too cool. If you can watch the battlefield from the perspective of God at this time, it will be obvious that no zombie or mutant beast can stand within a few hundred meters of Long Chen as the center. This is extremely abrupt on the battlefield filled with zombies and mutant beasts. Damn, this kid. A bit fierce. Li Ji, who was planning to support Long Chen, couldn't help but stop, and stared at Long Chen dumbfounded. After Dugalanayu teleported a few spaces, he also discovered the situation on Long Chen's side, and then went back silently. She thought about it carefully. It seemed that Long Chen also had space powers, which meant that this guy could protect himself. What are you worried about? Murong Yanshan's face was gloomy. He thought that Long Chen was seeking his own way of death, so he didn't want to yin him. Unexpectedly, there would be such a situation. It seems that I still have to take action. Chapter 86. Battle against Quasi-Lord Mutant. Have you done 5,000 battles? Long Chen murmured as he looked at the merit value displayed on the bracelet. Tier 1 zombies or mutant beasts can provide 10 points of combat merit, while ordinary zombies and mutant beasts only have 1 point of combat merit. At this time, a large area was already vacant. From him as the center, no zombies or mutant beasts stood in a radius of 100 meters. If you continue like this, you can get a lot of merits, attribute points, and experience points. Long Chen got a little excited. This battlefield is simply his blessed land. Just when Long Chen planned to continue to change the area and continue to slaughter the zombies and mutant beasts, suddenly, he found a figure rushing towards him. Murong Yunshan? Long Chen was taken aback for a moment, and he didn't understand what this guy was doing. Murong Yunshan was extremely fast, and instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. Long Chen just wanted to talk, but he suddenly flashed to the left with extreme speed. Before Long Chen looked over, he found a huge red figure hitting him. Red-haired great ape. Long Chen was taken aback. At this time, the huge red-haired giant ape had already hit him. I see how you died. Murong Yunshan turned his head while running, and just saw the scene of the red-haired giant ape hitting Long Chen. Suddenly showed an expression of conspiracy success. Be careful. Li Jai's face suddenly changed, who had just breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he wanted to rush to help, but it was too late. He even felt that Long Chen was dead. After all, that was a Quasi-Lord level red-haired great ape. Even if he was hit, it would be uncomfortable. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes, and at this time he no longer thought about the relationship between the arrival of the red-haired giant ape and Murong Yunshan. Seeing the red-haired giant ape rammed over, Long Chen directly urged the hero to dominate the world, and with a six-fold increase in strength, he blasted out. Boom! With a huge sound suddenly, Long Chen's figure exploded back dozens of meters. His shirt shattered directly, revealing the skin that seemed to have passed by gold. The Quasi-Lord level mutant beast is really strong enough. Long Chen shook his numb hand. If he didn't use the Titan mark, it would be difficult for him to defeat this red-haired great ape. But it is absolutely impossible to use the Titan mark here, and it is impossible for Long Chen to run naked among them. That kid was okay. He held the red-haired giant ape's attack. I noticed that the frontier soldier on Long Chen exclaimed, "Damn it, how did this guy hold it?" Humphrey. But you have already angered it. You still must die. Murong Yunshan gritted his teeth. He thought that Long Chen would be seriously injured even if he didn't die, but he didn't expect this guy to have such a hard life. Roar. As Murong Yunshan said, the red-haired giant ape is already angry. It hammered its own chest fiercely, and the giant punch with the big sandbag blasted towards Long Chen fiercely. Damn, I didn't provoke you, but you came to provoke me. You really show your face. Long Chen shouted angrily and threw a punch again, but this time, his fist was full of thunder power. Covering the thunder ability on the fist can greatly increase his power. Drink. A punch mixed with endless thunder blasted out, and it touched the fist of the red giant ape. Suddenly, a burst of electric light and flint, shining in all directions. This time, although Long Chen still took a few steps back, the red-haired great ape would not be better. Its entire right arm was trembling, and the power of thunder paralyzed its entire hand. Earth domain, gravity suppression. Long Chen shouted violently, and the surrounding earth began to tremble. A strong force of gravity pressed the huge red-haired giant ape to his knees. Dominate the world. Cut. Long Chen yelled again. His body turned into an afterimage, and instantly appeared in front of the red-haired giant ape. With a sudden leap, he slashed at its head with a tyrant knife. Roar! The red-haired giant ape roared, broke the gravity suppression forcefully, and blasted towards Long Chen with a punch. However, just when the punch was about to hit Long Chen's figure suddenly disappeared out of thin air. The red-haired giant ape punched out. This is the space power, teleport. Puff. Long Chen teleported to the back of the red-haired giant ape, and the tyrant sword directly inserted into its shoulder. The red-haired great ape uttered a scream, his body shook violently, and he threw Long Chen away. Long Chen made a 360-degree backflip in midair, landing perfectly. Thunder trial. Taking advantage of the red-haired giant ape being injured, Long Chen pointed towards the sky. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the endless thunder began to condense. The next moment, an extremely strong thunder crashed down, and it hit the injured part of the red-haired great ape. A cloud of dust rose, covering that area, and no one knew what happened to the red-haired great ape. Did that kid kill the red-haired giant ape? How is this possible? The red-haired giant ape is a Quasi-Lord level mutant beast. Even the Centurion may not be able to kill it. Can he be better than the Centurion? Not far away, Li Ji also frowned and looked at the dusty mist. He was very shocked by the strength Long Chen showed, but he didn't think that Long Chen could kill the red-haired great ape with that blow. After all, a Quaesord-level mutant beast can't be killed so easily. Sure enough, the dust mist hadn't dissipated yet, but a black shadow flicked out of it and quickly shot towards Long Chen. It's a red-haired great ape. Long Chen had already prepared. He knew that it was impossible to kill the great red-haired great ape only by the trial of thunder. Boom! The red-haired giant ape blasted out with a punch and hit the ground, and a deep hole was directly smashed out by it. And this position should have been where Long Chen was, but there was no one at this time. Fool, Xiao is here. A taunting voice sounded from behind, and the red-haired giant ape turned his head, only to find that Long Chen was sneering at it from a distance. The red-haired great ape hammered his chest again angrily, and it felt very angry. It's like a person who wants to slap a mosquito to death, but it always feels like it can't hit it. The key is that the mosquito is still buzzing by the ear. The red-haired giant ape rushed towards Long Chen again, but suddenly found that the human in front of him had actually split into two. The red-haired giant ape stopped abruptly, wiped his eyes, and an anthropomorphic confused color flashed in his eyes. It doesn't understand. There was only one person just now. Why are the two now? And they look exactly the same. Even the smell is the same. Silly. Take a knife to the little master. Silly. Take a knife to the little master. The two Long Chen said in unison, and then rushed towards the red-haired giant ape from both sides at the same time. One left and one right. The red-haired giant ape's not very bright head didn't know which side to fight. Roar. In the end, the red-haired giant ape was impatient directly, and he slammed a punch at Long Chen on the right. Chapter 87, forcing the red-haired great ape back snapped. The fist hit Long Chen's body on the right without hindrance, and Long Chen's figure was directly beaten into powder and disappeared. On the left, Long Chen smoothly approached the red-haired giant ape, and the tyrant knife made a big hole in its left arm. Roar! The red-haired great ape roared and kicked towards Long Chen. But Long Chen's figure disappeared in an instant, and appeared in the distance the next moment. The red-haired great ape kept hammering his chest with anger, and it took a few minutes to stop. It glanced at Long Chen, and then made a move that was beyond everyone's expectations. It actually ran in the other direction. It gave up killing Long Chen. Long Chen coldly watched the red-haired giant ape leaving, and did not choose to pursue it. Without using the Titan mark, he can only guarantee his life. But it is impossible to kill or even defeat the red-haired great ape. All those who are watching here can't help but take a breath. Although Long Chen failed to kill the red-haired great ape, he let it choose to retreat, which was already a fraud. After all, the red-haired giant ape is a Quaesord-level mutant beast, and how many Tier 5 evolutionists face it is in danger. But Long Chen could come and go freely in front of it, even forcing it to choose to retreat. Many Tier 5 evolutionists can't do this. Being the second in the Dragon Temple ranking list, there are really two brushes, but I underestimate him. Li Ji smacked his lips and looked at Long Chen with more appreciation. This is the most outstanding one he has seen in the Dragon Temple that came to the border to experience. Hateful. Muerong Yanshan clenched his fists tightly, and failed to kill with a knife. At this time, if Long Chen felt something, he turned his head and looked at Muerong Yanshan, just in time to see his expression on his teeth. Suddenly, a cold light flashed from Long Chen's eyes. He is not a fool, and he must have guessed that the red-haired giant ape chose to attack him, and he must have nothing to do with Muerong Yanshan. Muerong Yanshan felt Long Chen's killing intent, and his heart was cold, but when he thought that this was a battlefield, many people were paying attention. Long Chen could not kill him in the public, so he was no longer afraid. Long Chen really can kill him at the moment. After all, this is a border battlefield, and everyone's common goal is to kill zombies and mutant beasts. If you choose to act on Muerong Yanshan at this time, you will most likely be labeled as a victim of compatriots. Naturally, Long Chen wouldn't do this. But he also remembered this account, and one day he would settle the matter with him. Under the desperate battles of various legionaries, zombies and mutant beasts began to lose ground, and humans gained a temporary advantage. However, no one knew that in the gloom, there were several people with fair skin and red windbreakers walking through the battlefield. Although they looked human, they all attacked human warriors. Every human warrior killed by them would turn into a corpse that lost moisture. They chose to kill some low-level human warriors, so every time they kill with one hit, the war has entered a white-hot stage, so no one has discovered their existence. In particular, every time after killing some people, they will hide their bodies and go to another area. Long Chen continued to select an area, then released the Earth Domain, and continued to start endless slaughter. At this moment, Li Ji suddenly appeared beside him. Brother Li, in Long Chen's Earth Realm, Li Ji seemed unaffected. Brother Long Chen, there is one thing I want to ask you for help, Li Ji said towards Long Chen. What's the matter? Just say it. Long Chen was a little curious. What could Li Ji need his help? Do you know why there is a tide of corpses and beasts? Li Ji did not answer Long Chen, but instead asked a question. Long Chen thought for a while, shook his head. To be honest, he really hadn't thought about such a problem. But at this time he suddenly had a bold idea. So many zombies and mutant beasts gathered to attack the Great Border Wall. It looked like someone was controlling everything. It's like fighting in ancient times. There are marshals or military divisions behind them. Could someone be able to control these zombies and mutant beasts? Long Chen asked in disbelief. Li Ji nodded, then shook his head again, which made Long Chen a little confused. But fortunately, Li Ji did not sell Guanzi and quickly explained it to him. These zombies and mutant beasts are indeed manipulated to attack us, but they are not humans, but zombies. Zombies manipulate zombies to attack? Long Chen was even more confused. Could it be that some zombies have evolved wisdom? Zombies can also evolve continuously. But Long Chen doesn't know whether wisdom can evolve. I don't know whether zombies or mutant beasts can evolve wisdom. What I want to say is that it is not a zombie that evolved wisdom but a marching corpse that manipulates this tide of corpses and the damp, Li Ji said solemnly. Then, watching Long Chen look a little confused, he explained. The marching corpse is also a kind of zombie. You can think of it as a mutant zombie. The ability is to manipulate the zombies. Generally, a marching corpse will inevitably appear in the tide of corpses. As long as the marching corpse is beheaded, these zombies and mutant beasts can retreat. Long Chen was a little surprised. It seemed that he was really ignorant, and there were still zombies manipulating zombies. Brother Li, do you want me to help you find the marching corpse and solve it? Long Chen quickly understood what Li Ji meant. Yes, marching corpses are generally hidden inside the tide of corpses, and they will be disguised as ordinary zombies. As I told you before, the inside of the corpse tide is very dangerous. Once you enter, it is easy to be surrounded. But I did not expect that you actually have the domain ability. With your domain ability, we can completely enter the inside of the corpse tide, find and kill the marching corpses. Long Chen's Earth domain is very abnormal, and he doesn't have to fear being besieged by zombies and mutant beasts. Even if you encounter powerful zombies and mutant beasts, it doesn't matter if you are not affected by the domain. With Li Ji, a strong man, as long as he is not besieged by thousands of zombie mutants, there will be no danger. Okay, let's act now. Long Chen nodded, losing several lives every second on the battlefield. Although he liked the feeling of picking up attributes in the tide of corpses, he still had to consider others. Well, let's go. In this way, Long Chen and Li Ji began to rush towards the inside of the corpse tide. With Long Chen's Earth domain, those low-level zombies and mutant beasts were directly crushed into meatloaf. As for the zombies and mutant beasts above tier 4, there are not many, and they are easily killed by Long Chen and Li Ji. Found it. Half an hour later, Li Ji's eyes flashed with a sharp glow, looking at a zombie not far away. Chapter 88. The first rank among 1,000,000 troops according to Li Ji. Long Chen also looked over. The marching corpse that Li Ji said did not look much different from ordinary zombies. Even more ordinary than ordinary zombies. Long Chen couldn't feel any threatening aura from it. At best it was tier 2 zombies. But since Li Ji had said it was a marching corpse, there must be some special identification method. Long Chen didn't ask more, but rushed towards that side. Just when his Earth domain was about to touch the marching corpse, the marching corpse suddenly turned his head and looked at him. Long Chen could clearly see the deep hostility in his eyes. It seems that this marching corpse has evolved some wisdom. Long Chen thought secretly. At this moment, several roars sounded. Long Chen and Li Ji stopped at the same time, and 4 huge zombies rushed towards them in 4 directions. Southeast, northwest, northwest. More than that, the surrounding low-level zombies also desperately surrounded Long Chen. It was as if he wanted to stop Long Chen. It seems that the marching corpse is scared and wants to control these zombies to stop us, Li Ji said. At this time more and more zombies rushed into the Earth realm desperately. Zombies below tier 3 are directly crushed into meatloaf. Even some tier 3 or even tier 4 zombies are crushed by gravity and unable to move forward. But that marching corpse could even be manipulated by tier 5 zombies. Those who rushed towards them from the 4 directions of south, east, north and west were all tier 5 zombies. 2 giant corpses, 1 swift corpse, and 1 armed corpse. Li Ji's face changed slightly. He naturally knew these zombies well after the battlefield. These 4 zombies are not only tier 5 zombies, but also the best among tier 5 zombies. and they are all mutant zombies. The July corpse possesses extremely powerful power, and even a tier 5 advanced evolutionary dare not face it head-on. The swift corpse, with extremely agile speed, is very difficult. Armed corpses have extremely hard defenses, and their rock-solid muscles are like armored armor, invulnerable to swords and guns. These 4 zombies, although only the 5th level elementary, but even the 5th level advanced evolutionary are not willing to face them. Brother Long Chen, I will entangle them later. You find a chance to solve the marching corpse, Li Ji said to Long Chen solemnly. Long Chen also knew that the most important thing at this time was to kill the marching corpses, so he did not refuse. At this time, the 4 zombies had already rushed over and surrounded Long Chen and Li Ji. Brother Li, pay attention to your safety. I will kill the marching corpse as soon as possible, Long Chen said to Li Ji before rushing in the direction of the marching corpse. At this time, Xun Meng's corpse first rushed in front of Long Chen, and 2 sharp claws slashed at him. Ha! A swift corpse dare to be arrogant in front of me? Long Chen snorted coldly. The most annoying thing about Xun Meng corpse was its speed. But in front of Long Chen's spatial ability, its advantage was greatly reduced. The tyrant appeared in his hand, and Long Chen directly chose to fight it hard. The power of the swift and fierce corpse was not even as good as that of the average tier 5 zombies, so Long Chen didn't dare dominate the world with one sword. The overlord knife collided with the claws of Xun Sun corpse, and Xun Sun corpse was directly shaken back a few steps. Long Chen took advantage of the victory and pursued it, jumped up and slashed down towards it. The swift corpse turned into an afterimage, and quickly moved away to the left. This speed is far inferior even if Long Chen urges Mao Ying's phantom step. Long Chen slashed into the air, but Xun Meng's corpse suddenly appeared behind him, and his 2 claws pierced his back heart. Puff! The claws directly penetrated Long Chen's heart, but no blood was ejected. It's an afterimage. At this time, Long Chen had already appeared behind the Xun Meng corpse with a space teleport and cut it down with a single knife. Die! Long Chen shouted angrily. But the swift corpse reacted extremely fast, and at the moment Long Chen slashed it down, it turned into an afterimage and flashed away. Stop playing with you. Long Chen snorted coldly. This guy was too fast. He couldn't hurt at all. Instead of doing this, it is better to do business. Long Chen continued to rush towards the marching corpse, and the marching corpse quickly controlled the swift corpse to stop Long Chen. However, Long Chen was already in the range where he could attack the marching corpses. Thunder trial! Long Chen yelled and pointed to the sky. Suddenly, the sky was dark, dark clouds gathered, and thunder surged. The 2 claws of the swift corpse severely grabbed Long Chen's back, but Long Chen ignored it and directly urged thunder to descend. Rumble! A thunder as thick as an arm descended, and the target was the walking corpse. At the same time, the attack of the swift corpse had arrived. Its claws pierced Long Chen's back heart directly into it. This time, there was no time, but really pierced in. Boom! Long Chen's body instantly shattered like a lens, and then dissipated. The swift corpse showed a trace of confusion, but without waiting for it to think. The next moment, its head flew out. Long Chen's figure appeared behind it. The mirroring ability is really strong. Even the power of the Trial of Thunder released is as strong as mine. Long Chen sighed. He naturally couldn't exchange his life with the marching corpse. That Long Chen just now was just a mirror image of him. And the real him has always been behind the swift corpse. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the power attribute 1000 is obtained. Ding. Pick up successfully. Get speed attribute 4000. Ding. Pick up successfully. Get experience points 100,000. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the 5th order energy essence 1 is obtained. After picking up the attributes, experience and energy essence dropped by the swift corpse, the thunder finally descended. The marching corpse wanted to escape, but it was already locked and it was impossible to hide it. The thunder as thick as an arm came down, and the area was immediately razed to the ground, and hundreds of zombies died. Including the marching corpses, they were bombarded to the point that there was no scum left. Li Ji, who was fighting with 2 giant corpses and an armed corpse not far away, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The marching corpse was dead, and the tide of corpses and beasts could finally retreat. Sure enough, as soon as the marching corpse died, their zombies and mutant beasts who rushed to the Great Wall in an orderly manner were in a mess. Then they began to retreat. Even the 3 tier 5 zombies who were fighting with Li Ji gave up Li Ji and retreated one after another. Li Ji did not pursue, but came to Long Chen's side and slapped him on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, brother Long Chen, that's great. We can be regarded as the first level of the enemy generals in the army, right? The marching corpses were beheaded and the tide of corpses retreated. making Li Ji very happy. Is it the first rank among a million troops? Long Chen was taken aback for a while. Using these words to describe them seemed quite appropriate. Okay, let's quickly return to the camp. The corpse tide and the beast tide begin to retreat. Stay here again for fear of danger. Li Ji looked at the retreating zombies and mutant beasts, and said to Long Chen, okay. Long Chen nodded, and continued to open the Earth realm, leading Li Ji to run towards the human camp. On the way, he killed a lot of zombies and mutant beasts, and provided him with some attributes, experience and combat exploits. Chapter 89, Upgrade Time Ability. As the marching corpses were killed and the tide of corpses retreated, the first major battle of Long Chen and the others came to an end. This battle was extremely exciting for the border army, because this time the battle losses were the least. All of this is due to Long Chen and Li Ji. Especially Long Chen, who just came to the border, made such a great achievement. His name spread throughout the legions on the border in an instant, and many soldiers admired and praised him. At this time, in the camp of the Yanlong Legion, Long Chen and others gathered together. Li Ji looked at Long Chen with admiration, and Zhuge Lianyu's eyes changed a lot. Even Zhou Yun, who was originally indifferent to everything, couldn't help but glance at him more. Only Murong Yanshan dared not look at Long Chen. You all performed very well, especially brother Long Chen, who played the most important role in this battle. Li Ji praised Long Chen, which made Long Chen a little embarrassed. Come and see what your achievements are, Li Ji said to several people. Several people turned on the bracelet at the same time, and their numbers were displayed on the screen. Zhuge Lianyu, 25,000 points of exploits. Zhou Yun, 23,000 points of exploits. Concubine Liu, 18,000 points of exploits. Chen Mu, 21,000 points of military exploits. Zhou Hao, 19,000 points of exploits. Murong Yanshan, 15,000 points of merit. The achievements of the others are in my expectation, but, Murong Yanshan, you surprised me a bit with your strength. Shouldn't you just get such a little combat exploit? Li Ji frowned and looked at Murong Yanshan. Murong Yanshan was able to achieve second place in the rankings, and his strength is still there. Even Zhou Yun had gained 23,000 points of combat exploits, but he didn't even have 20,000 points, which is a bit strange. Murong Yanshan suddenly lowered his head and said nothing. Only Long Chen knew that this guy thought of Yin him as soon as he arrived on the battlefield. Of course, he didn't have the mind to kill zombies and mutant beasts and gain military exploits. Brother Long Chen, look at yours, Li Ji said to Long Chen again, and Long Chen also turned on the martial arts bracelet, displaying his numbers on the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 zeros. 100,000 battle exploits. Li Ji couldn't help taking a breath. 100,000 battle exploits were equivalent to 100,000 ordinary zombies and mutant beasts. This is too scary, right? Although Li Ji had been mentally prepared for a long time, he was still a little too slow at this time. Sure enough, in such a large-scale war, the realm simply exists in general. If he did not kill the marching corpses and force the tide of corpses to retreat, it is estimated that he could even obtain hundreds of thousands or even millions of battle exploits. Brother Long Chen, brother, I still really admire you. Li Ji didn't know what to say at this time, and it took a long time to squeeze out such a few words. Zhuge Lianyu and the others also looked enviously at Long Chen's combat exploit bracelet. The combat exploits can be used to exchange treasures, and treasures can be used to enhance strength. The equivalent of military exploits is equivalent to strength. Ha ha, brotherly overwhelmed. Long Chen smiled slightly, without any arrogance. Well, you guys have been fighting for a day, and you are tired too. Go back and rest. The few people dispersed and returned to their camp. Long Chen sat down cross-legged and fought for a day. Tired was indeed a bit tired, but compared with the harvest, it was nothing. System, open my attribute table, Long Chen said in his heart. The next moment, a virtual screen appeared in front of his eyes. Power, 180,100,000. Speed, 165,001,100. Agility, 156,469,100. Defense, 168,500,100. Spirit, 151,100,000. Skills, Master Knife 03200, Cat Shadow Magic Step LV5, Earth Ability LV1 016000, Domination of the World LV5, Mind Ability LV304000, Blood Devouring Magic Skill, Thunder Ability LV503200, Space Ability LV408000, Mirror Ability LV404000, Time ability LV105000. King Kong body LV10. Experience value 1,230,000. Ha ha ha, after a battle, my attributes have also improved a lot, and I am not far from tier 4 intermediate. The biggest gain is the experience value, and there are already a million giants. Long Chen couldn't help laughing out loud, then quickly covered his mouth. If the soldiers nearby heard him snickering here, they might think they were crazy. So many experience points, you can waste it if you don't need it, so let's upgrade the time ability. Thinking of this, Long Chen quickly asked the system to upgrade the time ability. Since acquiring the time ability, Long Chen has never upgraded it once because of the huge experience points it needs. Ding. Consume 50,000 experience points, and the time ability is promoted to LV2. Ding. Consume 100,000 experience points, and the time ability is promoted to LV3. Ding. Consume 150,000 experience points. The time ability is promoted to LV4. Ding. Consume 200,000 experience points, and the time ability is promoted to LV5. Ding. Consume 400,000 experience points, and the time ability is promoted to LV6. Ding. The experience value is not enough to advance. Upgrading to level 6 consumed Long Chen's 900,000 experience points. However, the gain is also huge. First of all, he was able to grasp the flow of time 7 times. In other words, he can control the flow of time more than the training room. Moreover, he can not only speed up the flow of time, but also slow it down. That is to say, if he wants to, he can completely slow down the opponent's speed by 7 times. It can even achieve the effect of time suspension for a short time. It's just that the time pause ability consumes too much mental power, so Long Chen can't overuse it. Can only be used as a killer. It happens that the flow of time can be accelerated by 7 times now. Use this time to directly hit the 4th level intermediate. Long Chen thought in his heart, and began to use the time ability to accelerate the flow of his time. Then take out those energy essences obtained on the battlefield. The low-level energy essence has little effect on Long Chen, but the 4th and 5th order energy essence are still effective, especially the energy essence exploded by the swift and fierce corpse. Its energy purity is even comparable to the 5th order intermediate energy essence. Moreover, Long Chen's current bloodline power is already strong enough to absorb and digest the 5th order energy essence, and there is no need to waste time refining it into genetic medicine. Chapter 90, Muse of Ancient Ruins. 2 days later, under Long Chen's time ability, it was equivalent to 14 days. He finally digested all the energy essence, and his various physical qualities, as he had imagined, had completely entered the 4th tier intermediate level, with all attributes reaching 200,000 points. Without using other means, he can blast more than 200,000 kilograms of force with one punch. Compared to when he first entered tier 4, his combat effectiveness has increased by at least twice. The reason why Long Chen withdrew from the cultivation state at this time was because one of the energy essences was used up, and the other was because the time abilities also needed to consume mental power and could not be used for him all the time. Of course, the most important point is that Li Ji sent someone to look for him. When he arrived at Li Ji's camp, Duge Lenyu and Murong Yanshan had already arrived. Murong Yanshan gave Long Chen a cold look, and then said yin and yang strangely. "Yo, let us wait for you every time. You are so powerful." After speaking, Murong Yanshan looked at the other people, trying to see the impatient expression on their faces. However, he was disappointed. Duge Lenyu and Zhao Yun still have indifferent expressions that are irrelevant to them, while concubine Liu always shows a charming smile. Chen Mu looked dazed and didn't know what he was thinking, and Zhu Hao, a shy boy, had a simple face. The corner of Murong Yanshan's mouth suddenly twitched. "Brother Li, is there anything going on calling us here? Could it be that the tide of corpses and the tide of beasts are here again?" Long Chen also asked Murong Yanshan towards Li Ji. "That's not true. You killed the marching corpses before, and there will be no such thing as corpse tide siege in a short time." Li Ji waved his hand, then suddenly became serious. "But there is also an important thing for me to summon you this time. You also know that the reason why the Dragon Temple sent you to the border is one of the reasons for the experience, and the other is for the ancient ruins. I got news that a ruin has appeared not far from the edge of the western continent, so this time I call you here to ask if you want to go." Li Ji said to everyone, "Because the news I got this time is not clear enough, I can't be sure whether the ruins are dangerous or not, and they are close to the edge of the western continent, so I want to ask your thoughts first." Hearing this, Long Chen and others looked at each other at the same time. Their purpose of coming to the border was to explore the relics and obtain resources for cultivation. Now that I got the news of the ruins, I would naturally not give up. Brother Li, I am willing to go. Duge spoke first, and Long Chen followed suit. Brother Li, I will go too. Afterwards, Muerong Yanshan and Zhao Yun also expressed their willingness to go. The ruins are now becoming scarcer and rarer, and it's not easy to find one. How could they give up? Li Ji nodded. He had already expected everyone's thoughts. Okay, but I still want to remind you a few words. The ruins are close to the edge of the western continent. It will be very dangerous, and the news is not only obtained by our Flame Dragon Legion, but other legions have also known it. So you should not only pay attention to zombies during this trip and mutant beasts, you also need to pay attention to people from other legions. After all, in absolute interest, they don't care whether you are compatriots or not. Yes. Everyone said yes, and after Li Ji told them the specific location, the group set off directly. The ruins mentioned by Li Ji were some distance away from the border, on a large mountain near the western continent. After everyone arrived, the sky was already dark. They noticed that there was a flash of fire, and only after they got closer, they realized that a group of people had already gathered there. Long Chen looked at it roughly, and those people were clearly divided into several forces, each of which was not close together. He was obviously afraid of being attacked by the other party. After all, in front of the ruins, these people did everything. After hearing the arrival of Long Chen and others, the people of those forces turned their eyes on them. As the people of the Dragon Temple, they are naturally famous, and these people quickly recognized them. The eyes were full of jealousy. Long Chen and the others found a place to sit down and also burned a lot of fire, but Muerong Yanshan walked towards another force. Miss Dugu, are these people from various legions? Long Chen asked towards Duge. He was only the most familiar with Duge and could only ask her. That's right. Like us. They were all sent to the border to practice by various superpowers. They learned that there are ruins here, so they all came. Duge nodded and said, and then seemed to guess that Long Chen didn't know these superpowers, so simply introduced him directly. The group of clothes with stars tattooed on them are the people of the Star Yeoman. The more stars on their clothes, the higher their status in the influence. For example, the youth with 5 stars tattooed on their clothes is the strongest disciple of Xin Yeoman this year. Yi Qianxing is a Tier 5 advanced evolutionary. Long Chen looked in the direction pointed by Duge. There were 5 people sitting there, and they were indeed tattooed with stars. 3 of them have 4 tattoos, 1 has 4.5 tattoos, and 1 has 5 tattoos. It turns out that this is the Starlight Gate, second only to the existence of the Dragon Temple among the major superpowers. The group of young people with knives are the disciples of Jidao Martial Arts Center. The leader is named Xiuba, who is also a Tier 5 advanced evolutionary, who is good at swordsmanship. By the way, the Badao Demon King was once a member of Jidao Martial Arts Center people. With that said, Duge also glanced at Long Chen. It seems that she already knew that Long Chen had exchanged alliance coins with the treasures in the treasure house of the Overlord Demon King. Why do you say it was once? Long Chen asked with some doubts. Because the Overlord Sword Demon later left the Jidao Martial Arts Hall for some reason. I don't know the specific reason. After speaking, Duge pointed to a force again. Muerong Yanshan was in that force at this time. These are the people from Qinian Dogwan. The Chen Tanming who was thrown out of the room by you before is from Qinian Dogwan. I heard that since he went to Jinling City, he has evaporated. With that said, Duge gave Long Chen a weird look. In Jinling City, only Long Chen and Chen Tanming had conflicts, and she had to doubt Long Chen. Cough cough. Didn't it? It actually disappeared from the world. Maybe it's because of too much crime. God can't stand it anymore. Long Chen said casually, leaving no evidence anyway. Although Chen Tanming is a descendant of the founder of Qinian Dogwan, he is not a direct lineage, and his own qualifications are not strong, and he is not taken seriously. But, Chapter 91, Bet, 100,000 exploits. But, Duge set her eyes on the young man beside Muerong Yanshan. This person is 7 points similar to Muerong Yanshan in appearance. Muerong Yanshan's elder brother, Muerong Yanhai, has a high status in Qinian Dogwan. He is the second genius of this year, second only to Chen Jingshan on the first day. Sure enough, that man is really Muerong Yanshan's brother. Sure enough, he is a real brother, whether it is in Qinian Dogwan or Dragon Temple. He is the second child of 10,000 years. Long Chen couldn't help laughing. Duge didn't expect Long Chen to say such a sentence, and his expression was a bit stunned, and he also felt a little bit uncontrollable. So who else are there? Long Chen pointed in another direction. There were 7 people over there, and they were the only ones who did not burn fire among these forces. Hidden in the dark, if Long Chen had good eyesight, he hadn't found them. These 7 people, wearing uniform red-brown windbreakers, were pale, but they looked quite handsome. There is a feeling of little white face. Dougal Lenaiu also looked over there, frowned slightly, and shook her head. I don't know these people, and I don't know which power they come from. However, in addition to the major superpowers in the border areas, they will send disciples, and there are some casual cultivators or small powers who will come to find resources. They may be those people. Long Chen couldn't help but look at those people more. No matter what, he should pay more attention. Just when Long Jin's attention was on the 7 mysterious people, the young man sitting beside Muerong Yanshin in the Kinyan Doguan team walked towards Long Chen. Hey, you are Long Chen, right? Muerong Yanhai shouted at Long Chen with a grass dangling from the corner of his mouth. Long Chen slowly turned his head, stared at him, and spoke calmly. What's with you? I heard that your kid not only snatched my brother's 2nd place in the ranking list, but also humiliated him. As Yanshin's brother, I have to be fair for him. With that, Muerong Yanhai spit out the grass in his mouth. The grass turned into a sharp arrow and shot towards Long Chen, but Long Chen just turned his head slightly and easily escaped. Just tell me what you want. No need to play these kid tricks. Long Chen stood up and said calmly. It was as if he was just an insignificant person in front of him. It's straightforward enough. Since you grabbed my brother's position and humiliated him, I won't bully you. So I knelt down and apologized to Yanshin, and then voluntarily withdrew from the Dragon God Temple. That's fine. Muerong Yanhai raised his head and said with a sharp expression. Ha ha. Long Chen sneered. Why are you laughing? Muerong Yanhai shouted angrily. Doesn't this guy still understand his current situation? I laugh that you are an idiot just like your brother. Long Chen was blunt and told his inner thoughts. Muerong Yanhai's face suddenly became gloomy. Brother, don't talk nonsense with the kid. Since he doesn't know what's good or bad, just go ahead and destroy him. Muerong Yanshin shouted from behind. Muerong Yanhai also walked towards Long Chen with a calm face. Since you die by yourself, Lao Tzu will fulfill you. Everyone, including those in Kinyan Doguan, watched this place as if it was lively, and had no plans to come out to persuade them. But at this moment, a bright figure stood in front of Long Chen. Long Chen and Muerong Yanshin are both members of the Dragon Temple. I don't care. But if you are a member of the Kinyan Taoist Temple who dare to provoke my Dragon Temple, you have to pass me first. Dougal Lenaiu said coldly, and Muerong Yanhai suddenly stopped. A trace of jealousy appeared in his eyes looking at Dougal Lenaiu. Dougal Lenaiu can become the number 1 in the Dragon Temple's ranking, and its strength is by no means simple. At least Muerong Yanhai was not sure that he could beat her. Boy, if you are a man, don't hide behind a woman. If you must hide behind her, then it's a trash and a waste. Therefore, Muerong Yanhai issued a radical command to Long Chen. If I am a trash, isn't your brother more trash than trash? Long Chen chuckled, and his words immediately caused a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Long Chen to be not only powerful, but also so humorous. Concubine Liu even let out a silver bell-like laugh, which caused the hearts of many male compatriots present to thump. Concubine Liu's words were simply a divine assist, making Muerong Yanshin's face instantly worse than his brother. Long Chen, don't show your tongue here. If you want to be a seed, accept my brother's challenge and don't hide behind a woman. Muerong Yanshin shouted loudly. Hee, not everyone is qualified to challenge me, unless we make a bet. Long Chen chuckled. What bet? Muerong Yanhai asked quickly. As long as Long Chen doesn't hide behind Dougal Lenaiu, he will not be afraid. I heard that military exploits can be transferred, right? Long Chen Ximai smiled and asked Dougal Lenaiu. Dougal Lenaiu was taken aback, and nodded subconsciously. Then let's gamble on the merits. 100,000. Dare to gamble? Hiss! Exclamation mark. Everyone immediately took a breath. It was 100,000 exploits. They just came to the border. They just participated in a battle, and they didn't have much combat exploits at all. 100,000 battle exploits. That's definitely a huge amount. You really open your mouth. 100,000 combat exploits. Do you have that much? I'm afraid it wasn't just to escape to talk nonsense, right? Muerong Yanhai sneered. Since I dare to say this number, I can naturally come up with it in one sentence. If you don't bet, you will bet, and if you don't bet, you will roll. Muerong Yanhai suddenly hesitated. He didn't have that much for 100,000 combat exploits, but if he added a few friends, he could afford it. Okay, just gamble. In the end, Muerong Yanhai gritted his teeth and said that he was confident of his own strength. Do you have so much combat exploits? This time it was Long Jin's turn to doubt. Muerong Yanhai snorted coldly, and after talking to a few people at Kinyan Doguan, they handed over their battle bracelets to Murong Yanhai. 5 combat merit bracelets, each with 20,000 combat merits. Is that enough? Long Chen glanced at it, and it did add up to 100,000 before nodding. Are you sure you want to accept his challenge? Murong Yanhai is a tier 5 intermediate evolutionary, and also possesses the ability of cold ice. If you lose, you will lose the face of Dragon Temple. Dugalenai frowned slightly. Don't worry, I can't make a joke about my hard-earned 100,000 combat exploits. Long Chen smiled slightly. Let Dugalenai not worry. Then he walked towards Murong Yanhai. Boy, I will try my best to be merciful because of your kind filial piety for giving me 100,000 military exploits. Murong Yanhai sneered. Long Chen looked calm and stopped when he walked about 2 meters away from Murong Yanhai, then slowly stretched out 3 fingers. Chapter 92, I am not interested in men. What do you mean? Seeing Long Chen stretched out 3 fingers, Murong Yanhai frowned and asked, within 3 tricks, solve you. Long Chen said lightly. Murong Yanhai's face suddenly became more gloomy. Don't be ashamed of speaking, die. Murong Yanhai shouted angrily, rushed towards Long Chen, and blasted out a punch. There seemed to be a crackling explosion in the air. This is Dangang boxing. Senior brother Murong has actually developed the chi of Dangang. On Kinyan Taoist Temple, several Kinyan disciples exclaimed. Dangang boxing is the famous boxing skill of Kinyan Taoist Temple, and it needs to be based on the unique Dangang true chi of Kinyan Taoist Temple. Although Kinyangwan has a large number of talents, very few have truly achieved this skill. At least this year's Kinyan disciples, only the first Day Chen Jingshan successfully cultivated. Unexpectedly, this Murong Yanhai had also successfully cultivated, and if Long Chen had just agitated him, he would not have been exposed. Even Chen Jingshan squinted at Murong Yanhai. This guy has been hiding his strength. It seems that he has some ideas. If you want to solve me within 3 strokes, then I will solve you with 1 stroke. Die. Murong Yanhai yelled violently, and Dangang true energy filled his fist, like countless invisible blades traversing around his fist. Dominate the world. Long Chen snorted coldly, directly urging the dominance of the world, and countless forces gathered in his fist. A 6-fold increase in strength, plus the power of thunder covering his palm, blasted out with a punch. Boom! Exclamation mark. The 2 fists banged together, and there was a great noise. Under the 6-fold increase, Long Chen's punch even reached the level of a tier 5 advanced evolutionary. Not to mention the explosive power of that endless thunder. Murong Yanhai's expression suddenly changed, and he retreated dozens of steps. The heavenly chi on his fist dissipated, and his arms began to tremble, and a feeling of numbness spread across his body. What? Brother Murong actually fell in the first round. The expressions of those Kinyan disciples suddenly changed. Just now, Murong Yanhai asked them to borrow the merit points and promised to split the 100,000 merit points after winning, and they agreed. In their opinion, Murong Yanhai is definitely better than Long Chen, and victory is certain. It was possible to see that Murong Yanhai fell into a disadvantage in the first round, which made them worry. These military exploits, but they only earned it through exhaustion. Boy, I underestimated you. But I'm going to be serious. Murong Yanhai yelled violently, and an extremely cold breath erupted from him. The cold air even began to condense into ice crystals. This is his ice ability, and it is definitely stronger than Murong Yanshan's ice ability. The second trick. Long Chen stretched out and said slowly, ice into a sword. 10,000 swords penetrate the heart. The cold air condensed into the shape of a sword, and more ice crystal swords floated beside Murong Yanhai. As Murong Yanhai waved his arm, dozens of ice crystal swords shot towards Long Chen. It was like countless archers firing 10,000 arrows, sealing all Long Chen's retreat. Earth power, Earth guard. Long Chen raised a hand, and an Earth ILO shield suddenly emerged from the ground and stood in front of him. Dozens of ice crystal swords shot on the shield, then turned into broken ice and fell. But the shield didn't feel like it was breaking. You can loose. Long Chen spoke calmly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Murong Yanhai, and the latter was shocked. Brother, be careful, he has space power. Murong Yanshan reminded loudly, but at this time Murong Yanhai just wanted to say a MMP to him. Don't tell me, wait until people come to me to remind me, is it useful? Long Chen didn't care about Murong Yanhai's shock at all. Instead, he threw a punch and directly hit Murong Yanhai's abdomen. Ice armor protection. In a hurry, Murong Yanhai quickly used the ice ability to condense into ice crystal armor. However, with a crisp bang, The layer of ice crystal armor that had just condensed shattered directly. Murong Yanhai's body flew out directly, rolling on the ground for a few laps before stopping, and then spit out bitter water. Long Chen's punch directly knocked out his bitterness. You lose, let's get your exploits. Long Chen said lightly. I didn't lose, I can still. Murong Yanhai did not admit defeat, and struggled to stand up, but then his stomach was churning. He couldn't help but spit out a few bitter water, and then collapsed to the ground. Enough. Kinyan Taoist disciple, not someone who can't afford to lose, give him the exploits. Chen Jingshan's voice sounded at this moment. Chen Jingshan, it's none of your business. Murong Yanhai said coldly. As the second child of 10,000 years, he has always aimed to defeat and replace Chen Jingshan. Naturally will not listen to him. As long as you are still a member of Kinyan Taoist Temple, that's my business. This time I am the leader. You must listen to me and give it to him. Chen Jingshan's original Gajing Yubo's face suddenly showed a chill. Murong Yanhai's ugly expression suddenly changed. After tangled up, he finally put all the exploits in the 5 battle bracelets into Long Chen's bracelet. Looking at the 100,000 combat merit points received, plus what I had earned before, it was already more than 200,000. After going back this time, I have to see if there are any good things in the Legion treasury. Long Chen, right, you can easily defeat Murong Yanhai. You do have a bit of strength, and I am beginning to be interested in you. At this time, Chen Jingshan stood up suddenly and looked at Long Chen with a smile on his face. When everyone looked at Chen Jingshan and Long Chen in surprise. They are very familiar with Chen Jingshan, the strongest among the disciples of Kinyan Doguan this year, and the best of the younger generation in the Eastern Continent. Even those with good deeds rank the young generation in the Eastern Continent as a hidden dragon. Every genius in the hidden dragon ranking has great potential. As long as they don't fall halfway, they are bound to become a giant in the future. And Chen Jingshan, absolutely ranked in the top 10 in this hidden dragon list, has almost become the next curator of Kinyan Doguan. It can be said that it is an existence that is as famous as Dugaleniyu and Yi Gianxing. Long Chen can interest Chen Jingshan, which is undoubtedly the greatest recognition of his strength. Sorry, I am not interested in men. However, Long Chen looked at Chen Jingshan with a weird look, and then slowly spit out these words. Not interested in men? Everyone was stunned when they heard Long Chen's words. And no one would have thought that Long Chen would say such a reply. People say that being interested in you is interested in your strength and potential. What do you think? Even Dugaleniyu, who has always been calm and composed beside Long Chen, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This guy's brain circuit seems a bit different from theirs. Chapter 93, Enter the Ruins. In fact, Long Chen didn't understand what Chen Jingshan meant. He is completely upset about Chen Jingshan's superb appearance. He is a young man. You pretend to be a senior. Chen Jingshan's expression became even more gloomy. I'm not interested in men. In Long Chen's sentence, isn't it alluding to him that he is interested in men? You can insult my character, but you must never insult my sexual orientation. When I come out of the ruins this time, I really want to have a friendly contest with you. Chen Jingshan forcibly held back his anger, gritted his teeth and said, if you are willing to give me military exploits, of course I have no objection. Long Chen shrugged. Chen Jingshan didn't want to talk to him directly, and he couldn't compare to Long Chen in terms of lip service. The ruins opened. At this moment, among the Xinyoman disciples who were sitting on the sidelines watching, Yi Qianxing's voice rang. Suddenly everyone's eyes were concentrated in one direction. In the midair, a black hole suddenly appeared. It's like a black hole, you can't see it at all. I heard that this ruin is independent of our world. In another space, it seems that this black hole is the door to the space of the ruin. Yi Qianxing's calm voice also contained some tremors. Obviously, the attraction of a ruin to him was still great. But after all, none of them dared to approach that black hole. People of every force are waiting for others to test. After all, unknown things are always dangerous and unpredictable. And no one knows that this black hole is the gate of space. Still something dangerous. Even Yi Qianxing, it is just a guess that this is the gate of space, and there is no absolute certainty. In this way, time passed by every minute, but no one wanted to be such a bird. HMPH, it's all a group of counselors, who are afraid of doing things and dare to be called the arrogant. If you don't dare to enter, then I will be the first person at the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. At this moment, a wild voice sounded. Everyone looked in the direction where the sound came from, and it was the leader among the group of people in the Jidao Martial Arts Hall who spoke, Master of Jidao Yuguan, Xiuba. As soon as Xiuba's voice fell, he directly led his juniors toward the black hole. Without a word, he jumped in immediately. Hurry up and follow. At this time, Yi Qianxing and Chen Jingxun also hurriedly gave orders, for fear that the people at the Extreme Sword Martial Arts Hall would take away the good things in the ruins. Zhuge Lianyu didn't speak, but quickly rushed towards the black hole. Long Chen, Zhao Yun and others followed closely. This black hole is indeed a door to space. As soon as Long Chen stepped into the black hole, he felt a slight dizziness attack. This was caused by the space shuttle, but Long Chen had space powers after all, so he didn't dizzy for too long, and he recovered almost instantly. But as soon as he recovered, before he could see what was going on around him, he noticed a beast claw magnified in his eyes. Fuck. Long Chen subconsciously exploded a swear word, threw a punch, and hit the beast claw. Suddenly there was a scream. At this time, Long Chen finally saw the surrounding situation clearly. Looking around, almost all of them were zombies and mutant beasts, and all of them had fallen into the animal den. The beast claw just now came from a mutant tiger demon with only tier 3 strength, so it was directly blasted to death by Long Chen with a punch. By Long Chen's side, Zhuge Lianyu had also regained consciousness. She also awakened the spatial ability, and even was not weaker than Long Chen in terms of spatial ability. So she was also sober almost at the same time as Long Chen. But other people are not so lucky, and they are attacked by mutant beasts or zombies while still in a dizzy state. But fortunately, they are only arrogances of various superpowers, and each has its own means of life-saving. For example, wearing defensive equipment such as doomsday armor can save you from death. Of course, there were also a few guys who were not very lucky, and they were teleported to the side of the 5th Order mutant beast, and they were directly slapped to death. Damn it, what's the matter? Isn't it said that this is a ruin? Why are all zombies and mutant beasts? The other people finally woke up and found that there were all zombies mutant beasts around them, and they almost lost their souls in fright. At this time, those zombies and mutant beasts found that humans had broken into their territory, and they were killing everyone. Is this a test in the ruins? And only those who pass the test can get rewards? Someone wondered. It's not that this kind of thing has never happened, and some relics are there to test. As long as you pass the test, you can get inheritance or other good things. There are so many mutant beasts and zombies here, and we don't even know what the test is, and we are very passive. Why don't we cooperate and pass through the barriers together, and then the rewards we will get are equally divided? Yi Qianxing spoke at this time. No matter how powerful an evolver is, it is impossible to win against the hordes of zombies, so the best way is to cooperate. I agree. Chen Jingxun was the first to express his attitude, and his attitude was the attitude of everyone in Kinyan Dogwan. Yi Qianxing looked at Xiaobu again. Xiaobu was very embarrassed at this time, holding a big knife and slashing the surrounding zombies and mutant beasts. They were the first to come in, and the losses were the biggest. Originally 7 people entered, but now only 5 are left, and 2 disciples have been lost. Everyone who can come here is a genius disciple of Jidao Martial Arts Hall, and death is a huge loss. Can. Xiaobu nodded. According to his past temperament, he would certainly disdain to cooperate with others, but now there is no way. If you don't cooperate, let alone rushing past, it is not certain whether you can survive. Yi Qianxing looked at Zhuge Lianyu again, but Zhuge Lianyu did not respond immediately, but at Long Chen. She knew that Long Chen possessed the power of the domain and was not afraid of the large number of these zombies. Seeing that Zhuge Lianyu kept silent, Yi Qianxing frowned, and turned to look at the 7 mysterious young men in red windbreakers. Although I don't know where they come from, the situation is critical now, and it is good to have more helpers. Do you want to join us? Yi Qianxing asked towards them. Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, one of the young people suddenly laughed, which made Yi Qianxing a little confused. Why are you laughing? If you want it, don't want it. Why do you laugh? Yi Qianxing frowned and asked. I laugh that you humans are so idiots that you still want to win over us. Don't you know until now, are all these things set by us? Don't you find out that none of the surrounding zombies and mutant beasts attacked us? The young men laughed loudly, as did the other 3. Chapter 94, Conspiracy set up a bureau? You humans? Everyone's expressions changed when they heard these 2 words. Who are you guys and what do you mean by words? Yi Qianxing asked angrily while beheading the zombies beside him. Humans? We are not you lowly human beings, we are noble blood. When they heard the word blood, everyone had their pupils tightened, including Zhuge Lianyu. Only Long Chen showed doubts. What is a blood family? Long Chen asked towards Zhuge Lianyu not far away. Zhuge Lianyu looked serious. The kinship is an ancient race in the western continent. Although it looks similar to humans, it is actually a group of vampire bats that rely on blood to improve its strength. They were originally sealed in an ancient ruin. At the beginning of the last days, That ruin was opened by some people in the Western continent, and they left the ruins and came to this world. It can even be said that the Blood Clan is one of the Behindthesans in the Western continent being occupied by zombies and mutant beasts so quickly. Like them, there are ancient races such as werewolves and lich tribes. They even formed an alliance called the Dark Council. Zombies and mutant beasts attacked the Eastern continent, which was operated by this Dark Council. Dugaleniyu said coldly. For these rumors, Long Chen had never heard of them before, and they must have been concealed by the superpowers of all parties. Just don't want to let civilians fall into panic. Where there is yin, there must be yang, and there are advantages and disadvantages. The continuous appearance of ancient relics has brought about a great evolutionary era of human civilization, but at the same time it has also brought great catastrophes. More and more ancient civilizations and races are coming, and they will take away the status of the ruler of mankind in this world. Ha ha ha, it seems that you humans still have a good understanding of our kinship. Anyway, you are bound to die. I will tell you all. One of the kinsmen laughed wildly, his face full of pride. This is not a relic at all, but a bureau we set up specifically for you. Each of you is a genius among the human forces. If you all die here, I'm afraid it will be a big deal for the human camp. Lose it? Suddenly everyone was shocked. In this way, the news about this so-called relic was actually revealed on purpose by you. The purpose is to attract us, and then catch it all at once. Yi Qianxing looked angry. Ha ha ha, you are not too stupid yet. Yes, all of this is our game. You are all outstanding among the younger generation of mankind. Your blood is definitely much better than ordinary people. It is not a small tonic for us to absorb your blood. The blood youth smiled even more brazenly. HMPH, don't be happy too early. Just rely on a few small miscellaneous hairs and some low-level zombie mutant beasts to kill us. Xiaoba shouted angrily, cut a tier 4 mutant beast in half with a single knife, and then looked at the 7 blood youths provocatively. At least 100,000 zombies and mutant beasts have gathered in this space. Can you kill them all? The blood youth sneered. Suddenly, everyone's heart hung up, including Long Chen, frowned at this time. Although he is not afraid of being besieged by virtue of the terrestrial realm, there is a limit. The Earth realm also needs to consume mental energy. At least 100,000 zombies and mutant beasts. Even Long Chen is panicked. Okay, Waterfur, don't talk nonsense with them. I can't help but taste the blood of their human talents. Another youth said. He also licked the saliva at the corner of his mouth, looking very hungry. Okay, then choose their own prey. Waterfur nodded, and the 7 kinsmen rushed towards everyone. Among them, the very hungry young man of the blood race rushed towards Long Chen. Hey, I've seen you. The last time you relied on the power of that field to turn things around in the last battle. Tusk, presumably your blood is more delicious than others. The blood youth looked at Long Chen like looking at food, full of greed. If you want to drink my blood, you have to be strong enough. Long Chen was not afraid, staring at him scorchingly. This was the first time he had fought against the Blood Clan. He didn't know anything about the Blood Clan, so he could only watch the changes first. But the blood youth obviously had so much patience. Remember, the one who took your life is William. The blood youth shouted, rushed directly to Long Chen, and stretched out his long claws to grab it. After close contact, Long Chen discovered that these blood races were not exactly the same as humans. Their claws and teeth were very sharp. However, they can converge their claws and teeth, which was not discovered. I don't care what your name is, because I don't need to know the name of a dead person. Long Chen snorted coldly. The domineering sword in his hand suddenly appeared, and he slashed towards William. Crunch. William's claws were as hard as metal, and a tyrant knife cut iron like mud, but could not cut off its claws. But the huge force directly shook William back several steps. Just look at the strength. This William should also be the 5th level elementary level. Do you only have this strength? If so, then you can't blood. Long Chen sneered. He was irritating William and letting it break out in a hurry. Sure enough, hearing Long Chen's provocative words, William's face was instantly full of anger. In their eyes, the noble kinsman must not provoke, and those who dare to provoke will kill without mercy. Blood Claw! William exclaimed. The next moment, a huge scarlet paw appeared right in front of him. It's like blood condenses into substance. The Blood Claw shot at Long Chen, and Long Chen also began to become serious. He raised the domineering sword, urging Xun domination, and slashed out. The two collided, causing a huge explosion, and the Blood Claw burst into blood beads instantly, and continued to attack Long Chen. Although I don't know if these blood beads are harmful to me, it is definitely not a good thing. Long Chen's whole body was shocked, and a powerful Qi Jin burst out of his body, directly shook these blood beads away. Thunder trial. Long Chen formed sword fingers and pointed at the sky. Suddenly, a thunder and lightning with the thickness of an arm fell from the sky and directly hit William's body, stirring up a dust. After the dust cleared, William's embarrassed figure appeared in front of Long Chen. At this time, his original gentleman appearance has disappeared, and his long golden hair is straight up. His whole body was scorched and the red windbreaker was in tatters. He still exhaled a black breath. Chapter 95. Immortal. However, Long Chen could feel that he was not hurt. Damn, I am going to kill you. William roared wildly, and suddenly a pair of wings appeared on his back. It looks like the wings of a bat. William flew up in the sky, and arrows made of blood appeared all over him. With William's order, nearly 100 blood arrows shot towards Long Chen. However, Long Chen's figure disappeared in place, and all the blood arrows were shot out. What about people? William was shocked, and the next moment, he seemed to feel something and turned around quickly, just seeing Long Chen appear behind him. The tyrant's sword was already cut down. Fortunately, William reacted promptly and raised his arm to resist. The tyrant cut off William's arm directly. Just when Long Chen wanted to say something, he was surprised to find that William's severed arm had actually begun to grow out. How is this possible? Long Chen's face changed drastically, and he was reborn with his broken arm. Is this all right? HMPH, ignorant, our noble blood is an immortal existence. Even if its head is broken, it can grow back, let alone an arm. William sneered, and then slammed his claw towards Long Chen. Long Chen fell into surprise. Before he had time to react, he was directly caught by William on his chest. However, William felt like he was caught on a piece of fine iron. 5 scratches appeared on Long Chen's clothes, revealing golden skin. His King Kong domineering body has reached the full level, and his body is as if King Kong is not bad. Long Chen swung the tyrant knife again, and once again cut off William's arm. However, a few seconds later, his arm returned to normal again. Even if I stand here and let you kill until you are exhausted, I won't die. William looked at Long Chen provocatively, and he really stood there still. Long Chen didn't believe in evil, so he cut off William's neck directly this time. The head fell, but it grew out after a while. Impossible, there can be no immortal existence. At best, you have a stronger recovery ability, but it is absolutely impossible to survive. Suddenly, Long Chen's mind flashed, thinking of something. Didn't your kinsmen live by sucking blood? Then I will treat them in the same way as they are. Thinking of this, Long Chen stabbed William in the chest. In the next moment, the blood hole on the chest began to heal slowly. Long Chen directly stretched his hand in while it had not completely healed. In the next moment, blood chi began to follow Long Chen's arm into his body. Blood devouring magic power, turn it on. Devouring blood magic power can swallow the blood of others to enhance the power of one's blood. Since the blood races improve their strength by sucking blood, blood must be very important to them. Sure enough, as the blood and energy left William's body, William began to fear. No, it's impossible. Why is my vitality diminishing? Damn, what did you do to me? William began to struggle, but Long Chen sneered. The earth realm opened, and William was directly suppressed and unable to move. No, no, you let me go. William is really scared. The blood family has an almost endless lifespan and an immortal body, but the premise is to absorb enough blood. But now, his blood was absorbed by Long Chen instead, and his vitality began to drain. The villain often dies because of a lot of talk, and if you don't have the strength, you have to pretend to be forced. Long Chen sneered, speeding up the blood-devouring magic power. William suddenly screamed, and the other kinship youths suddenly turned their eyes. They were all shocked when they discovered that William's vitality was rapidly losing. Go save William. Waterfall yelled violently, and the 6 kinship youths gave up their original offensive targets and rushed towards Long Chen. Think about it, have you asked us? However, several figures stood in front of them. Dougal Linayu, Zhao Yun and others. Seeing that Long Chen had a way to deal with these blood races, they naturally had to stop other blood races for him. Damn, iron-armed demon bear. Waterfall yelled, and suddenly the earth began to shake. A black bear with a height of 3 or 4 meters rushed towards the people of Dougal Linayu. Seeing this black bear mutant, Dougal Linayu and the others suddenly changed their faces. This is a Lord-level mutant beast, iron-armed devil bear. Zhao swallowed, and the mecha that controlled him backed silently. The 6th Order mutant beast is also called the Lord-level mutant beast. The gap between Tier 6 and Tier 5 is very large, not to mention that those present are the best among Tier 5 evolutionists. Even if they are combined, they are not necessarily opponents of Lord-level mutant beasts. Not to mention, This Demon Bear Lord is still that kind of power type. Watfer and the 6 blood races rushed towards Long Chen quickly, but Dougal Niu and others were locked by Lord Demon Bear and couldn't stop them at all. Great. Long Chen naturally found the support of those 6 blood races, but he didn't have the slightest worry. He even faintly wished them to come. Long Chen discovered that although William had only the fighting power of the 4th Horde Revolutionary, his blood was even stronger than some 5th Horde Revolutionary. The kinsmen live by sucking blood, so their bloodlines are much stronger than ordinary people. This is not surprising. By the time the Watfer 6 arrived, William had become a mummy, and he could not die again. Long Chen threw it away like trash, and then coldly looked at the 6 blood races in front of him. Do you know that you are in serious trouble? William is the heir of Dracula's line, and his father is a prince-level powerhouse. Watfer shouted angrily. Dracula's line is the royal family of the Blood family, and it is also the most noble existence among the Blood family. William died here, and all 6 of them are to blame, and they will definitely be punished greatly. This is why they are so angry. Even if his father is a heavenly king and I dare to provoke me, I can still kill him. Long Chen snorted coldly. Catch him alive and give it to the crown of the prince. I may still have a chance to wait. Watfer said to the other 5 blood races, and the 6 blood races rushed towards Long Chen at the same time. Long Chen looked at these 6 blood races coldly, with no expression on his face. The fighting power of these blood races can only be equal to that of ordinary Tier 4 evolutionaries, but because of their immortality, many Tier 5 evolutionaries will feel very difficult to face them. But Long Chen has found a way to kill them, so in his eyes, these 6 blood races are no different from ordinary 4th Horde revolutionaries. Earth field, gravity field. Long Chen yelled, and the Earth domain directly activated, and the powerful gravity directly pressed these 6 blood races unable to move. Long Chen's figure flashed and appeared beside one of the blood races, placing one hand on his head, urging the blood-devouring magic power. Suddenly, a strong blood gas rose from the top of the Blood Clan, through Long Chen's arm, into his body. Chapter 96. Time stands still. Long Chen sucked all the 5 blood races into corpses like the law, leaving only the last Watfer. Seeing Long Chen approaching him, Watfer's pupils began to shrink violently. Feeling the danger is coming, he wanted to escape, but was suppressed by the Earth realm and couldn't move at all. Soon, Long Chen came in front of him, put a hand on its head, and started to activate the blood-devouring magic power. You guys are deliberately setting up the situation, wanting to kill us here. Can you expect the ending now? Long Chen said coldly. Don't be too happy too early. Even if we die, you won't be able to live. You cannot have the ability to tear space. You can only be trapped here until you are consumed by the zombies and mutant beasts here. Watfer laughed madly. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. This was indeed a problem. Long Chen had already tried to use the power of space to leave when he discovered their conspiracy. However, it failed. He felt that there was a barrier blocking him. Perhaps, as Watfer said, only the ability to tear space can leave. Whether we can leave or not, you can't see it anyway. Die. Long Chen snorted coldly and accelerated the blood-devouring magic power, and blood chi began to rise. Feeling that death was coming, Watfer finally showed fear. Damn it. I'll take revenge. You wait for me. Suddenly, Watfer roared wildly and his body began to swell. Long Chen yelled badly, and quickly backed away. In the next moment, Watfer's body exploded, but it did not splatter like the blood that Long Chen imagined. Instead, they became bats and fled in all directions. Want to escape? Long Chen snorted coldly, increasing the gravity in the Earth domain. The bats flying in the air fell to the ground one after another, and were directly pressed into meatloaf by the powerful gravity. But there are still a few who don't know where they flew. The space is too big, and they are all zombie mutants. Asking him to look for a few small bats is like looking for a needle in a haystack. I didn't expect this guy to have life-saving means, but this means should greatly damage his strength. Long Chen guessed, otherwise Watfer would not use this method until he was about to die. Long Chen shifted his gaze, and suddenly saw the Lord Demon Bear. At this time, Dougal Niu, Zhao Yun and other people are uniting against Lord Demon Bear. Even though the 5 of them were all Tier 5 evolutionists, they were obviously at a disadvantage when facing a Lord-level mutant beast. Roar! Lord Demon Bear suddenly became angry, roared wildly, and then blasted towards Dougal Niu with a punch. In the eyes of Lord Demon Bear, Dougal Niu is the most annoying one, because she has the space power, so she can approach it and hurt it every time. But it can never hit Dougal Niu. It's as disgusting as a mosquito is always buzzing around, but you can't hit it. Dougal Niu did not panic when facing the attack of Lord Demon Bear, ready to use the space ability to dodge. But the next moment, her face suddenly changed. and she realized that her spatial ability had actually failed. This is a blocking type of ability. Long Chen also noticed the situation on Dugalenayu's side, and his face suddenly changed. This demon bear lord seems to have some special ability. Can forcibly block the opponent's body, making the opponent unable to move. It's like putting an indestructible cage for the opponent. At this time, Dugalenayu was blocked by Lord Demon Bear. Even if he used the space power, he could not escape. Faced with this ability, the only way to crack it is to be hard. But the power of Lord Demon Bear belongs to the best among the mutant beasts of Lord level. Is it really possible to be tough with it? At this time, Lord Demon Bear's fist was very close to Dugalenayu, and Dugalenayu's eyes flashed with despair. She didn't think anyone would come to save herself. But the fact is indeed the case. Zhao Yun and Concubine Liu dare not save them, so they can only watch them. They don't think they have the ability to save people in front of the Lord-level mutant beast land. Time stands still. However, at this moment, Long Chen shouted violently. The time abilities are running crazily, and his mental power is rapidly consuming. Even with his current strength, it is difficult to achieve time static. But at this moment, only this method can save Dugalenayu. An invisible wave struck towards Lord Devil Bear, and Lord Devil Bear's movements began to slow down, double, triple, until it stops completely. It's been a long time since all this is said, but it's actually just a moment's matter. Long Chen quickly teleported to Dugalenayu's side, and at this time, Lord Devil Bear's time returns to normal. With Long Chen's current strength, the control time can only be stopped for 1 or 2 seconds. Golden Domination. Dominate the world. Long Chen didn't have time to think too much at this moment, and also threw a punch. With the 6-fold increase in the dominance of the world, the power of this fist even reached the 5th order advanced level. But still not the opponent of Lord Demon Bear. Boom. When the two fists collided, Long Chen suddenly felt an unstoppable force coming. With this tremendous force, Long Chen hugged Dugalenayu's thin waist, rotated in the air for several weeks, and finally landed perfectly. Ahem. Long Chen coughed, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Although his King Kong body was at full level, and his defense was not bad, he still suffered a little injury from the blow of Lord Demon Bear. Are you okay? At this moment, Dugalenayu finally came back to her senses. Looking at Long Chen, who was pale, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. After so many years, apart from Master, Long Chen was the first person to treat her this way. Faced with an attack from a Lord-level mutant beast, who didn't hide as far as possible, Long Chen instead rushed to rescue her. At this time, Dugalenayu's eyes looked at Long Chen changed. Originally, she paid attention to Long Chen only because of Master's request. But at this moment, she found that she had some strange feelings for the boy who had sacrificed her life to save her. I'm fine. How are you doing? Long Chen took a few breaths, which made him feel better. The powerful bloodline power gave him a stronger ability to heal himself than ordinary people. Although he can't recover from his injury in an instant, it can also make him feel better. Thank you. Dugalenayu is a person who is not good at expressing her heart. She has a lot to say to Long Chen at this time, but she doesn't know how to express it. In the end, I could only squeeze out a thank you. Long Chen waved his hand. He did not notice that Dugalenayu's eyes looked at him with strange emotions. Instead, he looked at the Lord Demon Bear with a serious face. What we need to do most now is to solve this Demon Bear Lord. Otherwise we will still have to die in the end. A Lord-level mutant beast, even Long Chen, is not sure that it can defeat it. Chapter 97. Kill Lord Demon Bear Roar. Lord Black Bear let out a strong roar, a pair of bloodred eyes staring at Long Chen bitterly. It was this human being who snatched its prey in front of it. It rushed towards Long Chen, and even trampled dozens of mutant beasts and zombies on the way. Come on then. Long Chen clenched his fists and shouted angrily. This Black Bear Lord has blocking ability, so it is impossible to play guerrilla warfare in front of it. In that case, let's be hard. Mark of Titan. Start. Long Chen directly touched the Titan mark in the moving body, and a powerful and unmatched force began to sweep his body. This is the second time that Long Chen has activated the Titan mark, and also the first time to fight in a titanized state. The Titan mark was activated, and Long Chen's body suddenly changed dramatically. His size began to explode, and red hair began to grow on his body. In a short while, he became a giant 20 meters high. Roar! A deafening roar sounded from Long Chen's mouth. His appearance at this time was even more domineering than Lord Demon Bear. After all, no matter how big the Lord Demon Bear is, it is only 3 or 4 meters long, and Long Chen's body shape at this time is 5 times its size. The original steps of Lord Demon Bear rushing towards Long Chen stopped abruptly because of this sudden change. He looked at this huge creature that was many times bigger than himself, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Dead. A very rough voice came from Long Jin's mouth, and he actually slammed a punch at Lord Demon Bear. Lord Demon Bear shook his fist quickly. At this time the identities of the two seemed to be interchanged. Before, Long Jin's fist was compared with the fist of Lord Demon Bear, like the difference between a child and an adult. At this time, Long Jin's fist was bigger than the head of Lord Demon Bear. The two fists collided. Long Chen took a step back a little, but Lord Demon Bear was directly shaken out. He actually repelled Lord Demon Bear. All those who saw this scene were stunned. Although they were surprised at the changes in Long Jin's body, they still accepted it. After all, there are many strange abilities in this world, and huge transformation abilities or beast transformation abilities do exist. But after Long Chen became huge, his combat power actually increased so much, directly relying on brute force to repel a power-type Lord-level mutant beast. This really shocked them. While Dugalin was shocked, her hanging heart gradually let go. Ha ha ha, come again. Long Chen looked up to the sky with a long laugh, and after activating the Titan mark, he felt a violent force flowing in his body. Venting this power out gave him a very refreshing feeling. Just like that, Lord Demon Bear can clearly see a hint of retreat in his eyes. Its strongest is its own strength. If he can take advantage of his strength, he will definitely lose. Mutant beasts are different from zombies. They have a certain amount of wisdom, and they can also be painful and scared. At this time, Lord Demon Bear was scared. It turned around and started to escape. But how could Long Chen let it do as he wished? After a few steps he caught up with Lord Demon Bear, and his huge soles slammed on it. Lord Devil Bear quickly raised his arms to resist, but Long Chen's feet were like a huge mountain, and Lord Devil Bear directly half-kneeled on the ground. Humphrey, get down on the ground. Long Chen increased his strength, and the muscles on his legs began to swell. Just hearing a bang, the earth shook, and a huge pit appeared at Long Chen's feet. When he lifted his foot, Lord Demon Bear was already lying in the deep pit very embarrassed. But Long Chen didn't see any attributes drop, indicating that Lord Demon Bear was pretending to be dead. As expected of a Lord-level mutant beast, it will even pretend to be dead. Then I will fulfill you. Long Chen sneered and slammed his fist towards the Lord Demon Bear in the deep pit. Boom. 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 One punch after another, the earth kept shaking, and the huge power even shook the surrounding zombies and mutant beasts to pieces. Yi Qianxing, Xiuba, Dugalin and others all looked at this scene with incredible expressions. Isn't this too fierce? It wasn't until the 10th punch was thrown that Long Chen finally stopped. Lord Demon Bear was already dead and couldn't die anymore, and his attribute points fell to the ground. Pick up, Long Chen said secretly, and immediately all light groups entered Long Jin's body. Ding. Pick up successfully, get experience points 200,000. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the power attribute 2,500 is obtained. Ding. Pick up successfully, get defensive attribute 1,500. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the spiritual attribute 1,200 is obtained. Ding. Successfully picked up, and obtained Lord-level Energy Essence 1. A series of system prompts sounded one after another, and Long Chen was immediately happy. The attributes and experience brought by the Lord-level mutant beasts are still quite a lot. At this time, Long Chen felt that the rioting power in his body was finally extinguished, and his animalized state also automatically quit at this time. This Titan mark is too powerful, and it directly increased my combat power to a level comparable to Tier 6 Grandmaster level, and I feel that this is not the peak power of Titan mark. If my body and blood can truly withstanding the power of this riot, the combat power can be improved even more. Long Chen thought in his heart, and at the same time looked at the Titan mark in his palm. At this time, the Titan mark had faded a lot, and Long Chen estimated that every time the Titan mark was activated, its energy would be consumed. However, Long Chen could vaguely feel that the Titan power in the mark of Titan can be restored automatically. So in a short time, he should not be able to use this ability anymore. He can only wait until it recovers. Long Chen thought of these things in his heart, and suddenly, he felt as if there were a few eyes around him looking at him again. Long Chen hurriedly looked around and found that all the surviving superpower Tan Xiao, such as Yi Qianxing, Xiuba, Chen Jingshan, and Zhao Yun, were staring at him with scorching eyes. And when he looked at Dugalin, he found that her face turned red. When he noticed that Long Chen was looking at her, Dugalin immediately lowered her head. Miss Dugu, are you hurt? Long Chen asked quickly. Dugalin still lowered her head, and whispered number. Then why are you blushing? Long Chen asked puzzledly. At this time, Dugalin stopped talking, making Long Chen feel very confused. At this moment, Concubine Liu suddenly walked in front of Long Chen and stared at him with a smile. She blushed, maybe because you were naked. Naked? Hearing Concubine Liu's words, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. At this time, he finally felt a chill. Chapter 98. Don't treat tolerance as a presumptuous capital. The corners of Long Chen's mouth twitched a few times when these people stared at him somewhere. Nima, it's acceptable to be watched by a woman of Concubine Liu, and you guys are watching intently. Abnormal. Long Chen quickly took out the clothes from the portable space. Since getting the ability of the Titan Mark, he has often prepared several sets of clothes in the portable space, just to cope with the current situation. After putting it on quickly, the embarrassment on Long Chen's face finally disappeared. At this time, the zombies and mutant beasts in this area had been cleaned up, and a group of people gathered together. Although the danger has been temporarily relieved, if we can't leave this space, we still can't escape death. At this time, Yi Qianxing frowned and said, other people also began to realize this problem. I'm afraid that only the blood races know the way to leave this space, but they are all killed by Long Chen. I don't know how to leave alive. At this time, Muerong Yanhai said in a strange tone, keep your mouth alive. Hee, it's light, don't kill them all, we will die. Long Chen sneered. HMPH, then you kill them all, don't we have to be trapped here? What's the difference? Okay, it's this time. Can quarrel solve the problem? At this time, Xiuba shouted angrily, and Muerong Yanhai was so scared that Muerong Yanhai closed his mouth. Xiuba, as a genius with the same fame as Chen Jingshan, Yi Qianxing, and Zhuge Lianyu, was much stronger than him, and his temper is extremely irritable. If he is really upset by himself, he will not consider other things at all and just do it. It can be said that what he feared most was this Xiuba. Miss Zhuge, I remember that your power is the space element. Do you have a way to take us away? Yi Qianxing asked suddenly at this time, and everyone suddenly showed hope. However, Zhuge Lianyu shook her head. I can feel that this space is independent of the outside world. If I want to leave, apart from finding my own entrance and exit, I can only forcefully break the space barrier. My current spatial ability is still unable to tear space apart. Zhuge Lianyu's attainments in space supernatural powers are almost the same as the current Long Chen, and still can't reach the level of crossing different spaces. The color of help in everyone's eyes suddenly disappeared, and if even Zhuge Lianyu couldn't do it, I'm afraid no one could do it. I'm afraid we can only hope that the outside world will send someone to find us if we are missing. Chen Jingshan sighed. Perhaps, I have a way. Just when everyone was almost desperate, Long Chen spoke again. Suddenly everyone's eyes focused on him again. Do you really have a way? Yi Qianxing asked quickly, but Zhuge Lianyu looked at Long Chen thoughtfully. She remembered that Long Chen also had space powers. Could it be that his space powers were strong enough to break the space barriers? I don't blush when I speak big words. As we all know, it is impossible to break through the barriers of space unless the space power reaches a certain level or has power beyond the king's level. What can you do? At this time, Muerong Yanhai ridiculed again. In his opinion, Long Chen was sensationalizing. Yes. Can your spatial ability be stronger than Len Yu's failure? Muerong Yanshan also quickly agreed, and the two brothers were very upset with Long Chen. I don't kill you just for the sake of being a human race, but don't take my tolerance as your presumptuous capital. A harsh cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. The mud Bodhisattva is still a bit angry, let alone Long Chen. It really angered him, even in front of Chen Jingshan. He would never be soft. Muerong Yanshan and Muerong Yanhai were immediately frightened by the cold light shot in Long Chen's eyes. When they thought of the scene of Long Chen killing the demon bear lord before, cold sweat broke out on their backs. Long Chen had always been very calm about their provocations before, which gave them the illusion that Long Chen would not dare to attack them. But at this time, they realized that they were wrong, and they were wrong. Judging from the killing intent contained in Long Chen's eyes just now, I'm afraid that if they say another word, Long Chen will kill them without hesitation. Chen Jingshan frowned, and Long Chen threatened him in front of his Kinyan Taoist hall, making him feel very shameless. But he didn't dare to say anything. First, Long Chen's strength, even he was very jealous. Second, this incident was indeed the fault of the Muerong brothers. They had too many mouths. Brother Long, what can you do? Yi Qianxing asked Long Chen with a fist. At this time, he hadn't paid much attention to Long Chen before. Even if he defeated Muerong Yanhai, it would only make him slightly moved. After all, even though Muerong Yanhai ranked second in Kinyan Gymnasium, there was still a big gap between him and Chen Jingshan. Defeating Muerong Yanhai was not enough to make Yi Qianxing really take it seriously. But after seeing him forcibly kill a Lord-level mutant beast, Yi Qianxing's attitude towards him completely changed. No matter what method Long Chen used, but it was a fact to forcefully kill Lord Demon Bear. Then he was qualified enough to be taken seriously. Of course it is directly breaking the space barrier. Long Chen shrugged and said, as if breaking the space barrier is as simple as eating. Muerong Yanhai subconsciously came up with ridicule again, but immediately closed his mouth. Can you break through the space barriers? Everyone's eyes were concentrated on Long Chen, and the fiery eyes seemed to eat him. Of course. But there is still something to do before leaving here. What's the matter? Everyone was a little confused. Of course it is to earn military exploits. With so many zombies and mutant beasts here, it is not a waste to make a good profit. Long Chen laughed, ignoring everyone, and walked towards the area densely covered with other zombies. Earning military exploits is only one. The most important thing is to pick up experience points. The reason why Long Chen is confident that he can leave this space is because of his spatial ability. Perhaps it is not enough to tear the space, but as long as he has experience points, he can upgrade his space ability. As long as it reaches a certain level, the ability to break through space barriers will definitely be developed. Others rushed into the group of zombies when they saw Long Chen without saying anything. After looking at each other a few times, they still chose to believe him. After all, they can only choose to believe in Long Chen. As a result, a group of people took the initiative to rush towards the group of zombies. Only the two brothers Muerong were still there. HMPH, that Long Chen must be grandstanding. It's better to rest here, save your energy, and wait for someone from outside to save us. Chapter 99, If you want to pass this door, you can buy money. Boom. The Earth domain was opened, and hundreds of low-level zombies and mutant beasts were directly turned into powder. I don't know how big this space is. There are at least 100,000 zombies and mutant beasts, and Long Chen doesn't worry about it enough. After a few hours, Long Chen didn't know how many zombies he had killed. He only knew that his various attributes and experience points had been greatly improved, and even his combat merits had doubled. The experience value has exceeded 1 million. It's time to upgrade the space ability. Long Chen thought in his heart, and directly let the system upgrade the space ability. Ding. Consume 80,000 experience points, and the space ability is promoted to LV5. Ding. Consume 160,000 experience points, and the space ability is promoted to LV6. Ding. Consume 320,000 experience points. The space ability is promoted to LV7. Ding. Consume 640,000 experience points, and the space ability is promoted to LV8. Ding. It consumes 1.28 million experience points, and the spatial ability is promoted to LV9. Ding. The experience value is not enough to advance. It took a huge amount of experience worth close to 2.5 million to finally raise it to level 9, and the result was not what Long Chen expected, and he really developed the ability to break the space barrier. Being able to break the space barrier means that Long Chen will no longer be restricted by space and can shuttle between two spaces. It's time to leave, and after a while, things will change. Long Chen thought secretly, and returned to the previous area. At this time, whether it was Duga Lenyu or Yi Qianxing, they had already returned there, and they were not as perverted as Long Chen. They don't have the power of the domain, they can only kill the zombies slowly, and the efficiency is much lower. And every time I have to come back to rest. Well, it's time to leave. Long Chen said. Several people who had entered a resting state suddenly woke up. Looking at Long Chen dubiously, in fact, they were more or less suspicious. Long Chen didn't care about their opinions, but began to urge the power of space. After a while, a dark hole appeared beside Long Chen. This is the gateway to the outside world. Long Chen pointed to the black hole and said, "This looks just like the black hole that appeared when they came in." So they didn't think Long Chen was lying. Ha ha ha, you can go out. Suddenly several people laughed and rushed toward the black hole. Long Chen shouted loudly and stopped their movements. Wait, since I opened this channel, it shouldn't matter to charge a little fee? Well, I won't cheat you. If you each give me 50,000 merit points, I will let you out. As soon as Long Chen's words came out, everyone suddenly exploded. 50,000 battle exploits. They worked so hard to kill so many zombies and mutant beasts, and they saved 100,000. You can get 50,000 yuan as soon as you export. Why, 50,000 combat exploits? Why don't you grab it? That's it. Lao Tzu earned the battle exploit so hard, so why do you give it to you? You are taking advantage of the danger. Muerong Yanshin immediately angered, and some disciples from Xinyoman and Qinyan also joined in. Even Yi Qianxing and Chen Jingshan frowned, obviously unhappy with Long Chen's request. Why? Just rely on me to open this door, and I plant this tree. If you want to pass this door, you can leave it to buy money. Long Chen laughed and stood in front of the black hole. Of course, This is entirely voluntary. You can also choose not to pay and wait for death here. Everyone's complexion suddenly changed, which was a threat at all. HMPH. Now the passage is open. If I want to say, let's rush over together, I don't believe it. He can stop us. So many people. Muirong Yanhai shouted, his face filled with indignation. But the next moment his face froze, because no one responded to him at all. Everyone looked at him like a fool. Breakthrough? You are afraid that your life will be too long. If people can kill even Lord-level mutant beasts, they can't stop you? Long Chen directly sat down cross-legged and looked at these people in front of him with a smile. At this moment, Dugalenyu stepped forward and handed Long Chen the martial arts bracelet on her wrist. Long Chen shook his head repeatedly and refused. I almost forgot to say, our Dragon Temple is free. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Yun and the others were overjoyed, and all their dissatisfaction with Long Chen disappeared. This saved them 50,000 combat merits. Why don't they use it? You are unfair. Some people are suddenly upset, and this is how a person's personality is. When facing the same situation, if you have a partner who lives better than yourself, you will feel jealous. Just by my waywardness. Do you have an opinion? Long Chen glanced at that person, who was also from Kinyan Dogwon. After being slapped like this by Long Chen, the man suddenly closed his mouth. Brother, should I go out first and find someone to rescue you? At this time, Muirong Yanshan whispered to Muirong Yanhai. Although the voice is small, there are no ordinary people present. Hearing is extraordinary and he can hear it naturally. Long Chen was no exception, but he just smiled secretly, but did not speak. After a while, Muirong Yanshan stepped forward and said, then I will go out first. Long Chen said casually without looking at him. Yes. 50,000 combat merits. Muirong Yanshan immediately stared at the boss. Didn't you say that the Dragon Temple is free? You can't speak without counting. Long Chen looked at him with half-squinted eyes, then said with a smile, oh, aren't you from Kinyan Dogwon? I only saw you in the Kinyan Dogwon team. Muirong Yanshan's face suddenly became gloomy when he heard this. You? Well, then they can all testify. I am from the Dragon Temple. Muirong Yanshan pointed to Zhao Yun, Concubine Liu and others and said, oh, do you testify to him? Long Chen looked at Zhao Yun and others and asked, I don't know him. Zhao Yun said flatly, he obviously belongs to Kinyan Dogwon. Liu also said quickly. Chen Mu and Zhu Hao also shook their heads and joked. Long Chen just said that they would exempt their tolls. If you help Muirong Yanshan testify now, wouldn't it be against Long Chen? They are not stupid. Have you heard? No one will testify to you, and obediently hand over 50,000 merit points. Otherwise you will get out. You. Muirong Yanshan pointed at Long Chen and wanted to scold him, but immediately swallowed the scolding words forcibly. Now people are under the eaves and have to bow their heads. After Muirong Yanshan returned, Long Chen got up and stretched out. I'll give you 2 more minutes to think about it. It's out of date. As soon as these words came out, everyone fried the pot. After half a minute, Xiuba finally stood up and walked towards Long Chen. This is the combat exploits of the 5 members of Majida Martial Arts Center, a total of 250,000. Xiuba threw the 5 combat merit bracelets to Long Chen. Long Chen smiled slightly, transformed the combat merits into his combat merit bracelet, and then returned it to him. You guys are out. Xiuba motioned his 4 junior brothers to leave a black hole first, and then looked at Long Chen somewhat seriously. Is there anything else? Long Chen asked with some confusion. Do you have anything to do with the overbearing devil? Chapter 100. No credit if I'm not mistaken, this black war sword is a tyrant sword. Xiuba stared at the tyrant sword in Long Jin's hand and said. Long Jin's face changed slightly, but was he still recognized? Dugalenyu said before that the Overlord Sword Demon came from the Extreme Sword Martial Arts Hall. He originally thought it had been so long, these people should not recognize Tyrant Sword. So what? So what? However, Long Chen only froze for a moment, then returned to the usual plainness before saying calmly. Xiuba said quickly, as if he had sensed Long Chen's vigilance. Don't worry, I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask, where did you come from? Why should I tell you? Long Chen glanced at Xiuba. Although it is not a secret that he found the treasure house of the Overlord Sword Demon King, he still wants to be known to the least. After all, the Overlord Sword Demon can be regarded as a powerful generation, and the treasure house he left behind is coveted by many people. If everyone knew that Long Chen had found such a treasure house, it would probably cause unnecessary trouble. Because the Overlord Demon King is my great-grandfather. Xiuba sighed and said, great-grandfather? Long Chen couldn't help being slightly surprised. The background of Xiuba was not low, he was actually a descendant of the Bar Sword Demon King. With that said, He seems to be indeed qualified to know the origin of Long Chen Badao. The great-grandfather disappeared 100 years ago. My grandfather and father wanted to find him, even his body would do, Xiuba said sadly. For the descendants of the Overlord Demon King, it is the most tormenting to live without seeing people or dead. Seeing Xiuba's appearance, Long Chen couldn't bear it. He is an orphan himself, and his parents disappeared before he could remember. Therefore, he can understand the pain of Xiuba's family very well. I'm afraid I will let you down. I don't know where your great-grandfather is. As for this sword, I got it from the treasure house he left. Long Chen shrugged and said, he could clearly see that a disappointment flashed in Xiuba's eyes. Seeing Xiuba still staring at Badao, Long Chen was startled. Isn't this guy wanting to get back the domineering sword? Although logically speaking, it should be returned to the original owner. But when did Long Chen do things logically? The tyrant sword is a weapon of no low rank, and it is impossible for him to return it to Xiaba before he obtains a better weapon. Okay, you go out quickly. Don't stop me from doing business here. Long Chen waved his hand to beckon him to go out quickly, and Xiaba reluctantly left. Keep going. Long Chen shouted at the people at Xinyao Gate and Kinyan Gymnasium. Seeing that Xiuba and the others had made military exploits, they had no choice but to give up the struggle. You all take out your military exploits, Chen Jingshan said to several people in Kinyan Taoist Hall. But no one responded to him. When Chen Jingshan looked at it, he saw that the juniors all looked bitter. Brother Chen, our military exploits have been lost by Murong Yanhai. We have obtained this point just by hunting zombies, but it is not enough at all. With that said, everyone stared at the two brothers Murong Yanhai and Murong Yanshan with anger. Blame these two brothers, so they can't even get 50,000 combat exploits. Oh, I have 200,000 yuan here. If you can get together, it should be enough for the 5 of us to leave. As for the 2 of you, please ask yourself. Chen Jingshan sighed. As for the 2 self-seeking blessings, he said, it was naturally the 2 brothers Namurong. Soon, the 5 Chen Jingshan and the 7 Xinyaomen handed over their merits to Long Chen. At this moment, another 600,000 battle exploits have been accounted for in his battle achievement bracelet. Long Chen suddenly felt that this was much faster than the battle exploits earned by killing zombies. He even felt that the income of 50,000 yuan per person was a little bit less. If people like He Qianxing and Chen Jingshan knew what he was thinking at this time, I'm afraid they could not help vomiting blood. Hey! It's the 2 of you. We will leave if we don't give merit points or not. Long Chen shouted to the brothers Murong Yanhai and Murong Yanshan. The 2 looked at each other, and they could see helplessness in each other's eyes. In the end, Murong Yanhai came forward and said with a very ugly expression, Hee, brother Long Chen, we don't have any exploits right now. Why don't you give it to you after we go out? Murong Yanhai forced a smile. How ugly and ugly. Sorry, I don't take credit. I reminded you to take advantage of this opportunity to kill zombies to earn military exploits, but you just ignored them and blamed anyone. Long Chen shrugged, showing no sign of concession. Murong Yanhai suddenly gave a wry smile. How did they know that such a scene would happen? You have made all of my military exploits before, but now it's really gone. You should do it. Murong Yanhai forcibly held back the anger in his heart, begging Long Chen as low as possible. Long Chen sneered. He kept provoking him before, but now he knows to beg him. Don't say I pitch you, since there is no merit. Then take out something of equivalent value to exchange it, such as union currency, or other treasures, if the union currency is calculated at a ratio of 1 to 10,000. When Long Chen said this, Murong Yanhai almost couldn't hold back a spout of old blood. 1 to 10,000. Which means that 50,000 battle exploits require 500 million union coins. Does he think that the union currency is produced by his family? The price is 500 million. Aren't you cheating me? Murong Yanhai clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said, a powerful aura burst out. However, without waiting for Long Chen to stand up, Dugalenyu, Zhao Yun and others stood in front of Long Chen. Do you want to do it? Dugalenyu said coldly, and the momentum of several people instantly suppressed Murong Yanhai's momentum. Long Chen stood there casually, looking at Murong Yanhai with a smile on his face. I don't want to buy or sell, it's all on your own will, but you only have 1 minute to consider. Murong Yanhai really couldn't help it at this time, but he couldn't beat the few people in front of him, and a powerful momentum crushed him to death. In the end, Murong Yanhai lowered his head and returned to Murong Yanshan. The 2 brothers discussed for half a minute, and finally collected 400 million union coins. Although the value of the alliance currency is not comparable to military exploits, it is definitely not falling from the sky. Even if these 2 Murong brothers were born aristocrats, their aptitudes were strong, But there was only this. Then they took out some talismans. Kinney Undergwyn is rich in rune urns. These rune urns store some abilities, such as flames and ice, which can be used for attack and defense.